Looking at his new world, Yi Yuan's face could not help revealing a wry smile. Even if expanded 100 times, my world is also just a drop in the ocean compared to the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan's internal world was not the slightest bit inferior to the Heavenspan world in terms of quality. But in terms of scale, it was far inferior. Compared to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's internal world could be said to be a pocket-sized world. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. The Heavenspan mountain was a complete world, while his world still had a lot of potentials which could keep on being tapped. He believed that one day, he could create a world that could be on par with the Heavenspan mountain. I just broke through to the world realm currently, but the thickness in terms of divine essence is already not inferior to peak First Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Coupled with time freeze and other divine abilities, even if I run into Third Firmament Heavenly Emperors, I have the power to fight too. The breakthrough this time, the increase in strength was tremendous. When he was at peak Chaos Realm, he could cut down a First Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Now that his strength soared, being able to rival Third Firmament Heavenly Emperors was not incomprehensible. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, "Damn it! Here it is again!" The 8th Nirvanic Tribulation arrived as promised. Every inch of Yi Yuan's body was becoming decayed and aged. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that the Nirvanic Tribulation this time actually could not be defied. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said with a cold snort, "So what if it can't be defied? I have an entire world as my backing. Can't I pull through a measly little Nirvanic Tribulation? Heaven and earth law impose on my body." Yi Yuan established a connection between his fleshy body and the entire Chaos world, drawing on the Chaos world's power endlessly. Those necrotic muscles were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the rank 8 Nirvanic Tribulation was indeed terrifying. Even if he drew the power of the world, it could only barely manage to let the speed of regeneration catch up to the speed of necrosis. However, Yi Yuan's Chaos world could draw the outside world's heaven and earth spiritual energy inexhaustibly to replenish. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan borrowing the power of the Heavenspan mountain to tide over the Nirvanic Tribulation this time. No matter how strong your Nirvanic Tribulation was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long time had passed, and then the Nirvanic Tribulation finally stopped. The speed of regeneration finally surpassed the rate of necrosis. His fleshy body was rapidly recovering. Finished transcending the Nirvanic Tribulation, Yi Yuan felt lingering fear too. No wonder no one dared to cultivate the perfect 9 transformations golden body. This rank 8 Nirvanic Tribulation isn't some Nirvanic Tribulation, but a certain death tribulation. My Chaos world is so powerful and I was still in such perilous danger. If it were others, they would have long died 10 times over, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. But the more dangerous, the greater the benefits obtained naturally. Currently, Yi Yuan's fleshy body obtaining the blessing of Heavenly Emperor could forcefully contend with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. His casual punch could blow up a First Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. The fog gathered by heaven and earth spiritual energy finally scattered away, revealing Yi Yuan's figure. Turns out that it's a First Firmament Heavenly Emperor little baby. Punk, you're deliberately causing trouble, right? Impudent brat. If you don't give this emperor an explanation today, this emperor will definitely make you regret being born in this world. Punk, you simply incur the wrath of gods and men when you do things. Do you know that you've already offended all of the heavenly emperors on the mountain? The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was drowned by spittles. A large group of heavenly emperor powerhouses surrounded, all scolding with flushed faces, filled with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. In the crowd, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly rushed in front of Yi Yuan, pointed at Yi Yuan's node, and said viscously, "Punk, this Heavenly Emperor has remembered you. Just you wait. After going out of the Heavenspan mountain, this Heavenly Emperor will hunt you down till the end of the world." The moment Heavenly Emperor Just Bright spoke up, the rest quietened down and used a very pitiful gaze to look at him. This guy was too tragic. Finally managed to corroborate the path of 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme Realm. In the end, The spiritual energy was directly drained by Yi Yuan, forcefully interrupting his breakthrough. No idea when would be the next time he found this opportunity. Right, kill him. Not killing him. This old man can't stomach this anger. Kill him. Kill him. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, Senior, how did I offend you? There's no need to be so cruel, right? Heavenly Emperor just bright stomped about in a frenzy and said, How did you offend me? How did you offend me? You just offended me. Actually, it was not like this mountain full of heavenly emperor powerhouses did not struggle before. When Yi Yuan plundered the spiritual energy, they also attempted to absorb spiritual energy. But no matter how high their realm was, they could not win Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan this side was like a vacuum zone, the heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here frenziedly. No matter how hard they worked, it was all useless. Yi Yuan's expression was odd. Suddenly he grinned and said, Since everyone wants to kill me, then I can't let you all go out of the Heavenspan mountain. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with a disdainful look, Not letting us go out. Bang. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words were said halfway when it abruptly stopped, his face already struck by Yi Yuan's fist, fresh blood pouring. Bang. 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 Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one punch after another pummeling the group of heavenly emperors until they fled helter-skelter, wails of doom filling the lands. No matter how strong they were, they could not escape Yi Yuan's violent hands at all. Ah! Why? Why isn't he restricted by the Heavenspan Mountain and can attack at will? Heavenspan Mountain, open your eyes and smite this guy. Damn it! Damn it! Why doesn't the Heavenspan Mountain have any reaction at all? The heavenly emperors all shouted frantically, but the Heavenspan Mountain still did not have the slightest bit of activity. Before long, the strongest group of people in this world fell to the ground. They did not dare to fight back and could only get beaten. Yi Yuan did not kill but beat until they cried for their father and mother. Eighth transformation, perfect golden body, was no joke. Yi Yuan grabbed Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and smashed a fist on his face again and said, Still want to kill me? Kill. Blocking one's breakthrough is akin to killing people's parents. Kill me today if you have the ability. Otherwise, this Heavenly Emperor will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the world. Bang. Still killing or not? Killing. Bang. Still killing or not? Not killing anymore. Not killing anymore. You. Stop hitting me. Yi Yuan let go of Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and said with a sigh, Wouldn't there be no need to suffer so much physical hardship if you say it earlier? Swear a heavenly Tao oath then. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had an appearance like his parents had died. Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, he swore a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan did not kill. He only beat these guys until they were in pain, and then forced them to swear a heavenly Tao oath one by one. After everything was settled, Yi Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being hunted down by the mountain full of heavenly emperor powerhouses was not a fun thing. After he finished forcing everyone to swear the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan arrived before Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and patted his shoulder. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright jumped in fright and said with a mournful face, I already swore the heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother, today's matter was my fault. In order to compensate you, this Yi can refine a 9 refinements cloud heaven pill for you free. 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. You know how to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Hearing the name 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's breathing could not help becoming tense. But very soon he smiled coldly and said, Continue bragging, kid. Don't talk about the fact that you just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if you cultivate to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor, it's also impossible to refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. Rank 8 divine pills were too difficult to refine. To Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, even the most rubbish medicinal pill could make them excited for many years. Rank 8 divine pills were supreme level medicinal pills. Without the strength of Ancestor Realm, there was no way to touch it at all. But even if you had Ancestor Realm strength, it also did not mean that you could refine rank 8 divine pills. Therefore, the number of 8-star alchemy gods was few and far between. Furthermore, the further 8-star alchemy gods went up, the more difficult it got. A 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill was a level 7 difficulty and above rank 8 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Even some 8-star alchemy gods with extremely deep qualifications could not refine it, let alone talk about a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor. 8-star alchemy gods that could refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, each one was a supreme level figure of the Heavenspan world. In terms of status, they were much higher than even Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, this 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. A kid who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm said that he wanted to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill. Wasn't this a joke? Hoo-hoo. Kid, you got to run it through your head when you're boasting. If you can refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, then I can eat the Heavenspan mountain. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of the medicine ancestor? Able to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill the moment you broke through. Yi Yuan's words immediately drew a wave of ridicule. Yi Yuan did not care and said with a light smile, "Brother Just Bright, this he isn't joking with you. Later, you come to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find me. However, you have to gather the rank 8 spirit medicines yourself. This he isn't so loaded." Finished talking, he turned around and walked towards the transmission array and went out to the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. This name is so familiar. Ah! It's him. Heavenly Emperor Qingshan cried out in surprise. The others had baffled looks, not knowing what this guy was yelling about. The name of this Bodhidharma they had never heard before. It was clearly a minor faction. Kicking up a big fuss for what? Southern border, that kind of small place. What major faction can there be? Being all startled, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright wiped the blood on his face and said unhappily. Heavenly Emperor Qingshan said, "You all have been in retreat here for many years and completely don't know how terrifying this person is." When everyone heard it, they could not help becoming interested. Someone said, "It's just breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, what's there to be afraid of?" But his cultivation method is indeed rather sinister, to actually drain all the heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles. But so what? In the outside world, I can smack him to death with one slap. But Heavenly Emperor Qingshan became more and more excited, and he said, "The significance of him breaking through to Heavenly Emperor is extraordinary. Lord Just Bright, your beating wasn't in vain, you made a fortune." The moment Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, he was greatly enraged and said, "Punk, this emperor remembered you. This emperor can't do anything to that punk. But could it be that I still can't do anything to you?" Heavenly Emperor Qingshan's expression changed greatly. He was just a first firmament Heavenly Emperor, so how could he stand being marked by Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? He waved his hand repeatedly and explained in a fluster, "Lord Just Bright, calm your anger. Hear me say it entirely first. This Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma is a new faction that just rose up in these recent few centuries. But no one dares to ignore this faction in the Heavenspan world anymore. That kid earlier is Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's leader, and he also has another identity. He is the Priest Temple's second sage. Second sage. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is an existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor. He's the Priest Temple's second sage. Then, when everyone heard this name, their faces finally became solemn. This second sage was not what anybody could take on. This title could only be recognized by the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself. Furthermore, once he acknowledged it, it was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan had strength that was not inferior to him. But a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, how could he possibly stand on equal footing as Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Heavenly Emperor Qingshan nodded and said, "Not long ago, when he was still a 7-star alchemy god, he refined an end-spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor. At that time, he was hailed as the next medicine ancestor. Now, he broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor." The words at the back, Heavenly Emperor Qingshan, did not speak, but the meaning was already very clear. This guy was remarkable. This kind of supreme-level 8-star alchemy god would become the target of all Heavenly Emperors to suck up to. The Heavenly Emperors present were already stunned by Heavenly Emperor Qingshan's words. A 7-star alchemy god refining an end spirit divine grade 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. This level of skill was simply an accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times. Now that he broke through to heavenly emperor realm, wouldn't it be incredible? 9 refinements cloud heaven pill was indeed hard to refine, but to Yi Yuan it did not seem to be something beyond comprehension. Ha ha ha. Well beaten. Well beaten. Beaten too well. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly burst into laughter and said 3 well beaten in a row and said agitatedly, "Kid, what you said is right, this beating was indeed not in vain. This emperor won't hunt you down anymore, and even have to thank you well. If that boy can refine an end spirit 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, this emperor will also have more confidence in transcending the Deva Blight tribulation. Well beaten. Really well beaten. Ha ha ha." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed crazily, but everyone understood his feelings very well. Breaking through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor was nothing. The scariest thing was still the Deva Blight tribulation. End Spirit 9 Refinements Cloud Heaven Pill was much more helpful to Heavenly Emperor Just Bright than breaking through to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. At this time everyone could not help looking at Heavenly Emperor Just Bright rather enviously. This beating, he took it too beautifully. If they could, they would be willing to be pummeled into a pig's head by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not break through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor this time, but he had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune. Haha. Still cultivate my ass. This emperor will go out right now and quickly collect the spirit medicines and find that oh no, find that master to refine the pill. Everyone, goodbye. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright left with a big laugh. Yi Yuan left the Heavenspan Mountain through the transmission array and arrived at the Heavenly Fate Town where Heavenly Emperor powerhouses climbed the mountain. Returning to the Heavenspan world, he could teleport and return to Southfoot Town swiftly. Breaking through to World Realm, Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick. A greater teleportation was the distance of 1,000,000 miles. But when he was just about to leave, he heard somebody shout behind him, "This? Younger brother Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan turned out and looked. Who could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? But seeing his fawning look, he clearly already knew his identity. "It's brother Just Bright, huh? Why did you come out so quickly? Heavenspan Mountain Dao comprehension is the optimal place to break through," Yi Yuan said with a joking look. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's old face was thick and he said with a smile, "With you, this great deity around, still cultivate my ass. This old man will go and find spirit medicines right away, and then I'll go to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find you later. You can't renege on what you promised me." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "If you're looking for spirit medicines, might as well take a trip with me together to Cloud Heart Realm. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is hosting the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. I believe that there won't be a shortage of rank 8 spirit medicines." Although he did not deliberately interrupt Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's breakthrough, this consequence was indeed caused by him. With Yi Yuan's personality, he would naturally make up for it. Moreover, this matter was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Cloud Heart Realm was the Medicine Ancestor's Bodhidharma. The Medicine Ancestor opened up a world of his own and was aloof from worldly things. The Heavenspan world's alchemy path powerhouses all took pride in being able to enter the Cloud Heart Realm. It was just that the difficulty of entering Cloud Heart Realm was too high. Those with ordinary identities could not enter at all. Cloud Heart Realm was the well-deserved #1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was surprised when he heard that and said, "There's actually still this sort of thing? Cloud Heart Realm hasn't had any major activities in very long. Why did the Medicine Ancestor suddenly think of hosting this sort of grand event this time?" He was in close seclusion for many years and completely did not know about this. But with Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's status, he naturally knew about the moving direction of the Cloud Heart Realm. The Cloud Heart Realm had always been aloof from worldly affairs. It would not care about everything in the secular world at all. Even if they really organized something like an alchemy conference, it would also be held by his disciples in the secular world. They would not go to the Cloud Heart Realm at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I said that it was organized in order to take a hit at me, will you believe me?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed loudly, his expression suddenly reining in as he said, "I won't believe even if you beat me to death. What kind of status does the medicine ancestor have? Why would he personally make a move to take you, a junior, down? Even if you're the priest temple's second sage, with your current strength, his disciples giving you a blow is more than enough. Why would he need to drag in so many people? Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was the second sage, he did not have a clear understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. Even if Yi Yuan could refine the 9 refinements cloud heaven pill, wanting to reach the level of Dao Ancestor's realm, it was still too far away. Dao pills, that was the highest pinnacle of the alchemy path. And this step was virtually impossible to take. Since time immemorial, how many astonishingly talented alchemy powerhouses had attempted to reach the level of Dao pill? But they all did not succeed. Now, the heavenspan world's Dao pill powerhouses were far too few. Yi Yuan still had to continue working hard to prove his strength. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had long already refined a Dao pill. If not because of this, why would the medicine ancestor take up arms and hold the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain these. He just shrugged and said, "Come on." The two people left Heavenly Fate Town and were just about to teleport away, but discovered that there were some tiny black dots in the distance. Looking at the appearance, it was a group of people besieging a person. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright frowned and said, "A bunch of little guys, a small squabble, no need to care about them, come on." He looked over towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, his entire person already stepping out on the sky, and went over there with one step. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Spatial law! What swift speed! This boy is indeed very peculiar." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of sword lights flashed past. There was instantly only one person left on the battlefield. When a woman in blue garments saw Yi Yuan, it was as if her entire person was drained, falling down softly. Yi Yuan's expression changed, hurriedly going up to support. At this time, he was incomparably surprised in his heart. This girl in front of him was the Shadow Moon Sect's senior apprentice sister Bailey Qingyan, when he was in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. This girl who should be in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm actually appeared in the Heavenspan world. Seeing Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan's head suddenly exploded. When he was comprehended Dao on the Heavenspan mountain previously, Bailey Qingyan seemed to have called out softly in the crowd. But at that time, all of his body and mind were immersed in comprehending the Chaos Heavenspan canon and did not hear at all. But when Yi Yuan's consciousness at that time fused into heavenly Dao, he naturally saw everything around him clearly. Looking back now, wasn't Bailey Qingyan above 10,000 miles? She came to find him. Yi Yuan made his judgment straight away. If not for seeing Bailey Qingyan here, Yi Yuan would have even forgotten this person. Regarding Bailey Qingyan's affection, Yi Yuan naturally knew about it. But his heart could not accommodate other women at all anymore. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Bailey Qingyan was actually so deeply in love, secretly running out of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Furthermore, looking at her appearance, Bailey Qingyan should have run out very, very early on. Otherwise, with Bailey Qingyan's aptitude, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to Empyrean realm in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Only by coming to the Heavenspan world and having fortuitous encounters time and again could she cultivate to the Empyrean realm within such a short time. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of many things. When Bailey Qingyan saw Yi Yuan, her face revealed a trace of a slight smile. Using all of her strength, she said, "Being able to die in your arms, I'm perfectly contented." Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "With me around, you won't die." The current Bailey Qingyan, her life force was already severed, her life fading away rapidly. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright already arrived too. Taking a look at the injuries on Bailey Qingyan's body, he shook his head and said, "It's useless, her life force has already been thoroughly cut off. Even if you're the second sage, there's no way to save at all. Unless the medicine ancestor comes in person." Yi Yuan turned around and shot him a fierce glare, and said in a cold voice, "Shut up for me. Come over, use your longevity to channel chi to her." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's expression changed and he said, "Rubbish. This Emperor's Blight Tribulation is about to arrive soon. Using longevity to channel chi to her. Isn't it courting death? Moreover, even if I channel chi to her, it's also just delaying her death, it can't save her at all. This kind of loss-making transaction. This Emperor won't do it." Yi Yuan bellowed, Enough crap. Your loss in longevity. I'll help you make up for it. In addition, not counting refining the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill this time, I'll owe you a favor. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, his eyebrows shot up and he said, "Is this for real? If you keep on talking fucking nonsense, do you believe that I won't even help you to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill anymore?" Yi Yuan exploded with a rare swear word. Bailey Qingyan's life was rapidly dissipating, continuing to delay, and it would really be hopeless. He was burning with anxiety, and this guy was still rambling nonsense. How could he not be angry? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not dare to talk rubbish and hurriedly came over to use his longevity to help Bailey Qingyan extend her life. Yi Yuan let go of Bailey Qingyan and immediately went to one side to meditate, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw the scene, he could not help saying very curiously, "What is this boy doing? Can meditating a bit save this girl? This kid wouldn't be swindling me, right?" 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths, 100 breaths later, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, both hands pointing out in the void non-stop. An incomparably complex grand array quickly formed in the void. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was greatly astonished. Such a complicated and elaborate array formation was absolutely not what 8-star formation gods could set up. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had never seen before the scene of Yi Yuan refining the Chaos Samsara pill. If he had seen it before, he would know what Yi Yuan was doing. He was going to refine a Tao pill. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had broad and profound knowledge, and he had naturally heard of Tao pills before. Except it was merely limited to hearsay only too. Tao pills were too rare. Forget about him, a Heavenly Emperor expert, even if it was a Deva realm powerhouse, those who had actually seen before Tao pills could be counted on one hand too. And the value of a Tao pill was already impossible to measure using divine essence stones. The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright became more and more alarmed as he watched. Actually, prior to this, he more or less still had some doubts. That Heavenly Emperor Qingshan's words were indeed too fantastical. After all, Yi Yuan's realm was too low. But witnessing Yi Yuan's inconceivable means one after another, he finally believed it. Yi Yuan, this second sage title was well-deserved. And this also greatly increased his confidence towards Yi Yuan. Suddenly, an aura of great Tao source suddenly descended, making Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constrict. Formation rise, pill condense. It was only to hear Yi Yuan give a cold cry. The grand array erupted with an extremely brilliant light. The aura of great Tao source suddenly entered the grand array, fusing together with those spirit medicines. D-Tao pill. Absolutely won't be wrong, this must be a Tao pill. It must be a Tao pill. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's voice suddenly became agitated. He was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years, but Tao pill this sort of thing, it was still his first time seeing one. Tao pills were too rare. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in shock, "Could it be that what he said was true? Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is really only organizing the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time because he dreads him? This is also too inconceivable. Talented people will be born to take over the previous generation, each leading a domain for 1,000,000 years. Looks like the medicine ancestor really encountered his match this time." Seeing Yi Yuan refine the Tao pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly associated it with many things. Only at this time did he truly understand how serious a promise from Yi Yuan was. Helping him refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, he really picked up a treasure. Some longevity in exchange for a favor from Yi Yuan, this deal was really a bargain. Freaking hell. This emperor is really too lucky to actually run into such a good thing. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist swearing. Very soon, the light faded. A lustrous golden medicinal pill suspended in the air. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and seized it, bringing it over. Bailey Qingyan had long already lost consciousness. Yi Yuan pried open her mouth and sent the medicinal pill in. "Master Yi, what medicinal pill is this?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright asked with a curious look. "No name," Yi Yuan said without even looking at him. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said in surprise, How can a medicinal pill not have a name? Why must a medicinal pill have a name? Ah, you were meditating just now. Could it be in order to create a new pill formula? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan did not speak, declining to comment. But by the side, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was shocked speechless. Meditating for 100 breaths and creating a Tao pill. Just how monstrous was this guy? Ugh! Bailey Qingyan let out a groan in her sleep, gradually waking up. I'm not dead yet. She was a little surprised as she said. When she saw Yi Yuan walk into the realm fog, she knew that Yi Yuan would probably come out of Heavenly Fate Town. Hence, she decisively went down the mountain and killed all the way over from another town. But these people's strengths were too strong. She used too many spells that stimulated her potential along the way. When she saw Yi Yuan, she was already severely wounded. Coupled with the sequela caused by stimulating her potential, she was already on the verge of death. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pill forcefully dragged her back from the god of death. With me around, you can't die, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Bailey Qingyan forced a smile and said, not seeing for close to 2,000 years, you've already become so formidable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you also became a lot stronger. Bailey Qingyan stared at Yi Yuan and said with a multitude of feelings, I thought that I would never see you again. Heaven took pity on me. I actually saw you when in a hopeless situation. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, silly girl. Bailey Qingyan smiled and said, I know that I'm silly. I clearly knew that it wasn't possible, but I still couldn't control myself from wanting to see you. Therefore, you guys just left and I already followed you guys out. I thought that I could find you, but I didn't expect that this parting was close to 2,000 years. Yi Yuan was slightly moved and said, what in the world did you experience these 2,000 years? Who were the people hunting you down earlier? Tao pills were Tao pills. When talking, Bailey Qingyan's complexion already improved a lot. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright by the side saw this scene, his eyes went wide. This lass was clearly a person who was about to die just now. In a twinkle, she was alive and well? Was this the power of a Tao pill? Tao pills, he only heard before how magical it was. But it was still his first time truly witnessing its might. This kind of means simply transformed the rotten into something magical. With Yi Yuan around, it was really hard to die even if one wanted to. Bailey Qingyan slowly sat up, an additional hint of determination in her expression. Previously, when she saw him, her eyes were full of tenderness. But at this time, when her injuries got better, this hint of determination was revealed unnaturally. Yi Yuan discovered that Bailey Qingyan was different from before. When in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, she was just a genius disciple. Although her talent was decent, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. But now, there was an additional strong murderous air in Bailey Qingyan's eyes. This showed that she had experienced no idea how many killings in these few years. Bailey Qingyan was neither too fast nor too slow, slowly recounting her experiences over these few years. But Yi Yuan's expression gradually became gloomy. The ordeals that Bailey Qingyan experienced these few years were simply unimaginable. To a girl, for her to be able to pull through was simply a miracle. How many times I wanted to die to end it. But not seeing you, I'm still unwilling. It's precisely this unwillingness that supported me to this day. Originally, seeing you, my wish was already fulfilled and I could die with my eyes closed. Didn't expect that I was saved by you. Talking up to here, Bailey Qingyan's eyes turned dim. When in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, I couldn't help falling in love and didn't think that much at all. But after arriving at the Heavenspan world, experiencing life and death countless times, only then did I gradually understand that it's simply impossible between us. However, I'll still want to go and find you uncontrollably. It's just that I was controlled by them and couldn't escape at all. Originally, dying was my best option. That way, at least I can occupy a place in your heart. Yet, you brought me back to life. The present Bailey Qingyan was no longer the Bailey Qingyan back then long ago. However, her heart towards him had never changed before. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He had no way of promising Bailey Qingyan. Just as Bailey Qingyan said, his heart could not accommodate her. Except, everything that Bailey Qingyan endured was all because of him. On this aspect, he could not sit by idly and remain indifferent. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said, Senior Apprentice Sister Bailey, lead the way. Bailey Qingyan was taken aback and asked, "Where to?" "To kill." Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Middle Realm, River Sun, great imperial capital. In a certain underground palace, a man in white was currently playing with two concubines. A subordinate came in hastily and reported, "Lord Branchhead, the few Empyreans who were pursuing Bailey Qingyan that last, their soul tablets have all shattered. They should already be all dead." "What? 5 9th Firmament Empyreans hunting down an 8th Firmament Empyrean actually died? When did that girl become so powerful?" The man in white almost jumped up. The subordinate said with difficulty about this. "Subordinate doesn't know." The man in white was silent and did not speak. Suddenly he said, "Go and get her soul tablet over. Looks like this emperor is going to take action myself. Jeej, this lass is really feisty to rather die than submit to this emperor. This emperor wants to see where she can hide to." Before long, the subordinate came over carrying Bailey Qingyan's soul tablet. The man in white took the soul tablet, a look of amusement on his face. His divine sense sunk into the soul tablet. Suddenly his brows knitted tightly together. The man in white said with a strange look on his face, "Hang on, why do I sense that she's currently very near to me?" "You didn't sense wrongly. She's indeed right here." At this time, a calm and collected voice sounded out. Following that, 3 figures slowly walked out of the darkness. One of them was precisely Bailey Qingyan. And among these 3 people, that old man gave him a feeling of extreme danger. What a powerful aura! Virtually without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly stomped his foot. The void trembled. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, and his aura also became illusory. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Concealment arts. Not good, he's going to run away. Immobilize." However, his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Everything suddenly paused. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright looked at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly and stammered, Heavenly Tao true word. "You? Just how many trump cards do you have?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't worry. You'll see it little by little." As he said, he slowly walked into the darkness and pointed. The man in white was like a deflated ball, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. The man in white was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. To Yi Yuan, killing him did not need the slightest effort at all. Yi Yuan carried him and directly threw him in front of Bailey Qingyan and said coolly, "You do it yourself." Bailey Qingyan looked at the powerful heavenly emperor. He could not even make a move in front of Yi Yuan, and she could not help feeling a burst of pride. The present Yi Yuan was really too strong. Bailey Qingyan looked at the man in white and said with a cold smile, "Rui Qin, you didn't expect that you'd have today, right?" Rui Qin's face changed, and he said, "Bailey Qingyan, don't you forget. You still have the Death Soul curse that isn't dispelled. If you dare betray the Death Soul gate, you'll die without a burial ground." Bailey Qingyan said disdainfully, "Very regretfully, my Death Soul curse has already been dispelled." Rui Qin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha! The Death Soul curse that even heavenly emperors can't undo, just the likes of you can undo it. I naturally can't dispel it, but he can." Bailey Qingyan pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Rui Qin still did not believe and said with a sneer, "The Death Soul curse is the Death Soul gate's unique curse. Even 9th Firmament heavenly emperors can't undo it. Just the likes of him, a first Firmament heavenly emperor, also wants to dispel it?" Bailey Qingyan, could it be that you take this emperor to be a fool? But Bailey Qingyan said coolly, "You should have heard of his name before, the Priest Temple's second sage." This time, Rui Qin's expression finally changed. He turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of horror. "You, your second sage Yi Yuan. How can it be? How can it be? I have no grudge nor enmity with you. Why are you?" Not so long ago, the higher-ups just issued an order to let the Death Soul Gate never provoke Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that he did not provoke Yi Yuan? But Yi Yuan paid a visit himself instead. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Because she's my friend. Your Death Soul Gate's people deserve to die." Bailey Qingyan's experience during these 2,000 years was precisely having fallen into the Death Soul Gate. In the Death Soul Gate, Bailey Qingyan received the most brutal killing training. She forcefully carved out a bloody path from among hundreds of thousands of divine lord realms, using other people's blood to forge her present Empyrean realm strength. For 2,000 years, she wandered about the borders of life and death countless times. If not for this thought of seeing Yi Yuan supporting her, she would have long died. But it was also precisely because of this that the strikingly beautiful Bailey Qingyan became a cold killer. Only in that moment when she saw Yi Yuan did her heart that she already sealed for a long time finally thaw. Bailey Qingyan was assigned to the River Sun branch and put under Rui Qin. But this guy actually coveted Bailey Qingyan's beauty. Rui Qin originally wanted to use force, but he did not know that Bailey Qingyan had long made preparations for this day. She actually used a secret art and escaped this calamity. However, Bailey Qingyan's death soul curse was still grasped in Rui Qin's hands. These few years, she had to suffer the torment of the death soul curse every day. But Rui Qin had coveted Bailey Qingyan for a long time already and did not want to kill her. Instead, he sent subordinates to hunt down Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan was helpless and could only hide on the Heavenspan mountain. At that place, those assassins did not dare to take action. But she never thought that she actually bumped into Yi Yuan there. It was also considered meeting with life in a desperate situation. However, it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan thoroughly rampaged against the Death Soul Gate. How did this happen? How can this be? You guys can't kill me. If you kill me, the Death Soul Gate won't let you all off. Rui Qin roared. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. You all are merely the divine race's lackeys. Yet, you still don't know it. Truly lamentable. Rest assured, the Death Soul Gate can't jump around for more than a few days anymore. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. Bailey Qingyan already attacked with her sword. Rui Qin's divine sea was thoroughly sealed by Yi Yuan and he was completely unable to make use of world power to protect his body. This sword was neat and tidy. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward, grabbing Rui Qin's divine soul in his hand. An overbearing divine sense suddenly crushed over. He wanted to soul search. As a heavenly emperor, Rui Qin definitely knew quite a bit about the Death Soul Gate's secrets. However, a cloud of black energy suddenly erupted, attempting to extinguish Rui Qin's divine soul. This was the seal added in Rui Qin's divine soul. Once someone searched the soul, he would be directly annihilated and cause a fatal blow to the soul searcher. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Playing this in front of me, you're just showing off in the presence of an expert." His divine soul suddenly turned into a large hand and directly grabbed at that seal. Then, under this large hand, that seal was actually forcefully pressed back down. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stared dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. This kind of divine soul fight was the most dangerous. Yi Yuan's divine soul was even more tyrannical than his divine essence. It was completely unreasonable, directly pressing the seal back and forcefully searching the soul. What this kind of exchange competed in was not just soul force. There was also comprehension toward the divine soul. Yi Yuan had clearly already reached the acme of perfection in the path of divine soul. Have you guys heard? In a short few months' time, the Death Soul Gate's major and minor branches already have several dozen of them destroyed. The Death Soul Gate has committed all sorts of evil and finally brought retribution upon themselves. How gratifying! I really didn't expect that even Cloudlink Mountain Range is actually the Death Soul Gate's assassin base. I heard that there were 3 powerhouses who went over and directly wiped them out all at once, rescuing hundreds of thousands of martial artists. No idea who did this either, but it's truly the greatest good. Those martial artists who escaped said that the leader was a youth in white. When he charged into Cloudlink Mountain Range, he used Heavenly Dao True Word and froze spacetime. Being able to use this move, it should be Second Sage Yi Yuan, right? It's actually him. Second Sage really did a great thing. A short few months' time, Yi Yuan destroyed a large number of major and minor Death Soul Gate branches. This organization structure was extremely secretive. If not for Yi Yuan opening up a gap from Rui Qin, he could not find the way at all. However, once this gap was opened up, it was like a breached bank. Yi Yuan killed all the way over, and searched souls all the way, and grasped more and more secrets. In the end, he finally touched the killer base of the Death Soul Gate, and then he brought Heavenly Emperor just bright and pushed over. Cloudlink Mountain Range's killer base was precisely the place where Bailey Qingyan was trained. Except, each time Bailey Qingyan went in and out, she could not figure out the direction at all. Hence, there were countless killers who walked out of here, but no one knew that this place was the Death Soul Gate's training base. And this place also had white bones buried in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, Yi Yuan tracked down by following the clues and finally found this place from a Death Soul Gate upper echelon's body. This time, Yi Yuan virtually pulled the Death Soul Gate up by the roots. As the divine race's lackey, the Death Soul Gate's master was also merely fourth firmament Heavenly Emperor Cultivation. After all, the divine race was also unable to control Heavenly Emperors that were too powerful. Under Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's formidable strength, they could not stand up to a single blow at all. The reason why the Death Soul Gate was powerful was precisely because of its mysteriousness and unknown. And once this secret was revealed, the Death Soul Gate would also become fish on the chopping board, being placed at the mercy of others. Inside the hidden lineage's small world, Third Elder Rufeng was angered until he stomped his feet in anger. It's this brat again. It's this brat again. This time, I must tear his corpse into countless pieces. Rufeng said in a thunderous rage. By the side, Divine Daughter Wuxia also had a solemn look as she said, the Death Soul Gate being uprooted. It's equivalent to our hidden lineage losing its eyes to monitor the heavenspan world. This is very bad news to us. Head Elder Ji Ling sighed and said, in order to establish the Death Soul Gate, this old man expended a lot of effort back then, using means to deceive everybody, establishing it under the eyelids of the human race's major powers. In order to prevent news from being leaked, I even specially added a divine soul seal to each Heavenly Emperor. I didn't expect that kid can actually crack the divine soul seal and track down by following the clues. Sai really underestimated him. The human race had quite a number of major powers that came from the previous era. These people were extremely guarded against the divine race. Even Ji Ling, this level of powerhouse, did not dare show his face easily too. Otherwise, what awaited them would be a catastrophe. Death Soul Gate could be said to be Ji Ling's painstaking effort. He did not expect that it was actually wiped out in one fell swoop by Yi Yuan. Rufeng said fiercely, Head Elder, I'll go and kill this punk. Not killing him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ji Ling shook his head and said, at this time, we can't stir up unnecessary incidents. The Divine Martial Hall's lords will be coming out of seclusion very soon, and the Two-World Seal has already loosened too. The opportunity for our divine race to rise up again is already ripe. This time, with our high-level combat power, coupled with the help of the Abyss Devil race, we'll surely be able to completely defeat the human race. If something goes wrong at this time, then all previous efforts will be wasted, better to bear with it. Rufeng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a cold voice, Humph! That punk got off lucky. After our divine race returns anew, the first one that this elder is going to kill will be this punk. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Heavenly Emperor Xin, you felt jitters. This person was very dangerous. Heavenly Emperor Xin was greatly shocked in his heart. When Yi Yuan went on a trip up the Heavenspan Mountain, his strength was actually already so terrifying. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Yi truly brings great joy to the masses. This Death Soul Gate is like a fly, plaguing the Heavenspan world for no idea how many years already. Many people wanted to get rid of them, but these guys were too mysterious. People couldn't find their lair at all. It's still younger brother Yi who's impressive, pulling them up by the roots the moment you make your move. Heavenly Emperor Xin sighed with admiration as he said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the Death Soul Gate is nothing to be scared of. The divine race behind them is the most terrifying. In an epoc's time, the divine race has accumulated God knows how formidable a strength. Once it erupts, the heavenspan world will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Heavenly Emperor Xin said in puzzlement, the divine race? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the heavenspan world's former ruler. In the last epoch, the divine race was defeated by the human, demon, and fiend races teaming up. The divine race then retreated to the abyss world. Before long, they will stage a comeback. Hiss! Heavenly Emperor Xin sucked in a cold breath. This kind of secret it was still his first time hearing. Yi Yuan said coolly, these few days, Many thanks to Brother Xianxia for taking care of Senior Drunkard. In order to express thanks, this Yi will refine a medicinal pill for Brother Xianxia. Heavenly Emperor Xianxia's entire body trembled, and he immediately burst into ecstasy. Only when Old Drunkard saw Heavenly Emperor Xianxia's reaction did he know how high Yi Yuan's current status was. He also finally understood what Xianxia said to him meant. In that case, I really have to thank younger brother Yi very much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in the era of great struggle, an additional portion of strength is an additional portion of protection. Brother Xianxia, treasure it. Yi Yuan helped Xianxia finish refining the medicinal pill, then took his leave. After Yi Yuan left, a figure slowly appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Xianxia. Xianxia bowed in salute and said, Lord Sword Time, how is this boy? This man was precisely the Deva Fourth Blight Supreme Powerhouse. Heavenly Emperor Sword Time. Heavenly Emperor Sword Time slowly opened his mouth and said, he discovered me. Xianxia was startled and said, how is this possible? If a Deva Fourth Blight Sovereign had the intention to hide, even Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperors had no way of discovering too. Yi Yuan just broke through to Heavenly Emperor and he could already discover Heavenly Emperor Sword Time spying? His understanding of Heavenly Tao already exceeded your imagination. This boy will surely achieve great things in the future. It's just that I don't know if there's time for him to grow or not. Sword Time said, deep in thought. Heavenly Emperor Xianxia's face changed and he said, Your Excellency, why are you also? Could it be that this divine race is really so terrifying? Sword Time's expression was solemn as he said, more terrifying than you think. Doomsday battle isn't just casual talk. Once the war starts, it will obliterate the heavens and decimate the earth. Even a Tao ancestor, that level of a powerhouse, will find it hard to not get involved too. Because the divine race has existences rivaling Tao ancestors too. Heavenly Emperor Xianxia's mind shook wildly, his gaze being full of astonishment. The clouds and fog were so heavy that one only knew that they were in the mountains. What it was referring to was the Cloudheart Mountain Range. Cloudheart Mountain Range was an extremely huge mountain range around the Heavenspan Mountain, heaven and earth spiritual energy extremely abundant. The entrance of the Cloudheart realm was in the area where Cloudheart Mountain Range's spiritual energy was the thickest. Normally, no one would come here. This place was the Medicine Ancestors' Bodhidharma. No one dared to profane the Medicine Ancestors' invincible might. But now, Cloudheart Mountain Range was crowded with people. Many powerhouses were flying towards the depths of the mountain one after another. TSK, the Medicine Ancestor occupies this level of Spirit Mountain and Great River, truly remarkable. If not for following you, this emperor wouldn't dare approach this place too. Heavenly Emperor Justbright said with vicissitudes of emotion. Thinking of how he was 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, he was also an apex existence in the Heavenspan world. But Cloudheart Mountain, this sort of place, he would never have dared to come. Cloudheart Realm's background was far deeper than the Priest Temple. This place had powerhouses as plentiful as clouds. Even Deva Realm super powerhouses also did not dare to act wildly here, let alone Heavenly Emperor Justbright and 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Sensing the oppressive spiritual energy, Yi Yuan nodded and said, this place is close to the Heavenspan Mountain. It's likely one of the Bodhidharmas with the richest spiritual energy. With the Medicine Ancestor's ability, he can live up to this place. Although very disdainful toward the Medicine Ancestor's character, Yi Yuan did not have any doubts about his strength at all. What a pretty beauty! A young man next to him suddenly stopped, eyes staring right at Bailey Qingyan, with a lecherous look. Behind the youth, an old man with a white beard and hair followed. The old man's body emitted powerful undulations. He was clearly not mediocre. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly but did not pay attention to that young man. Yi Yuan, let's go, Bailey Qingyan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was just about to continue ahead. But that youth's figure moved, blocking the few people's path. Hoo-hoo, what a feisty beauty. This young master, I like it. Beautiful lady, I am the most outstanding 7-star alchemy god of the Purple Azure Realm's Leng family, Leng Tianhao. In the future, I'll be entering the Medicine Ancestors' tutelage. If you follow me, you'll have endless glory and wealth. Leng Tianhao said these words very confidently. He felt that as long as he brought out the Lung family's name, Bailey Qingyan would definitely be moved. Purple Azure Realm's Lung family. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan did not have much reaction, but Heavenly Emperor Just Bright got a shock, a look of dread on his face. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's reaction, Lung Tianhao's face was even more proud of himself. Why? Is the Purple Azure Realm's Lung family very famous? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright nodded slightly and said, the Purple Azure Realm is an alchemy ancient family with an extremely distant legacy. Its background extremely deep. The Lung family's ancestor himself is a peak ancestor realm alchemy master. The Lung family's Lung Tianqi even went under the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple's tutelage, and is the medicine ancestor's grand pupil. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had lived for a long time and knew about these reclusive families of the Heavenspan world like the back of his hand. Moreover, this Lung family was an extremely formidable alchemy ancient family in the first place. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words, Lung Tianhao said smugly, Heh! Lung Tianqi is precisely my elder brother. Yi Yuan gave an O and did not express much. Little beauty. There's no future following this kind of poor and pedantic boy. Following me, not only can you enjoy wealth and glory, reaching peak Heavenly Emperor in the future is nothing difficult too. How about it? Consider it. As Lung Tianhao said, he actually reached his hand out to grab at Bailey Qingyan in front of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's faces. Bailey Qingyan's gaze turned cold, figure flashing, avoiding this touch. Lung Tianhao did not care in the slightest and said smilingly, little beauty is shy. Relax. Big brother will dote on you well in the future. A surge of killing intent welled up from Bailey Qingyan's body and she said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, I want to kill people. Yi Yuan said coolly, kill for what? A guy whose head is swimming with sperm. Castrate him. Bailey Qingyan smiled sweetly and said, good idea. These two people chatted as if there was no one else around, but the old man opposite became alert. A powerful and unmatched aura suddenly released, enveloping the three people. A cold light flashed. Bailey Qingyan's sword was inconceivably fast. However, the old man opposite was an 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme powerhouse. How could he give Bailey Qingyan the chance to draw her sword? Immobilize. However, before he even made a move, Yi Yuan opened his mouth calmly. A terrifying wave of heavenly Dao law suddenly descended, restraining the old man. In 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan was unable to restrain him for too long. It was just for a moment in time, but just this moment was sufficient. Ah! An astonishing cry reverberated throughout the clouds. Lung Tianhao clutched his lower body in pain. The old man's expression changed drastically and he said with a furious roar, you guys dare to cripple young master? This emperor will make you pay with your lives. Done talking. A terrifying aura erupted once more. The old man rushed toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a figure interjected in the middle of both parties, blocking the old man's path. The arrival was a middle-aged in azure robes, his aura extremely strong, even above the old man. He looked at the old man and said in a cold voice, those who attack within the Cloudheart Mountain range, kill without mercy. Before the old man spoke yet, they heard Lung Tianhao's pig slaughter-like voice sound out. He said it was them who made a move first. Daoist brother Azure Feather, I'm Ling Tianqi's younger brother. You have to uphold justice for me. When he was talking, cold sweat poured profusely. Clearly, he was in immense pain. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather turned to look at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, it's forbidden to take action on Cloudheart Mountain range. Didn't your family's grown-ups teach you before coming? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, with your shrewdness, can't you tell what's going on? Questioning me like this, is it that you think I'm easy to bully? Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather was sent to patrol the mountains. He was naturally a character adept at dealing with people. He came over and took a look, and he immediately understood what was going on. It was just that Ling Tianhao mentioned his family and that was his own people. He naturally had to side with Ling Tianhao, but he never thought that Yi Yuan actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. This boy was clearly very young. Why would he have such meticulous thoughts? Humph! No matter how glib your tongue is, you attacking is real. Could it be that this emperor can't deal with you? This emperor gives you a chance. Cripple your own divine sea and I can spare you from death. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly. He knew most of the Heavenspan world's various major families' alchemy experts. But regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, both looked very unfamiliar to him. So he determined that Yi Yuan was merely a small faction's genius, that was all. His Cloudheart realm could afford to offend. Ha! Cloudheart realm's people are truly awe-inspiring. It's just that if you flaunt your power in front of me, I'm afraid that you can't clean up the mess in a while. In a while, you'll probably be kneeling in front of me and apologizing, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather was tickled the moment he heard and laughed in spite of himself and said, snotty brat, probably never seen the world before, right? There have only ever been others apologizing to Cloudheart Realms people. Cloudheart Realms people will never apologize to outsiders. Just the likes of you also want to make this emperor apologize. Now, this emperor gives you 3 breaths of time. If you don't take action, this emperor will do it. 3, 2, 1. Looks like this emperor still has to do it. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take any action, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather calmly pointed a finger out and was about to eradicate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan and casually waved his hand, extinguishing this attack. Seeing the arrival, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's pupils constricted, and he said with a bow, Lord Zijin. Zijin ignored him. He turned around and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, saying, Medicine Ancestor's disciple, Zijin, offers greetings to Second Sage. Hearing the name Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's expression changed wildly. Who in the world did not know him? This alchemy world's upstart, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather had long heard of his name like a thunderclap piercing the ear. But he had not seen Yi Yuan before. A chill ran down Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's back. Only then did he know that he caused huge trouble. The commotion at this side was blown up very big and already attracted quite a number of powerhouses to stop and watch. Hearing Zijin's words, everyone looked toward Yi Yuan, extremely surprised. He's the legendary Second Sage? I really couldn't tell. So young and he's actually already so impressive. I heard that Second Sage's alchemy strength can already rival peak 8-star alchemy gods. Wonder if it's true or fake. TSK, Lord Azurefeather was too much just now. This matter probably can't be settled. The name of Second Sage had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. It was just that the people who had seen Yi Yuan before could be counted with one's fingers. Yi Yuan said coolly, Hoo-hoo, your Cloudheart Realm's way of hospitality. This Yi is considered to have experienced it. Zijin's gaze flickered slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Azurefeather, why haven't you come over and apologized to Lord Second Sage? Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather could only toughen his scalp and come over. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, he said, Azurefeather didn't know that Second Sage has arrived, resulting in offending Second Sage. Please pardon my offense. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Brother Azurefeather, what did you say just now? This you didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat it again? Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's warning was still ringing in his ears. Just now, he still did not feel anything. But currently, his face felt burning hot, like he had been slapped twice. Of course, these 2 slaps were dealt by himself. He postured too much earlier. Just finished saying that Cloudheart Realm's people would never apologize to outsiders. In a blink, he slapped his own face. Azurefeather had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that Second Sage can calm your anger. Azurefeather was helpless and could only apologize once again. Yi Yuan said coolly, if you don't deal with affairs fairly and show off your power, forget it. But just now you had killing intent toward this Yi. You wouldn't think that this will slide with such a light and floaty sentence, right? Azurefeather's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Second Sage, this emperor is at any rate 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor too. You don't need to be so persistent, right? Don't be too ruthless so that we can meet on good terms in the future. A 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor naturally had the pride of a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This level of a powerhouse was already standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world. Deva realm powerhouses mostly remained reclusive. Very rarely did anyone show their face. And ninth firmament heavenly emperors could be said to be existences that rule a region of the world. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather knew that Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary, but he was only a little guy who just entered Heavenly Emperor after all. Him apologizing to Yi Yuan was already giving adequate face. He was actually still not satisfied. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Zijin and said with a smile, "Brother Zijin, what do you say?" Zijin's expression was also ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had not entered Cloudheart realm yet, and both sides already fell out so badly. To be honest, he also did not know why Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly. But Master gave the instructions to have him make sure to settle Yi Yuan down well. In contrast, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's face was nothing. "Azure Feather, kneel down," Zijin suddenly said in a solemn voice. Azure Feather's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Lord Zijin, kneel." "Apologize." Zijin's tone became unprecedentedly harsh. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather had a look of unwillingness on his face. Looking at Yi Yuan fiercely, he wished to kill him. But under Zijin's powerful pressure, he could only grit his teeth and kneel. Following Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather kneeling down in the air, a series of exclamations came from the sides. A ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor actually knelt down toward someone. This level of existence had always been high and mighty in their eyes, akin to gods. But now, a godlike existence in their eyes actually knelt down. If Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather knelt to a Deva realm, they would not be so surprised too. But the target of his kneeling was merely a little guy who had just entered Heavenly Emperor. No matter if Yi Yuan was the second sage, he was too young after all. Not everyone had the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest's level of judgment, being able to discern Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. In the hearts of the vast majority of the people, Yi Yuan was merely just a genius. That was all. A genius and a powerhouse were two totally different concepts. A powerhouse that was a leviathan who truly commanded a region, his every movement and action could affect the direction of the heavenspan world. While a genius only had the potential of becoming a powerhouse. Before growing up, geniuses were merely just geniuses too. But such a person actually pressured a ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor into kneeling and apologizing. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather and said coolly, "Looks like Brother Azure Feather is very unconvinced." Azure Feather glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Today's matter, Azure Feather has noted it down." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you very confused? Doesn't matter, you'll understand very soon." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to Zijin and said, "Brother Zijin, how to deal with those two?" Over there, Leng Tianhao was long already frightened silly, even forgetting his pain. Who was he posturing in front of just now? Second sage. His big brother, Leng Tianqi, was indeed formidable, but he was also merely the medicine ancestor's grand pupil. While second sage was in existence on equal footing as the sacred ancestor high priest. Even his big brother's master was a junior in front of Yi Yuan too. He actually said to Bailey Qingyan just now that there was no future in following this boy. Zijin gave Leng Tianhao a glance and said coolly, "Cut off both hands and punish him by confining him back in the clan for 5,000 years. Wonder if second sage is still satisfied with this punishment." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can." Whoosh! A cold light flashed. Leng Tianhao's two hands were severed at the wrist. "Ah! My hands!" Leng Tianhao screamed miserably. With Zijin taking action, the wounds carried the power of source. Wanting to regrow a pair of hands was probably not so easy. An alchemist losing both hands was tantamount to cutting off all of his future. This punishment could not be said to not be heavy. Bring him back and confine for 5,000 years. If anyone in the Leng family is unconvinced, say that this is my verdict. Zijin looked at the old man and said coolly. His level of status and strength, a single word was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He said to confine for 5,000 years. The Leng family absolutely would not dare to let him out at 4,999 years. The Leng family's ancestor's strength was strong, but in front of the medicine ancestor, he was nothing. Furthermore, Legends had it that the Lung family's ancestor was originally a nominal disciple of the medicine ancestor. Regarding Zijin's words, the Lung family absolutely would not dare to defy. Everyone was extremely puzzled when they saw this scene. They did not understand why Lord Zijin would be so respectful towards Second Sage. The old man's expression changed several times. But in the end, he still brought away Lung Tianhao, who was wailing in pain, and left. Lord Zijin, I'm unconvinced. An exalted ninth firmament heaven-span world actually knelt down and apologized to a brat who's still wet behind his ears. After today, heaven-span world Azure Feather, will probably become the laughingstock of the entire heaven-span world. Settling Yi Yuan down well, Azure Feather went to find Zijin and strongly expressed his indignation. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this kind of grand occasion, it was hard to come by once in a million years too. The various regions' powerhouses present at that time were not in the minority. This matter could not be hidden at all. The moment Azure Feather dropped to his knees, what dropped was his dignity as a ninth firmament heavenly emperor. How could he endure it? Zijin gave him a glance and said with a sigh, I'm sorry. Actually, I really don't understand it either. But this was instructed by Master. I had no choice but to do it like this. Azure Feather's face changed, and he said in confusion, the priest temple might be sitting high up in a leading position in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of our Cloudheart realm, what do they count for? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Zijin said, Master naturally has his own reasons for doing things, so it's not up to us to question it. If you want to blame that you shouldn't have offended him. No matter what, for him to be able to be valued highly by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, he naturally has his saving graces. Azure Feather's expression flickered incessantly and he gritted his teeth and said, I can't swallow this grievance. If I get the chance, I definitely won't let him off. Zijin said coolly, you don't have to worry about this. The alchemy geniuses that came to Cloudheart Realm this time are plentiful like oxen hair. Among them, there is no shortage of existences whose talent won't lose to him. He's occupying a high position. So he'll naturally become the common target for public scorn. You just have to wait and watch a good show. Azure Feather's eyes lit up. His mood immediately improved by a lot. Yeah, so what if Second Sage? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time gathered the top-notch alchemy geniuses of the Heavenspan world. Some of their backgrounds were not even worse than Sacred Ancestor High Priests. How could their disciples be amateurs? If Yi Yuan was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's disciple, then forget it. But he was Second Sage. Those geniuses were a generation lower than Yi Yuan for no reason. How could they endure this kind of insult? Zijin gave him a glance and said, didn't Yi Yuan cripple Lung Tianqi's younger brother? He should currently be simmering with rage. You go and find him. Have him incite some genius disciples. There will naturally be someone who goes and find trouble with Yi Yuan. As long as our people don't provoke him, I believe that Master shouldn't say anything. The moment Azure Feather heard, he was overjoyed and said, why didn't I think of that? It's still Lord Zijin who's impressive, rousing the dreamer from his sleep with one word. Whatever dog farts Second Sage, I'll definitely make him reveal his true colors. At this time, Yi Yuan arrived at Cloudheart Realm's Feather Mountain. This place was the place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest was staying. Second Sage, GMO said with a respectful bow. Now, GMO already treated Yi Yuan as his teacher. Yi Yuan nodded and said, lead the way then. Please. GMO turned around and led the way, entering a large hall. The hall was very empty, without even a guard. A middle-aged man in plain clothing, his face firm and determined, was seated in the middle of the hall. In front of him was a tea table. Not far from the middle-aged man, 10 unfathomable powerhouses were standing around respectfully, their attitudes very respectful. At the first sight of this middle-aged man, Yi Yuan felt that he was unfathomable. That sort of feeling was even more stately than those god statues he saw in the divine race. The middle-aged man did not speak, he was very busy. A ball of water was currently flowing in pace with his 2 hands. Inside the water ball, green leaves appeared indistinctly. The movements of the middle-aged man carried the thick lingering charm of great Tao. That ball of water in his hands gradually evolved to become a world. Using the method of Great Tao Pill refinement to boil water and brew tea, sacred ancestor high priest's means were truly inconceivable. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's palm shook. That ball of water traversed through the void and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted and reached his hand out to beckon, catching all of the water droplets without leaking the slightest hint. This was a medicinal pill that had yet to be perfected. It could collapse at any time. But the function of this medicinal pill was to bring out all of the medicinal effects inside the spiritual tea. Said that it was brewing tea, but in reality it was refining a pill. It was just that those able to brew tea with the method of alchemy, one probably could not find more than a few in this world. Yi Yuan understood that sacred ancestor high priest was testing him. It was not easy to be the second sage. Whether or not he had the qualifications to walk into this hall and sit opposite of sacred ancestor high priest, it would have to be put off until after passing this test. If he did not pass this test, sacred ancestor high priest did not mind chasing him out. A lingering charm of great Tao similarly erupted on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan held the ball with both hands. A Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Wing saw this scene, his eyes glimmered slightly, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. At the same time, his disciples became unsettled. Although Yi Yuan this name had sounded out in their ears no idea how many times before, it was still their first time truly meeting Yi Yuan. In their hearts, they were naturally somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan, this rising star. Even if they knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary person, this was human nature. Before seeing it with your own eyes, no matter how exaggerated the tale, there would always be that trace of doubt in the heart. But now, they finally understood why their master would choose Yi Yuan. Looking at the great Tao power contained in this Tai Chi diagram, they were actually unable to see through completely with their realm. The current Yi Yuan actually gave them a feeling of profoundness and mystery. That sort of feeling was like facing their own master, even though Yi Yuan's great Tao still appeared somewhat immature, being far from as vigorous and solid as their masters. But Yi Yuan had indeed already walked onto the same great Tao. Concerning this point, they were well aware in their hearts. Yi Yuan's actions possessed natural grace, akin to floating clouds and flowing water. It was natural and smooth, giving people a feeling of gladdening the mind and refreshing the spirit. Suddenly his fingertips guided, the spiritual tea flew back with a whoosh. Wing smiled slightly and reached his hand out to catch it effortlessly. He continued refining. His refinement was steady and composed, as if the heaven-span mountain was suppressing in front, being vastly different from Yi Yuan's style. Suddenly he shook again. The spiritual tea flew over once more. Yi Yuan caught it, refined it again, and returned it again. These two people, going back and forth, fought with great pleasure. By the side, the group of disciples was long already stunned from watching. This guy could actually catch the tea Tao world that Master refined. Too terrifying. Normally, Wing would also occasionally play this game with them. As disciples, they had followed Wing for tens of millions of years, but it was impossible to keep going. This refinement seemed simple, but actually, the more toward the back, the more complicated. Often, when they caught it at the back, it would make the entire world collapse, making the tea water all spill out. But Yi Yuan fought with sacred ancestor high priest for dozens of rounds and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous situation in the slightest. No matter how sacred ancestor high priest refined it, Yi Yuan could catch it and continue refining, then throw it back. Ignoring other things, just this action already surpassed all of them. Suddenly, with Wing's fingertips guiding, the spiritual tea entered the teapot without spilling the slightest bit. Immediately, fragrance greeted the nose, suffusing the entire hall. Then, it was the entire Feather Mountain. At this time, no matter which corner of Feather Mountain, this thick tea fragrance could be smelled. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Wing clapped his hands and laughed loudly, seemingly very delighted. Clearly, he was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan's performance. Wing made an inviting gesture, indicating for Yi Yuan to take a seat. This meant that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit and debate on Tao with him. The title of Second Sage also became in reality as well as in name. Senior Sacred Ancestor's strength is what broadened Junior's horizons. Yi Yuan sat down opposite Wing and said with a smile, Ever since entering the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan was virtually ever triumphant in alchemy. He had never encountered a match before. But this time Yi Yuan knew that he really met his opponent. The Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two great peaks of alchemy Dao, the apex of the world. Wanting to surpass them was immensely difficult. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the source of great Dao and touched the level of Dao Pill, there was still a considerable gap compared to them. Those few moves earlier and Yi Yuan already deeply felt that might of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was as if what was in front of him was an insurmountable mountain. Of course, Yi Yuan was too young. Regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest, the time that they researched on alchemy had already been too long. Wing filled Yi Yuan's cup with tea and said smilingly, "I indeed didn't misjudge. You didn't let me down. It has only been a short 2,000 years and your alchemy strength is already so terrifying, far exceeding my imagination." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, from the first time I cracked Ask Not, you knew that there would be this day, no? In alchemy, this junior is confident that I'm not inferior to anyone, even if it's you or the Medicine Ancestor." Yi Yuan had extremely strong confidence in alchemy path. This was exchanged from his trillions of tempering and tens of millions of victory. This kind of confidence was already deeply engraved in his bones. Nobody could shake it. But the moment these words came out, the faces of all the disciples changed. The third person among the 11 disciples said in a solemn voice, "Impudent. Even if Master conferred you the title Second Sage, before you reach Deva Realm, you don't have the qualifications to be so unbridled in front of Master too." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "This isn't insolence. It's a hero valuing a hero. This Yi respects senior sacred ancestors' breadth of spirit. So beating him is the greatest respect towards him. What he needs is not yes-men but a powerful opponent. How can someone who behaves respectfully and is a yes-man be fit to be his opponent?" The third disciple smiled coldly and said, "Preposterous. For you to have today's accomplishments, isn't it still because Master deliberately nurturing you? But when you come before Master, you don't have the slightest gratitude, simply showing ingratitude for kindness." Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You guys seem to have some sort of misinterpretation of the meaning of nurturing. That's right, I'd indeed borrowed senior sacred ancestors' power these few years. But in terms of nurturing, I'm afraid that this Yi can't compare to 1/10,000th of you all, right?" When the disciples heard that, each and every one of their faces became extremely ugly. The implied meaning of these words was that you guys were too weak. You all, these disciples, which one wasn't personally groomed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. They enjoyed the priest temple's resources, consuming countless of them. But up until today, they did not have the qualifications to sit opposite their master too. This was the disparity between them. This Yi have today's accomplishments. It wasn't by relying on anyone's nurturing, but it was exchanged for by relying on my own efforts. Relying on other people's grooming, one will never become a true powerhouse. You guys are like this, and the Medicine Ancestors, those disciples, are similarly like so. No doubt that walking other people's paths are shortcuts, but not being able to walk your own path, you guys can forever only stand there. But I can sit here." Apart from GMO, the other disciples' expressions changed drastically one after another. Wildly arrogant. Too wildly arrogant. This guy actually still dared to be so rampant in front of their master. Second disciple said in a solemn voice, "Master, this boy is too condescending. He doesn't show any respect for you at all. In the future, when he achieves supremacy, he'll surely be our priest temple's mortal calamity." Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not speak all along. He just drank tea quietly, allowing Yi Yuan and his disciples to cross swords with words. He put down the cup and said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, you all are wrong. Not only will Yi Yuan not become our enemy, but he'll also become our most powerful ally instead. Or should I say, he'll forever be the priest temple's second sage." Second disciple was perplexed as he said, "Master, this is impossible. Such a conceited person this disciple has seen before, no idea how many. How can this kind of person possibly become our ally?" Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said, "What Yi Yuan said. Each word is a gem. It's just that you all aren't able to understand. That's all. Didn't you all discover that these few days? Number 7 changed a lot. All the disciples were startled, looking toward GMO one after another. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not say, they really would not have noticed it. With him saying this, they noticed that it was really true. These few years, not mentioning about GMO's great improvement in strength, his entire person's temperament and aura also changed greatly. Could it be that these changes were all because of Yi Yuan? This shock was by no means insignificant. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, "Not only is Yi Yuan not disrespectful toward me, but he's actually very respectful toward me. I didn't choose him because I want him to be obsequious in front of me, but because I want him to become a true powerhouse. I want him to help me break the shackles. He doesn't owe me anything. For him to be able to have today's achievements, it was by relying on his powerful willpower and strength. From that moment he sat opposite me, our confrontation is considered to have officially begun. Every movement, every word, even action are all a competition between us. Since it's a competition, then one can't lose on aura. If he's reverent and respectful in front of me, then there's no need to compete. He already lost. What Yi Yuan said is right. He can sit opposite me calmly, but you guys? Which of you can sit in front of me and regard with equanimity, drink tea calmly, and debate on Tao? The group of disciples all had ashamed looks on their faces. What their master said was right, making them sit opposite him and drink tea indifferently and calmly. None of them could do it. Even the eldest disciple, High Priest Green Nether, who followed their master the longest, could not do it too. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, "This is the first lesson that second sage taught you guys. Think about it properly. His appearance might be a turning point in your lives." Everyone's hearts suddenly trembled. No wonder their master brought all of them with him. At first, they even thought that it was bringing them to witness the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Only now did they suddenly come to realize the truth. It turned out that it was for Yi Yuan. Their master's action was well-intentioned. Sacred Ancestor High Priest poured tea for Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Ho-ho, I naturally know that you have this potential and strength. Except, I won't lose either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Losing and winning is very important, but it's also not important. Losing, need to see if the loss is worthwhile or not." Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and let out a sigh as he said, "You're stronger than me." This logic, I only understood it after a very, very long time. But it looks like you're already prepared. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understanding now isn't too late either. The strong will always become braver in the face of setbacks." Yi Yuan sat and debated on Tao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The group of disciples by the side listened like they did not fully understand. Among them, there were some who were long already Deva Realm Supreme Powerhouses and had also already reached Grand Completion Ancestor Realm in Alchemy too. But without taking the step of refining a Tao pill, one would never be able to take part in the two people's discussion. They discovered that the things Master and Yi Yuan debated on already exceeded their understanding and reached another level. Medicinal pills were different from other cultivation practices. It was a Tao with spirit medicines as the foundation, and it needed to be expressed through specific materials. Furthermore, heaven and earth spirit medicines had different attributes. It could be said to be all-encompassing. To the vast majority of alchemists, their pill refinement all stopped on the material level. This path was especially difficult to go from the metaphysical and reach the level of Tao. Reaching this level, it was all about understanding spirit medicines at the level of Tao. The perspective was totally different. The 11 disciples' understanding was from bottom to top. But Yi Yuan's and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's understanding was from top to bottom. It was an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Even though the two of them were not truly towering at the summit, it was not a height that the average person could reach. Gradually, above Feather Mountain, Tao melody reverberated, lingering incessantly. On the entire Feather Mountain, it reverberated with the lingering charm of Tao. Even though the 11 disciples were unable to fully understand things, their strength also stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. This level of Tao debate naturally benefited them a lot. Ha ha ha! Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Yi Yuan, your view really let this emperor become enlightened at once. Wing said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, likewise, senior sacred ancestors' brilliant ideas made this Yi also have a feeling of being enlightened. Suddenly, Wing reined in his expression and said seriously, Yi Yuan, although your Tao is still very immature, it has already revealed its sharpness. As long as you keep walking all the way, you might walk even further than me and the medicine ancestor. With this round of Tao debate, the shock in Wing's heart could not be greater. The depths of Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao, the incisiveness of his insights, all of them were not like what a fledgling kid should have, but rather he seemed to be like an expert with deep accumulations. Even though this was also within reason, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. Especially when Yi Yuan talked about his 60 years of Tao enlightenment gathering the essence of a myriad alchemy Taos, making him be remolded thoroughly anew. Often, some of the insights that Yi Yuan said were all things that he had not even thought about before. At a young age, he could actually have such profound insights, it was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, foods need to be eaten bite by bite. Ever since comprehending the source of alchemy Tao, my alchemy Tao progress has evidently slowed down. The moment these words came out, the faces of each and every one of the disciples revealed strange looks. These words were too pretentious. Other people cultivating alchemy Tao, which one did not calculate in tens of thousands of years. Your 2,000 over years of Tao enlightenment already beat other people's tens of millions of years of comprehension. You were still not satisfied? The hardest thing in alchemy Tao was comprehending the power of source this step. This punk already opened the gates and actually still complained that it was too slow. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, you punk. If these words are said on Feather Mountain, then it's fine. If you go outside and say it, you will probably drown in saliva. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this time, I came precisely to spar with the Heavenspan world's top powerhouses. It's just, I don't know if that person will lower himself and have a match with me, this junior. Wing smiled and said, that will have to depend on your ability, whether or not you can force him out. But you don't look down on the heroes of the world too much either. This Heavenspan world isn't just a medicine ancestor and a sacred ancestor high priest. Although the people who comprehended alchemy Tao source are very few, it's also not like there aren't any. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior, rest assured, this you has an idea in my heart. Wing nodded and said, Amen, I naturally feel assured about you. If you were short-tempered and had a personality that doesn't know the proper way to act, you also wouldn't have today. With the two people's Tao debate coming to an end, both parties benefited a lot. Yi Yuan was originally only muddle-headed about Tao pills, but Wing's Tao debate opened up another door for Yi Yuan. These things were sufficient for him to digest for some time. Finished chatting about these, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and asked curiously, Senior, may I be so bold as to ask what's your realm? Towards the realm division above Deva realm, Yi Yuan was not clear about it. Seeing Wing this time, he naturally had to resolve the doubts in his heart. Wing smiled and said, this emperor has already transcended 4 blight tribulations and is Deva 4th blight realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, with senior strength, you're only Deva 4th blight? Wing laughed in spite of himself and said, Deva blight tribulation isn't as simple as you imagine. The further to the back, the more terrifying. Deva realm powerhouses obtain eternal life and violate heavenly Tao, resulting in heavenly Tao sending down blight tribulations. The goal is to kill martial artists. Therefore, many people can transcend the first blight tribulation, second blight tribulation, but after the third time, there are very few. Even the medicine ancestor is also merely 4th blight realm, that's all. Yi Yuan's mind was in upheaval. Turns out that the existence of the blight tribulation was actually such a purpose. He had always thought that Wing and medicine ancestor were both Deva 5th blight supreme powerhouses. Did not expect that they were only just 4th blight. Then just how strong are Deva 5th blight powerhouses? Can they rival Tao ancestors? Yi Yuan asked. Wing shook his head and said, Tao ancestors control the rules in a region. That's bestowed by heavenly Tao. Even after transcending Deva 5th blight, it's also impossible to be their match. Of course, among Deva 5th blights, there are still some extremely terrifying existences. Their strength might only be a hair's breadth away compared to Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan said in surprise, there's actually still this kind of powerhouse. Does Senior know which powerhouse in the Heavenspan world has such strength? Wing smiled and said, this emperor knows that your relationship with the Jian family is pretty good. The Jian family's ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, is such a terrifying existence. The present Deva 4th Blight, 5th Blight powerhouses were mostly only gradually born after the Doomsday Battle. But I heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is an old monster who survived from the previous epoch. His strength unfathomable. Of course, nobody has seen him take action before either. As for whether or not he can really rival Dao ancestors, there's no way of knowing. Yi Yuan felt a chill as he listened to it. In his understanding, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Medicine Ancestor, and Sacred Ancestor High Priest should be existences on the same level. Who could have thought that he was actually so terrifying? Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he said, then, does Senior know of the existence of the divine race? Wing nodded and said, heard of it, but I don't know about the details. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, then does Senior know that the new Doomsday Battle is about to arrive very soon? The Sacred Ancestor High Priest, who had always been calm and collected. His complexion finally changed. He said in surprise, there's actually still such a thing? How did you know? Yi Yuan recounted the events of the Abyss World and Divine Race, making everyone present have grim expressions after listening. An invisible pressure echoed in the hall. Senior, the Divine Race prepared for an epic. They will surely come down on us like a ton of bricks this time. The sacrificial temple still needs to take precautions early, Yi Yuan said. Wing let out a deep sigh and said, Doomsday Battle. Is this another samsara? No wonder I've been restless recently. It turns out that the reason is actually this. Yi Yuan stayed at Feather Mountain, going into a retreat to digest the gains of these few days. Exchanging the things he learned with a leading authority figure like Wing, he had to admit it was a mentally and physically exhausting thing to do. Even with Yi Yuan's abilities, digesting it was absolutely not an easy thing too. After Heavenly Emperor Just Bright entered Cloudheart Realm, he brought Old Drunkard to go to Cloudheart City to collect spirit medicines. Cloudheart City was the host of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The spirit medicines gathered were countless. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not common wares found on the streets. Even in Cloudheart Realm, one could not buy it as they wished either. Furthermore, 9 refinements Cloud Heaven Pills spirit medicines also belonged to the high-end existence among rank 8 spirit medicines. Wanting to purchase them naturally needed to expend a lot of effort. Old Drunkard coming to this kind of sacred place, he naturally wanted to experience it. Hence, he went with Just Bright. Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and had an even deeper comprehension of Great Tao Source. However, there were many things comprehended this time that were too profound. Yi Yuan was also unable to fully understand them for the time being and could only save it for later to slowly digest. The Tao debate this time also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, these existences' strength. Their strength in alchemy indeed made people feel like they were beholding a great mountain. Yi Yuan, Senior Just Bright and Old Drunkard have already been gone for more than a month, and haven't returned until now. Something wouldn't have happened, right? Bailey Qingyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan had a strange look and said, haven't come back until now? Something might have really happened. But you rest assured they know that Just Bright and Old Drunkard are my people, so they won't harm their lives. The voice had yet to fade when a voice sounded out outside. Great Melancholy Realm's Long Winter requests an audience with Second Sage. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, you see, didn't it come? Reckon that somebody can't stand the loneliness and wants to challenge me. Bailey Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered, the pride in her heart rising. This was the man that she fancied, a man who was already standing on the summit of this heaven-span world. When Heavenly Emperor Long Winter saw Yi Yuan, he felt surprised in his heart. He did not expect that the second sage whose fame shook the alchemy world was actually so young. But very soon his heart settled down. Such a young little fellow, how could he possibly be his young master's match? It seemed like the outside world's rumors about how the second sage was were mostly biased. Thinking up to here, His awe toward second sage this title immediately lessened significantly. Finding me for? Yi Yuan said coolly. Longwinter stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, Longwinter is passing on a message on behalf of young master. My family's young master is great melancholy realm's heavenly emperor Xian's disciple Zhao Zishuan. I believe second sage must have heard of him. Yi Yuan said puzzledly, very sorry. I really never heard of him before. Is great melancholy realm's heavenly emperor Xian very famous? Longwinter was stunned. He then immediately became greatly enraged and said in a solemn voice, Our great melancholy realm is the heaven-span world's alchemy holy land that ranks at the top of the list, and yet you actually pretend that you haven't heard of it? With what you said, this emperor can take it that you're provoking the great melancholy realm. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said speechlessly, never heard before means never heard before. You can't have me pretend to have heard of it, right? He really never heard of great melancholy realm before. Even Cloudheart realm, he only heard of it recently too. As for whatever heavenly emperor Xian, he naturally had not heard of him before. Ever since entering the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's understanding of the alchemy world was limited to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest. He really never paid much attention to other alchemy holy lands. Heavenly Emperor Longwinter said in a great rage, Very good. Second sage's words, Longwinter will definitely bring it and let Lord Xian know. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, up to you. So you're here finding me for? Longwinter said with a gloomy look. Second sage's two followers bumped into my family's young master in the city and have already been detained by us. If second sage wishes to redeem them, please personally make a trip to Cloudheart City. Longwinter originally thought that Yi Yuan would be furious after hearing it and accuse him. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave an "oh" and he then said, let's go then. Finished talking, he already went out of the door. Longwinter discovered that it turned out the whole lot of excuses that he prepared were completely useless. Yi Yuan was after all the sacrificial temple's second sage, his status being equivalent to the various holy lands' number 2 figure. He was extraordinary. If they wanted to find trouble with Yi Yuan, they naturally had to do their homework. But who knew that this guy did not play his cards according to the normal style at all, making him have a feeling of punching on empty space. Longwinter only came back to his senses after a while and hurriedly followed after. Oh, blind thing. Are spirit medicines you also dare to snatch them? Beat viciously for me. Lowly lackey. Not hitting you. You won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhao Zishuan said viscously. By the side, a handsome young man said, Hoo, brother Zishuan, what are you being angry with two lowly lackeys for? After their master comes, let's seek out justice again. Another young man said, really didn't expect that second sage's fame is so great, but he actually can't manage his subordinates. What a disgrace. In the busy city, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and Old Drunkard were hung upside down on a stand, their bodies full of whip marks, looking very wretched. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. These two people's lives were naturally unharmed, but doing so was clearly humiliating him, slapping his face. Although Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was powerful, how could great melancholy realm this sort of top holy land lack ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Heavenly Emperor Longwinter himself was a ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor mighty expert. Longwinter came before Zhao Zishuan and said with a bow, Young master, second sage is here. The few young men looked towards Yi Yuan one after another. Seeing Yi Yuan's young face, they felt contempt in their hearts. This is the famous second sage? Hoo, these two subordinates of yours are too unruly. The heavenly sunflower that this young master took fancy on, they actually dared to snatch. This young master didn't give, and they actually even dared to insult me with words. No choice. This young master can only help you to discipline them. Zhao Zishuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a chuckle. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw Yi Yuan, he had an abashed look. The heavenly sunflower was a core ingredient of the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill. He walked all over Cloudheart City and finally found it in a medicinal store. But as soon as he went in, the heavenly sunflower just happened to be bought by Zhao Zishuan and Co. He was anxious in his heart and hurriedly found Zhao Zishuan and company, wanting to buy it over. Zhao Zixuan and company were very disdainful toward Heavenly Emperor Just Bright with their words. The intent of provocation was very thick. However, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw that Zhao Zixuan and company were not strong. Plus, the clothes they were wearing were not overly garish, hence, he underestimated them. With a few exchanges, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly became greatly enraged and was about to take care of Zhao Zixuan. Few people who knew that at this time, several formidable powerhouses suddenly jumped out, restraining him all at once. Only then did Zhao Zixuan and the rest reveal their identities, scaring Heavenly Emperor Just Bright out of his wits. Each one of these few people actually all had great backgrounds. They were the Heavenspan world's top alchemy Holy Land's disciples. No matter how stupid he was, he also understood. He was fished. These few fellows pretended to be a pig in order to eat a tiger, intentionally baiting him. No wonder he traveled all over Cloudheart City and still could not purchase the heavenly sunflower. He's the legendary second sage? Looks very ordinary. Yeah, he's so young. How strong can he be? Looks like the name falls short of reality. Second sage might only be highly talented. That's why he's valued by sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan's fame had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. Everyone's expectations of him were too high. As the saying went, to know a man by reputation is not as good as meeting him face to face. The feeling that Yi Yuan's appearance gave people was that it could not be trusted. Even a peerless genius like Zhao Zixuan also had more than 100,000 years spent on cultivating alchemy. An alchemy genius at Zhao Zixuan's age, it was originally impossible to acknowledge Heavenly Emperor Xian as master. These alchemy holy lands have long already had disciples spread like branches and leaves, with students all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Xian made an exception to take Zhao Zixuan in as a disciple. It could be seen how terrifying his alchemy talent was. As for the few people by the side, their talent and strength were all not inferior to Zhao Zixuan. In contrast, Yi Yuan was weak to the max at first glance. Heh, wonder if Lord Second Sage should give us an explanation or not. Zhao Zixuan said smugly. He had reason on his side. Furthermore, his background was deep, so he was not afraid of Yi Yuan finding fault. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "So what if Yi Yuan's followers insulted you? So what if they snatched your spirit medicines? They have this qualification. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Arrogant, overbearing. He, Second Sage, did not stoop to play whatever games with you at all." Zhao Zixuan and the rest were stunned when they heard that. They took the side of reason and could be said to have racked their brains in order to set this up. But who knew that Yi Yuan did not capitulate at all, not playing cards according to the rules? Zhao Zixuan sneered and said, Hoo, if Second Sage really has the strength of Second Sage, there's naturally no one who dares to refute this. But do you have this strength? Without this strength, you want to use your status to suppress us? I'm very sorry. The few of our identities are not what you can intimidate willy-nilly either. The few people all had scornful looks on their faces. A brat still wet behind his ears also dares to put on airs in front of them. Was Second Sage very impressive? Going to make you lose all standing and reputation today. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't they come up with so many tricks in order to force me to take action? As you guys wish." Zhao Zixuan and the rest were overjoyed. This punk delivered himself to the doorstep. Then it could not be blamed on them anymore. The few of them were all major Holy Land's direct lineage disciples, with their statuses being extraordinary. The title of Second Sage could intimidate others, but it really could not scare them. "Heh! This is what Second Sage yourself said," Zhao Zixuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Against you, these juniors originally, this sage was disdainful to take action. But not beating the few of your little fellows into submission, probably can't avoid there being some people who have devious thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll make the few of you the first target." Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Juniors? Little fellows? This tone behaved like such a senior. Bearing the title of Second Sage, he did not even know what his surname was anymore? Zhao Zixuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so?" Then today, the few of us will witness Second Sage's strength. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, My strength? Just the likes of you can't see it yet. Your family's ancestor coming out is more like it. Ignorant. Wildly arrogant. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The people were enraged when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words were putting himself onto the position of the heaven-span world's pinnaclemost alchemists. This guy was also too shameless. It seemed like after receiving the title of Second Sage, he really became unbelievably inflated. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Oh, right, if I win, let the two of them go and apologize to them, and then hand the spirit medicine to them. Otherwise, this Yi will go and ask medicine ancestor for an explanation. Zhao Zixuan had a disdainful look as he said, Fine. If you win against us, what's the harm in apologizing? It's just that I'm afraid that your reputation will be destroyed today. Heh, you even want to find the medicine ancestor to ask for an explanation. I'm afraid that you won't have the face to meet him. You're looking down on the heroes of the world too much. The few of us have followed our masters for many years and already acquired much of their true legacy. Just you wait to lose. Yi Yuan did not express any opinion and said coolly, No need to make it so complicated. You guys set up the question. Each person refine a medicinal pill that they are best at. If I were to lose to any of you, it's considered my loss. Yi Yuan did not take these few guys seriously at all. Too weak. It was just that these words sounded too conceited to others. Every one of them who was present was a rising star of the alchemy world. They were existences that would shock the world in the future. Nobody dared to deny their talent. Furthermore, the domain that each of them was adept at was different. Even if it was an ordinary alchemy major power, they also did not dare to say such words. After all, those major powers were formidable but had their own shortcomings too. These shortcomings were not considered shortcomings in front of some people. But in front of someone like Zhao Zixuan, it would be magnified infinitely. When Zhao Zixuan heard that, he smiled coldly and said, This is what you said. Yi Yuan said impatiently, Start your performance then. Bang. The few people took out medicinal cauldrons from their storage rings and actually started refining pills on the streets. That's Shenyuan Cauldron. There's also Brutal Wind Cauldron, Cloud Mist Cauldron. My God, these are all renowned peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures. These Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures were medicinal cauldrons that Heavenly Emperor Xian they all used back then before they became famous. I didn't expect that they were passed to them. With these precious cauldrons, the quality of the medicinal pills will definitely go up another level. Heh. I want to see how Second Sage cleans up the mess. These few disciples had clearly obtained their elders' showing of favor, bestowing upon them precious cauldrons that made a name for themselves back then. With these precious cauldrons, their strength would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. At this time, there were already quite a number of people waiting to watch the joke. Second Sage might be very talented, but he was too haughty. These young masters present were not ordinary people. Zhao Zixuan and the rest discussed for a bit. The corners of each and every one of their mouths revealed a smug look. When everyone saw this scene, they palpated with fear and anxiety. These guys were definitely going to pose difficult problems to Yi Yuan. Second Sage, the medicinal pill that I'm refining is the 7 Treasures Blood Congealing Pill. Watch closely. Zhao Zixuan gave a cold laugh, sending one spirit medicine after another into the medicinal cauldron. Another said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, Second Sage, what I'm refining is the 9 Apertures Heavenly Dust Pill. Watch closely. Second Sage, what I'm refining is the Zhengyi Imperial Extreme Pill. Zhao Zixuan the side had a total of 5 people. Each time they reported the name of a medicinal pill, the faces of the people at the sides became a little more shocked. These medicinal pills were too obscure. Not only were they obscure, but the refining difficulty was also very high. 5 types of medicinal pills could be said to be 5 extremes. It was simply impossible for ordinary alchemists to be adept at these 5 kinds of medicinal pills at the same time. Even if Yi Yuan could refine them, it was also impossible for the quality of the medicinal pills to surpass these 5 people at the same time. Heh, this is fun now. This is the price of looking down on Alchemy Holy Land's direct lineage disciples. The price is losing all standing and reputation. No matter what, Second Sage also won't dare to accept this kind of challenge. This is equivalent to looking for abuse. Everyone around shook their heads one after another. Zhao Zixuan 5 people were well-deserving of being the disciples of ancestor-class powerhouses. The moment they made their moves, the momentum was astonishing. 5 powerful auras billowed to the sky, attracting more and more people to surround and watch, cries of exclamations lingering in the ears incessantly. These 5 people were all extraordinary, but their refining methods were quite different. What they were refining represented 5 extremes, just like the 5 vertices of a pentagon. Unless your alchemy strength was balanced to the extreme, otherwise, wanting to win the 5 people at the same time was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Alchemy techniques were eternally changing, but those that could attain the level of an ancestor, which one did not go through endless tempering. Their unique techniques all had extremely unique aspects. Even if Zhao Zixuan and the rest only learned 1,000th of it, it was also sufficient to sweep across a region. Moreover, these 5 people each had their own strengths. The medicinal pills that they refined were all fields that they were proficient in. Furthermore, it was very obscure. The 5 of them had clearly already discussed it. It was to embarrass Yi Yuan. In terms of seniority, they were all a generation younger than Yi Yuan. Doing so, no one dared to criticize or comment. A powerhouse like Zhao Zixuan normally rarely took action. The moment he made his move at this time, he immediately overawed others by a show of strength, arousing a wave of exclamations. Quite a few people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan, thinking that he was screwed for sure this time. I originally thought that for Second Sage to be able to be valued by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, he must have aspects that surpass others. But I didn't expect that he's an egomaniac. Being able to be taken in as a disciple by someone of an ancestor class, which one could be an ordinary person. This Second Sage underestimated the enemy too much. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest was to lose, what he loses won't just be his own face. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face will also be slapped resoundingly. In the crowd, 2 figures exchanged a glance and smiled. These 2 people were precisely Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather and Lang Tianhao's elder brother, Lang Tianqi. Zhao Zixuan and the rest were instigated precisely by Lang Tianqi. Although Lang Tianqi was the Medicine Ancestor's grand pupil, actually, the Medicine Ancestor's seniority was half a generation above even the various major ancestors. Hence, even though Lang Tianqi had a lower level of seniority, his friendship with Zhao Zixuan and the rest was still pretty good. After all, who did not wish to curry favor with the Medicine Ancestor's lineage? He could not personally take action and could only borrow the hands of Zhao Zixuan and the rest to deal with Yi Yuan. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually fell for it just like this, coming up with such a way to compete in alchemy. It was really own self looking for abuse. Hoo-hoo. This emperor wants to see how the exalted Second Sage steps down from the stage this time, Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather said with a cold laugh. Humph. If not for Master not letting me take action, I'd be able to waste him by myself. Just a little bastard who's still wet behind his ears. Does he really take himself to be someone important? Lang Tianqi said disdainfully. The Medicine Ancestor's lineage had always regarded themselves highly. Whatever Second Sage was nothing in Lang Tianqi's eyes at all. If it was some reclusive elder, then forget it. Yet Yi Yuan was a snotty brat. Why would he take him seriously? The Heavenspan world's so-called alchemy geniuses were practically all gathered here. Even if this Second Sage was very formidable, how heaven-defying could he be? However, Zhao Zixuan and the others, their strengths are really strong enough. It's probably not beneath yours already, Azurefeather praised. Lang Tianqi nodded and said, the 5 of them are all geniuses that are hard to come across in a million years. In terms of talent, they are absolutely not beneath those few disciples of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Even I also don't dare to say that I can definitely win, and yet this punk really dares to be careless. But like this is good as well. Finally, I vented this frustration for little Hao. After this punk loses all standing and reputation, I'll slowly deal with him. Azurefeather's eyes were full of hatred and he said, the humiliation of kneeling. This emperor will definitely make him pay a hemorrhaging price. 5 days passed in a twinkle. This alchemy battle attracted more and more people's attention. There were even some Deva realm powerhouses who joined in too. The refinement of Zhao Zixuan and the rest already came to an end as well. Condense. Zhao Zixuan gave a cold cry. The light faded. A rank 8 divine pill was fresh out of the furnace. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Zhao Zixuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, "How is it, second sage? A void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill can still enter your arcane sights, right?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Amen. It's barely considered enough to enter my sights." This Zhao Zixuan's strength was indeed considered very good among the young generation already. Among the so-called alchemy geniuses that Yi Yuan had encountered, he was indeed ridiculously formidable. It was just a pity that his opponent was Yi Yuan. With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone naturally thought otherwise, thinking that he was puffing himself up at his own cost. The 7 treasures blood congealing pill was a rank 8 divine pill. Furthermore, it belonged to an aberrant class among rank 8 divine pills and was extremely hard to refine. For Zhao Zixuan to be able to refine a void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill, it was sufficient to see how powerful his strength was. One had to know for ordinary 8-star alchemy gods to be able to refine high-grade or superior-grade medicinal pills, it was already very impressive. Not only Zhao Zixuan refined divine grade, but he also even refined a void spirit divine pill. This level was far from what ordinary 8-star alchemy gods could compare to. His refinement already exceeded everyone's imagination. The moment these words came out, it immediately caused a great sensation, cries of exclamations rising and ebbing like waves. In the crowd, a middle-aged man called out, "Master Zixuan, I wonder if you're selling this 7 treasures blood congealing pill or not. I'm 7-star establishment's Mu Taixing. I'm willing to buy this medicinal pill with 1 billion superior grade divine essence stones." Another person said in a clear voice, "Heh, 1 billion, and you want to buy a void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill? Master Zixuan, I, Bright Mirror Pavilion's Fang Tianren, offers 2 billion. I'll offer 2.5 billion. Mu Taixing did not back down in the slightest. "I'll offer 3 billion, Fang Tianren said again. "You." Mu Taixing's expression choked up. He could not quite bear this price anymore. While Fang Tianren had a proud look on his face. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses had their own circles. Rank 8 divine pills basically would not circulate in the secular world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was formidable, but he was just dealing in the business of mortals. But Mu Taixing and Fang Tianren, those two were truly major powers of a region, powerhouses who did the business of heavenly emperors. Zhao Zixuan maintained his composure, watching the two people vie with each other. Only at this time did he smile and say, "Are the two of you not going to wait? There's still a second sage here. Since he has the title of second sage, I believe that the grade he refined should be higher than mine." Fang Tianren gave Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on him? His hair isn't even fully grown yet. Even if he is astonishingly talented, it's also impossible to refine such high-quality medicinal pills." Haha, second sage? Really makes people laugh their heads off. Yi Yuan also gave him a glance, remembering this person. He had no intentions of finding trouble with anyone, but this kind of idiot was naturally added to the blacklist by him. Looking at what? Not convinced? If even a snotty brat like you can become second sage, then wouldn't Master Zixuan become a saint? In order to obtain the medicinal pill, Fang Tianren also went all out, directly stepping on Yi Yuan to flatter Zhao Zixuan. Witnessing Zhao Zixuan 5 people's strength, there was already no one present who felt that Yi Yuan would win. After all, Zhao Zixuan's strength already exceeded their understanding. Sure enough, Zhao Zixuan was a real sucker for this, and said with a smile, "Pavilion Lord Fang indeed knows how to do business. After this is over, I'll sell it to you." The moment Fang Tianren heard, he could not help being overjoyed and gave thanks repeatedly. Finally, he even gave Mu Taixing a glance like putting on a show of force, being extremely proud of himself. Void Spirit 9 Apertures Heavenly Dust Pill. Void Spirit Zhangyi Imperial Extreme Pill. Very soon, the other 4 people also completed the refinement one after another. With one medicinal pill after another coming out of the furnace, one wave after another of high tide stirred up all around. The medicinal pills that these 5 people refined were actually all void spirit divine pills. Of course, in terms of quality, it was still Zhao Zishuan's that was the best, slightly winning the others by a notch. Furthermore, the moment the few medicinal pills came out of the furnace, they were bought by Fang Tianren at a high price. Bright Mirror Pavilion was clearly loaded as hell. 5 medicinal pills directly cost him close to 15 billion superior-grade divine essence stones. One had to know a superior-grade divine essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 high-grade divine essence stones. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, Void Spirit Divine Grade rank 8 divine pills. As long as it was sold, he could make a big killing. After all, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were mostly not short of money. As long as there were good medicinal pills, they were willing to spend this money. It was just that rank 8 divine pills were too hard to come across. They had nowhere to buy it even if they had money too. Second Sage, the few of us have served as a modest spur, so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. It's your turn now. With so many people are watching, you shouldn't let them down, right? Zhao Zishuan said with a smug look. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Amen, the few of you should still have spirit medicines on hand, right?" Rank 8 spirit medicines were all extremely precious. A stock of spirit medicine would definitely be used to the utmost extent. Zhao Zishuan smiled coldly and said, "Naturally have, Second Sage wants to refine, will naturally offer it up with both hands." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Can't take your things for free. Otherwise, after the medicinal pills are refined, wouldn't you all take advantage of it for free?" The spirit medicines came from the 5 of them. Logically speaking, the ownership of the medicinal pills should be theirs. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them get off cheaply for nothing. Zhao Zishuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Does that mean that Second Sage is going to buy them?" Yi Yuan ignored him. Walking in front of Mu Taisheng, he said coolly, "You pay this sum of money, and then the medicinal pills refined belong to you. Are you willing or not?" Mu Taisheng was stunned. There was actually still such a good thing? Just as he was hesitating, Fang Tianren ridiculed again, "Hurry up and agree to it. Second Sage taking action, it will definitely be even higher than Void Spirit grade, such a good thing. There won't be this shop after passing by this village." Ha ha ha. Done talking. Fang Tianren burst into laughter. Compared to finished medicinal pills, the cost of spirit medicines was naturally not much. But the likelihood of Yi Yuan successfully refining the 5 medicinal pills was negligible. If the quality was also not high, it would be tantamount to him doing a loss-making deal. However, Fang Tianren's mocking smile deeply triggered him. Mu Taisheng gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, "Buddha needs incense and a man needs self-respect. I'll buy it. I am not scared." Second Sage, "I, Mu Taisheng, will bet on this." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "A very wise choice." Fang Tianren laughed loudly and said, "Indeed a win-win cooperation, impressive, impressive." In the end, Mu Taisheng spent 1.5 billion superior-grade divine essence stones and bought the spirit medicines for the 5 types of spirit medicines from the 5 people's hands. At this time, Zhao Zishuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "With Second Sage's status, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron should be a Dao artifact, right? Can you take it out and let us broaden our horizons?" He naturally knew that Yi Yuan did not have a Dao artifact on him, and so he was intentionally squeezing Yi Yuan. How could Dao artifacts be what anybody could have? The medicinal cauldrons on them, those were all top-grade existences, everyone envious of it. The exalted Second Sage could not very well lose to them in medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Medicinal cauldron? What's that? Only trash like you will treat a medicinal cauldron like a treasure." Zhao Zishuan burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "No medicinal cauldron. Can you still magic medicinal pills out of thin air?" Second Sage, indeed well-deserving of being Second Sage, broadening our horizons. Ha ha ha. A wave of guffaws came from all around. But right at this time Yi Yuan made a move. It was only to see him lightly tap the void. An elementary form of a grand array was currently being sketched out rapidly. As Yi Yuan constructed the array formation, he sent spirit medicines into the array formation, his movements incomparably swift. Formation Dao Pill Refinement. He He's actually using formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills. What a profound array formation. I totally can't understand what he's doing. These 5 kinds of medicinal pills don't have records of formation Dao pill refinement at all. Can he really refine rank 8 divine pills? After experiencing initial shock, everyone started doubting again one after another. After all, using formation Dao to refine rank 8 divine pills was what many ancestors could not accomplish either. Formation Dao and alchemy Dao were 2 completely different great Daos. Especially reaching rank 8 divine pill this level, the grand array needed to be used was too complicated. Ordinary alchemists could not develop it at all. Hence, after seeing Yi Yuan refining pills with formation Dao, everyone's first reaction was them being surprised. And the second reaction was disbelief. Zhao Zixuan sneered and said, "Courting people's favor by doing something sensational. The difficulty of these 5 kinds of medicinal pills is extremely high. Furthermore, they are extremely obscure. It's simply impossible to use formation Dao to refine them." However, he did not understand what was the source of formation Dao. The so-called source of formation Dao was standing from the angle of the source to analyze the array formation. Only knowing alchemy Dao source and not knowing formation Dao source, it would naturally be impossible to refine pills. Only knowing formation Dao source and not understanding alchemy Dao source, one would similarly not be able to refine it. However, how many people in this heavenspan world could be the same as Yi Yuan, comprehending 2 great powers of source at the same time? The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. He kept sending spirit medicines into the array formation to refine unceasingly. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that he sent in did not start from the 7 treasures blood congealing pill but appeared rather disorderly and unsystematic. Sometimes what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the 7 treasures blood congealing pill. At other times what he sent in were the spirit medicines of the Zhangyi Imperial Extreme pill. All in all, it was disorderly. When everyone saw this scene, they revealed a disdainful look even more. Even if it was formation Dao pill refinement, how could it be refined like this? It was simply neither here nor there. Fang Tianren laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha ha. A man needs self-respect. Mu Taixing, I want to see how you earn this self-respect. The way he's doing it, your 1.5 billion will all go down the drain. What dogfart second sage? Complete baloney." Mu Cheshing's expression was livid, his heart sinking to rock bottom. Suddenly he had a feeling of being played. Yi Yuan doing it like this, he was really going to lose everything. Not only was this second sage unworthy of the title, but he was also simply full of shit. How could he have been blind and bet on him? Facing Fang Tianren's mocking, he actually could not find any words to refute it. Helpless, he could only heave a sigh and planned on turning around and leaving. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's formation Dao also neared its end already. 5 formations chain, formations arise. Pill condense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted loudly. This massive formation finally started operating fully. For a moment, light shone brilliantly. That blinding light shot straight into the sky, dazzling everyone until they could not open their eyes. That terrifying undulation could be heard audibly throughout Cloudheart City. A grand array that refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time. How shocking was the commotion. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that large formation in amazement. Struck dumb with amazement. They seemed to have forgotten about time. After the light dissipated, 5 crystal-clear medicinal pills were suspended in the air quietly. Hiss! There were sounds of cold air being sucked in all around. The scene before their eyes had clearly already exceeded their understanding. Yi Yuan set up 5 large formations in one breath, then activated the 5 large formations at the same time, refining 5 rank 8 divine pills. This kind of means, forget about seeing it. They had never even heard of it before. Marvelous work of art. Inconceivable. Is this second sage's strength? Truly ridiculously strong. Just based on this move, second sage has already attained mastery, becoming an ancestor-class powerhouse. We were all duped by his age. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is Sacred Ancestor High Priest. His eyesight is really sharp. The title of second sage is well-deserved. The originally doubtful voices all turned into exclamations at this time. Yi Yuan's strength already completely subdued them. The Mu Taixing, who had just walked out not far away, suddenly turned around, two eyes shining. The vast spirit divine pill. When he spoke, Mu Taixing's chest was heaving up and down, even his voice was trembling. Clearly, he was extremely excited. Rank 8 vast spirit divine pills were several times more valuable than void spirit divine pills. Furthermore, there was demand but no supply. One had to know Zhao Zixuan, and the rest practically represented the peak standard of 8-star alchemy gods already. Even some senior 8-star alchemy gods, their standards were far inferior to them as well. When they took action, they could merely just refine void spirit divine pills too. This showed that the void spirit divine pills circulating on the market were already very, very few. As for vast spirit divine pills, it was virtually extinct. Vast spirit divine pill. Ha ha ha, vast spirit divine pill. Rich. Really hit the jackpot this time. Fang Tianren, weren't you showing off just now? Didn't you say that second sage wasn't even dog fart? Open your dog eyes and look at how strong second sage is. Mu Taixing had been holding his anger the whole time. At this time, he finally released it without any reservation. Fang Tianren was long already struck senseless, looking at those 5 medicinal pills in a daze, his entire person in a dumbfounded state. His medicinal pills were purchased for 3 billion a pop. This price itself was already very high. Even if he were to increase the price, it could at most sell for 4 billion. But Mu Taixing's medicinal pill? He only paid the cost price, 300 million a pop. Vast spirit divine pills had demand but no supply. Even if it was 20 billion each, there would absolutely be heavenly emperors who were willing to buy too. 5 medicinal pills were 100 billion. 1.5 billion exchanging for 100 billion. Fang Tianren felt like his brain was somewhat overwhelmed. How could it be? How was this possible? This young second sage who had just stepped into heavenly emperor realm, how could he possibly refine such a high-quality rank 8 divine pill? This time, he really made an error of judgment. Actually, he did not make much money from these few medicinal pills either. It was just that he could not afford to offend those few little ancestors either, so he could only swallow the bitterness himself. Zhao Zixuan's complexion was ashen, only feeling like his understanding was subverted. Using Formation Dao pill refinement, he refined all 5 of these extreme medicinal pills. Furthermore, the grade was even higher than theirs. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan did not go all out. He only refined 5 medicinal pills at the same time in order to save trouble. If he refined it one by one, the quality of the medicinal pills would definitely be higher than now. It might even be possible to attain End Spirit Divine grade. This is impossible. How can Formation Dao pill refinement possibly be refined like you did? How did you do it? Zhao Zixuan was battered out of his senses as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too weak and can't understand it. That's all. You feel that it's impossible for me to reach your level at this age. But that's just because your understanding limited your imagination. In Alchemy Dao, being this Yes Jr. isn't unjust for you all." Zhao Zixuan 5 people were all battered out of their senses. Their confidence was shattered until there was not an unscathed spot. All along, they had always considered themselves to be number 1 alchemy geniuses. These few people normally did not yield to anyone, all thinking that they were number 1 below the heavens. But today, Yi Yuan shattered their pride into smithereens in a crushing manner. "Let them go, apologize." Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned sullen and he said in an aggressive manner, "Carrying the might of a great victory." Yi Yuan's voice could make the deaf hear and the blind see. The expressions of Zhao Zixuan and the rest changed suddenly. Finally, they were unable to withstand Yi Yuan's pressure and announced release. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright 2 people saw Yi Yuan, their old faces could not help turning red, very embarrassed. They had lived to a ripe old age, but were schemed against by a few little fellows, and even caused Yi Yuan to expose himself in public. They more or less felt a little bad in their hearts. Yi Yuan did not express much, but he looked at Zhao Zixuan and said in a solemn voice, "Apologize." The faces of Zhao Zixuan and the rest flickered incessantly. Agreeing previously was because they felt that they would win for sure. Who knew that it would actually end in a disastrous defeat? These few days of alchemy battle already attracted countless powerhouses. Now, apologizing in front of so many people was equivalent to damaging the reputation of their own masters. Thinking up to here, he stiffened his neck and said, "Already release the people. What's there to apologize? This matter was originally your followers offending us first. So no matter how the logic goes, I'm on the side of reason too. Me teaching them a lesson is perfectly justified." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping across the other few faces, and he said in a solemn voice, "The few of you are the same too?" The other few naturally were not willing to diminish their family's prestige too. How could they possibly apologize in public? Of course, this matter was originally your subordinates' fault. Want to apologize, it should also be them apologizing. Heh, even if you're second sage, you also can't be unreasonable, right? Why, looking at second sage's appearance, could it be that you're going to use force? It's just that your followers' strength is too weak. These few people were all extremely arrogant. The followers that they brought were all Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperors. Wanting to wreck Heavenly Emperor just bright was all too casual for them. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and left, walking toward the crowd. Zhao Zixuan and the rest thought that Yi Yuan was leaving just like that and said disdainfully, "Heh, so what if second sage? Merely a brat who just entered Heavenly Emperor. That's all. If I don't apologize, what can you do to me?" As Yi Yuan walked, the crowd automatically parted. But in the crowd, there were two people who were very awkward. These two people were precisely Ling Tianqi and Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather. The trap that they carefully set up actually became the battle that achieved Yi Yuan's fame. What irony. However, they hid in the crowd and even thought that Yi Yuan did not discover them. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually went straight towards them? Nowhere to avoid. Who knew that Yi Yuan walked past them as if no one had seen them? Yi Yuan continued ahead, gradually walking in front of someone and said calmly, "Brother Zijin, you guys are the host. Is your Cloud Heart City going to care about this matter or not?" This person was precisely Heavenly Emperor Zijin. It turned out that he was also hiding in the crowd, observing Yi Yuan's alchemy strength. Honestly speaking, he was really taken aback. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually won in such a manner. Too exciting. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually found him in the crowd at a glance and came to question him. Heavenly Emperor Zijin also had another identity. That was Cloud Heart City's lord. This matter should be managed by him. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with difficulty, "Second sage, this matter was originally your own problem. I feel that Zhao Zixuan, they all aren't wrong." Zijin thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a rage and then Yi Yuan would question him loudly. But the result was unexpected. Yi Yuan just nonchalantly said, "Understood," then turned around and left. Heh, what second sage? Merely a wuss. He doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Lung Tianqi said with a disdainful look. Zhao Zixuan also smiled and said, "No matter how formidable his alchemy Dao, he's also merely a brat. I reckon that he might be going back to cry to sacred ancestor high priest right now." Ha ha, everyone guffawed with laughter. What kind of status does sacred ancestor high priest have? How can he possibly forcibly stand up for this minor thing? This kid is still too young. Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather also said disdainfully. But Heavenly Emperor Zijin frowned slightly, kept on feeling that something was not quite right. He did not understand much about Yi Yuan, but looking at Yi Yuan's attitude towards Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather previously, he did not seem like someone who yielded so easily. Just as he was musing, Zhao Zixuan and the rest came over to give thanks. "Many thanks to Lord Zijin for your righteous actions. Zixuan is endlessly grateful." Heavenly Emperor Zijin smiled and said, "This emperor was just telling the truth. Zixuan doesn't have to be courteous." Zhao Zixuan said hatefully, "Second sage is indeed a rare alchemy genius, but his behavior is a little too overbearing. Clearly was in the wrong and he still wanted to force us to apologize, truly preposterous." Zijin nodded and said, "This matter, second sage was indeed in the wrong." Actually, they naturally knew in their hearts as well. This matter was planned out by them in the first place. Zhao Zixuan also knew it in his heart. Hence, no matter what, Heavenly Emperor Zijin also would not stand on Yi Yuan's side. Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? This side was just discussing animatedly when a thunderous voice rolled over from a distance. Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. These 10 words could make the deaf hear and the blind see, echoing throughout the entire Cloud Heart City. Everyone trembled all over, immediately revealing looks of astonishment. What? Second Sage He is actually going to challenge the mountain? Cloud Summer Mountain, that's where Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove is staying. This is going to be a big trouble now. Everyone's gazes all gathered on a youth in brocade beside Zhao Zixuan. The youth in brocade was called Zhu Tianxiang, who was precisely Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove's proud disciple. Challenging the mountain. This is a blatant face-slapping behavior. Is Second Sage planning on challenging a holy land by himself? Too crazy. Too crazy. You're wrong. Most likely, his goal isn't just a Cloud Summer Mountain. What? You mean? Everyone's gazes looked over toward Zhao Zixuan 5 people once more. Second Sage's goal was not just a Cloud Summer Mountain, but it was to challenge the 5 great holy lands. They guessed correctly. Yi Yuan's goal was precisely to challenge the 5 great holy lands. Weren't you guys not apologizing? Fine. Then I'll slap until your entire holy land lose all reputation. Heavenly Emperor Zijin and Zhao Zixuan and company were clearly together. They were working in cahoots. There was nowhere for Yi Yuan to reason it out even if he wanted to. Therefore, he might as well not reason things out. Since you were unreasonable, then I'll be unreasonable too. I'll beat you until you yield. The so-called challenging mountain was Yi Yuan challenging all of Cloud Summer Mountain's powerhouses all the way from the foot of the mountain up. As long as there was anyone who was not convinced, they could come forward and fight. This sort of action required extremely powerful strength, as well as immensely strong courage. Who in the present world dared to say that they could definitely win these few ancestor-level powerhouses? Yi Yuan doing so was betting his own reputation and the priest temple's reputation. At the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, alchemy powerhouses were plentiful like clouds. One could say that it gathered the entire Heavenspan world's alchemy powerhouses. Once Yi Yuan failed, not only would he become the alchemy world's laughingstock, even the entire sacrificial temple would become the alchemy world's laughingstock. After all, Yi Yuan was not some low-level minor character. He was the priest temple's second sage. Of course, if Yi Yuan won, then Heavenly Emperor Maple Grove's lineage would become the entire alchemy world's laughingstock. One person sweeping across an entire holy land. There was no way it would not be humiliating. Sacrificial Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. The entire Cloud Heart City exploded. Before coming, everyone had heard of the title of Second Sage resoundingly like the roar of thunder. But no one could have thought that Second Sage was actually so tough, challenging the mountain at a word of disagreement. Zhu Tianxiang smiled coldly and said, "This guy is crazy, right? Who does he think he is? Apart from those few in this world, who dares to say that they can definitely win Master? Having the title of Second Sage, does he really think that he is an ancestor-level powerhouse?" Zhao Zixuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, it's really making me die of laughter. Just now, I was really intimidated by this guy. After messing around for so long, this guy is just a kid who hasn't grown up, acting out of spite here? At this time, that one on Feather Mountain is likely currently stamping with rage, right?" After Heavenly Emperor Zijin was shocked, he also laughed in spite of himself and said, "I underestimated this one's temper, to actually do such an action that seeks death. With this, the mess can't be cleaned up anymore even if we want to." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference had not officially started yet, and the atmosphere was already pushed to the climax by Yi Yuan. His action thoroughly ignited the quiet Myriad Region Alchemy Conference all at once. Regardless of whether it was those giants or small fries, currently everyone's gazes were all focused on Cloud Summer Mountain. The crowd rushed out of the city like a tide, heading towards Cloud Summer Mountain. How could one miss such a grand occasion? Priest Temple's Yi Yuan requests to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out for the third time. The entire Cloud Summer Mountain could hear it clearly. At the top of Cloud Summer Mountain, inside the Great Hall, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's brows were tightly locked. In front of him, his disciples were all extremely enraged. Master, this punk really takes himself to be some big shot to actually dare provoke a great Holy Land. Master, I can go and get rid of him by myself. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove frowned and said, This emperor didn't provoke the priest temple. Why did this boy do such an astonishing action? Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze turned intent and he said, Where's Xianxia? The moment the group of disciples looked, Zhu Tianxiang was indeed not around. They understood this youngest apprentice brother very well. With his temperament, he should have long appeared. Master, youngest apprentice brother, and Zhao Zixuan, they all went to Cloudheart City. Eldest senior brother Yun Windborn said. Everyone's faces changed, immediately guessing what was going on. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, This scoundrelly punk, too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, the priest temple. This old man doesn't dare to provoke either. But he's actually being the bird who takes the lead. Yun Windborn's expression was complicated as he said, Master, then should we meet the challenge or not? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove snorted coldly and said, Of course we accept the challenge. He already came to the doorstep. Could it be that we can still be cowardly turtles? This way, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world, saying that we don't even dare to deal with a little brat? Zhiling, you bring the junior apprentice brothers to go and guard the pass. He, young and aggressive, this emperor is also very curious about this second sage. Today, I want to see whether or not he's really as formidable as the stories I heard. Ha ha! This boy repeatedly does alarming things. Blocking the door and face, slapping, truly overbearing. Inside Feather Mountain's great hall, Sacred Ancestor High Priest burst into laughter. Yi Yuan's action caused such a great commotion. Sacred Ancestor High Priest would know even if he did not want to. Master, with second sage messing around like this, if he loses, what he loses will be our face. Eldest disciple said. Yeah, Master? Take the chance that challenging the mountain hasn't begun yet. You should make a move and stop this absurd move. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove has already been famous for a long time. He's absolutely not an existence that second sage can shake. Third disciple said. Sacred Ancestor High Priest swept across the faces of his disciples and said with a big smile, Why do I have to stop it? Such an exciting great show. How boring would it be to stop it? Face. How much is face worth? The few of you have been in a high position for too long, and you have long already forgotten your initial intention. Face isn't what others give to you, but you vying for it yourself. The reason why you all have face is because Master's strength is powerful enough. Master doesn't have face. It's because Master's strength isn't as powerful as medicine ancestors. Nothing more. The group of disciples trembled all over, all revealing expressions of shame. GMO was silent for a moment, and then he spoke up. Master, if Lord Second Sage is defeated, what should we do? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said indifferently. Lose then lose? What's the big deal? Some people, if they lose, then they are really defeated, while others will become braver in the face of setbacks. Which type do you think this boy is? GMO said without thinking. Lord Second Sage's temperament is extremely steadfast and persevering. So he's the latter. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded and said, Therefore, he won't lose. Regardless of getting a win or a loss, the victor will be him. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's words were somewhat awkward sounding, but the meaning was very clear. If he won, Yi Yuan's name would become renowned throughout the Heavenspan world, and he would rise to the rank of ancestors from there. If he lost, Yi Yuan would definitely reflect on the bitter lesson and learn his lesson from the failure. No matter what, Yi Yuan was already in a position that could not be defeated. GMO was shocked, suddenly feeling that Yi Yuan's operation was full marks. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said smilingly, This boy is clear about what he's doing. This boy isn't somebody who causes trouble for no reason. You go and investigate the reason why he suddenly wants to challenge Cloud Summer Mountain. Yes, master. GMO received the order and left. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind him, climbed up the steps, neither hurriedly nor slowly. The commotion stirred so much. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove to not receive the move. After all, ancestors have the pride of ancestors. A large group of people followed behind Yi Yuan. They were all here to watch the show. The commotion was too big. They had to pay attention to it even if they did not want to. Heh! How far do you guys think Second Sage can challenge until? His strength is really very strong. But Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's disciples' strengths are similarly not weak. I reckon that he should be able to meet their eldest senior brother, Yun Windborn. Yun Windborn is a grand completion ancestor realm level powerhouse, aren't you overestimating him too much? In my view, he can meet their third senior brother, Tong Chiwei. With the battle against Zhao Zixuan earlier, Yi Yuan already proved his own strength. Right now, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan the second sage enjoyed undeserved fame. However, he was actually going to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses right now. It was still overestimating his own ability a little too much. One had to know ancestor-level powerhouses, their disciples' strength already reached the peak of the Heavenspan world's alchemy Dao too. Only in front of the ancestors would they be a notch lower. In front of others, those were all heaven-shocking big shots. This kind of powerhouse was not what anybody could provoke. Very soon, a youth in green robes walked over from on top of the mountain. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with disdain. It's you who's challenging the mountain? Yes. Do you know what place this is? I know. You know and you still dare to come? I'm here to slap faces. Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. This emperor is Ancestor Maplegrove's 8th disciple, Gu Yulong. I'll size up Second Sage's strength. You're too weak. It's better to let Ancestor Maplegrove himself come out. Gu Yulong had a disdainful look and said with a cold smile, I hope that your strength is as great as your tone. Since you came to challenge the mountain, pass me first before talking. Yi Yuan nodded and said coolly, okay. Mu Taixing. Oh, this lowly one is here. Hearing Yi Yuan's summons, Mu Taixing ran out subserviently, a flattering look on his face. He was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor superpowerhouse too. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was like a little lackey. In the crowd, Fang Tianren was already crazy with envy. He hated it. Why did he have to posture in front of Yi Yuan? Why did he step on Yi Yuan? Originally, he was still very happy to have earned several billion. But now, when he saw Mu Taixing, that bit of profit suddenly became dull and tasteless. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually went to find Mu Taixing again. Several days later, Mu Taixing held the vast spirit divine pill in his hand gleefully, smiling like an idiot. While Gu Yulong was sitting at one side dejectedly, battered out of his senses. He lost too miserably. The medicinal pill was chosen by him. It was much harder than even Zhu Tianxiang's. Gu Yulong already performed very well, but he was still completely wrecked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued advancing. Before long, another person came down the mountain. The opponent this time was Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's 6th disciple. The result was still a miserable defeat. The few disciples at the back, Yi Yuan swept all the way. No matter what medicinal pill the other party picked, Yi Yuan would firmly suppress the other party. The current Yi Yuan was like an unrivaled expert. No matter how formidable your means were, I would stand firm and not budge an inch. His might was like a tall mountain being insurmountable. Finally, Yi Yuan encountered the third disciple, Tong Chiwei. The reason why many people predicted that Yi Yuan would stop at Tong Chiwei was because starting from him, the disciples at the back were all late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses. Late-stage Ancestor Realm powerhouses represented the apex of Alchemy Dao. As long as Ancestors did not come into being, this level of powerhouse was the strongest existence in the world. When Tong Chiwei saw Yi Yuan, he said coolly, to be able to walk until here, you're indeed very strong already. Second Sage indeed lives up to your reputation. It's just that it ends here. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, you're a junior, you choose the medicinal pill. Tong Chiwei's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, reckless and blind. Since you're looking for abuse, then this emperor will grant you your wish. I choose the supreme God-refining pill. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, begin then. Tong Chiwei frowned and said, since it's an alchemy battle, it naturally starts at the same time. Yi Yuan said coolly, I refine pills with formation Dao. If I start, you don't need to refine anymore. That way, you'll lose even more face. Tong Chiwei was shocked and angry as he said, formation Dao pill refinement. You're refining the supreme God-refining pill with formation Dao. At this time, Gu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, third senior brother, he has been doing formation Dao pill refinement all the way. Tong Chiwei's entire body trembled, finally starting to look at Yi Yuan squarely. He nodded his head and said, fine, I'll refine first. Today, I'll witness your formation Dao pill refinement. Several days later, Tong Chiwei looked at that end spirit divine pill and was speechless for a long time. He did not even realize that Yi Yuan walked past him. Mu Taixing was agitated until his heart was about to jump out. He put away the supreme God-refining pill happily. How can this second sage be so strong? Against a late-stage ancestor realm expert, he was actually crushed by second sage until he's black and blue all over. Second sage is so young, and yet he actually already reached the peak late-stage ancestor realm. The highlight of the show is at the back. Eldest senior brother Yun Windborn is a grand completion ancestor realm powerhouse, a truly apex existence. Winning against him, even if second sage loses, no one will dare to say anything either. Leaving behind the second senior brother with a defeated look, Yi Yuan advanced once again. This time, who he was facing was a true apex existence. Yun Windborn, grand completion ancestor realm. This was the limit that ordinary alchemists could reach already. If there was no heaven-defying lucky chance, comprehending Dao pills was virtually something impossible. The various major ancestors' chief disciples had already followed their ancestors to cultivate for God knows how many years. Most of them stopped at this realm and did not advance. A powerhouse such as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his first 3 disciples were all grand completion ancestor realm. But there was not even one person among them who had comprehended Dao pill. The human race's powerhouses were numerous. The state of alchemy Dao was flourishing. There were still some grand completion ancestor realm alchemists. But among these people, those who could take this final step were scanty few. If not for medicine ancestor issuing this call this time, these few ancestors would not come into being at all. The alchemy powerhouses who followed up were inexplicably excited. This kind of pinnacle showdown, how could one see it normally? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time was originally hosted for disciples of the younger generation. Everyone also completely did not expect the peak showdown of grand completion ancestor realms. Yun Windborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm demeanor, able to walk until this point at a young age, you truly set the world ablaze. This Yun admires endlessly. The current Yun Windborn was not whatever ancestor Maplegrove's disciple, but a grandmaster of the generation. Yi Yuan was very strong and he saw it. But he would not shake his own faith because of Yi Yuan's might. Reaching this level of realm, he had long already cultivated extremely strong confidence. No one could shake it in the slightest. With the ancestors not coming out, he was the summit of the top. As for Yi Yuan comprehending Dao pill, he did not think about it at all. Because that was something impossible. Thinking back then, how amazingly talented was he too. Even if he could not compare to the present Yi Yuan, he also would not be too lacking. But countless tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still unable to take that step. Yi Yuan was indeed outstandingly talented. But he would be stuck at this step in the next 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, even a trillion years. Same old rules. You're a generation younger. So you picked the medicinal pill? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly. The rest all had strange looks. Yi Yuan was young in age but behaved like an elder. It was really incongruous. But these words were also true in all senses. Nobody could find any fault either. Yun Windborn's self-restraint was much better than his junior apprentice brother's. He did not get angry, but he said with a faint smile, it ends here then. Being able to walk in front of this emperor is already sufficient to prove your title of second sage. Withdraw now and this emperor can take it as if nothing happened. If not, this defeat will affect your Dao heart. TSK, a master is a master. This tolerance is really extraordinary. Yun Windborn's strength isn't at all inferior compared to the priest temple's high priest Mao Yuan too. He's already standing at the top of the alchemy path. If the ancestors don't come out, who can challenge? If second sage is sensible, he should withdraw. Yun Windborn's action immediately drew many praises. This was the bearing of an expert. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "You all are indeed old fellows who have lived for trillions of years, but on the path of alchemy, those who reached first can teach. You all are not viewing this Yi as second sage, that's fine. Then, I'll fight until you all are convinced." From Zhu Tianxiang to Yun Windborn, including many people present, they all felt that he was relying on sacred ancestor high priest's awe-inspiring reputation to obtain the title of second sage. Hence, that was why they dared to go from bad to worse, digging a pit for heavenly emperor just bright to jump, then even acted in collusion. Since that was the case, "I'll fight until you are convinced." He did not explain anything because words were feeble. If he said that he knew how to refine Dao pills, nobody would believe it at all. Since that was the case, then he would face the ancestors and have a dialogue with ancestor-level powerhouses. Yun Windborn was clearly indifferent as he said with a smile, "Since that's the case, fine then. The medicinal pill will be chosen by second sage." Yi Yuan shook his head and insisted, "You are a junior, so you choose it. Otherwise, this Yi will win unscrupulously." Everyone had strange looks on their faces. Yun Windborn shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Fine. This Yun will choose the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill then." Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was the most difficult existence among rank 8 divine pills. Yun Windborn's strength already reached until here? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and nodded his head slightly and said, "Okay, Mu Taixing." Mu Tiexing's entire person was in a daze. He did not know how he walked over. Coming all this way, his entire person already floated up to the sky. The difficulty of the medicinal pills got higher and higher, but the quality got higher and higher. Today, a pie really fell from the sky. Right now he was endlessly grateful toward Fang Tianren's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. If not for this guy wanting to step on Yi Yuan to move up, he also would not have picked up such a huge bargain. Spending 10 billion superior-grade divine essence stones, he bought a set of spirit medicines from Yun Windborn there. "Begin then," Yi Yuan said coolly. Yun Windborn did not argue either, smiling slightly and started refining the pill. The moment he made his move, the wind and clouds immediately surged. An aura of Tao suddenly descended upon Cloud Summer Mountain. For some time on Cloud Summer Mountain, fate arose and extinguished, flowers bloomed and faded. It was like a world was slowly forming inside the medicinal cauldron. Compared to Yun Windborn's pill refinement, his junior apprentice brothers did not even count as a fart. Many people have witnessed the pill refinements of Zhu Tianxiang and the rest. At that time it already took their breath away in astonishment, being immensely shocked. But only now did they know how insignificant they were and how ignorant. It turned out that alchemy Dao can reach such a level. Forget about Zhu Tianxiang, even Ancestor Maplegrove's second disciple paled in comparison in front of Yun Windborn too. Yun Windborn's might was the strength accumulated over the years. It was an unrivaled strength. With the ancestors not coming out, no one could reach such a height at all. Many people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan. This time, second sage finally kicked a metal plate. Even if Yi Yuan's realm also reached grand completion ancestor realm, it was impossible to surpass Yun Windborn too. This kind of strength that was tempered endlessly was simply unmatched. Unless one reached the legendary Dao pill level, otherwise it was simply impossible to win. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, his eyes staring at Yun Windborn without blinking. Indeed, compared to his junior apprentice brothers, this Yun Windborn was much stronger. From Yun Windborn's refinement, Yi Yuan learned many things. He would never overlook his opponents because they were weak. If there was good stuff, he would learn without the slightest hesitation. Just like this, time passed quietly. Several days later, the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill formed. Yun Windborn's face still had a faint smile, opening the furnace calmly. For a moment, Cloud Summer Mountain seethed with excitement. End Spirit Divine Pill. End Spirit South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. My God! Looking at this quality, it should have reached peak End Spirit, right? Truly well-deserving of being Yun Winborn. The South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill is the taboo of 8-star alchemy gods. He can actually reach peak End Spirit. It simply reached the acme of perfection already. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, that was a legendary medicinal pill. Being able to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a form of honor in itself. But Yun Winborn's strength could actually refine it to the limits of peak End Spirit. Having this level of skill, one could virtually roam the heavenspan world unhindered already. The major powers that came to the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, apart from ancestors, they really could not find anyone stronger than him anymore. At the very most, it was also just being equally matched in strength with him. People could not help casting sympathetic looks toward Yi Yuan. Yun Winborn already gave him a way out earlier, but he refused to back down no matter what, insisting on looking for abuse. Yun Winborn looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Second Sage, this Yun asked you to leave earlier. It's to respect that your talent is outstanding, and I couldn't bear to deal a blow to your Dao heart. But you insisted on forcing this Yun to take action, so why bother?" When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help finding it funny. This Yun Winborn felt that he won for sure? Of course, it was not just him. Among everyone present, no one felt that Yi Yuan still had a chance to win. Deal a blow to my Dao heart? Just based on you, you're not qualified enough yet. Don't you forget. There's still Spirit Link above End Spirit. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Spirit Link? Hoo-hoo. Not that this Yun is looking down on South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. It's really that this step is too difficult. The alchemy powerhouses in the same generation as this Yun are at most evenly matched in strength with this Yun too. Even for the eldest disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest Shu Yen, it's also impossible for him to refine the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill to the realm of Spirit Link," Yun Winborn said with an indifferent smile. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely on his deathbed struggle, gilding gold onto his own face. Spirit Link Divine Pills, it was not like he could not refine them. But he could not refine it for the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. Refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill to the realm of Spirit Link, it would not be successful unless ancestors take action. But could Yi Yuan reach the strength of ancestors? Obviously not. Hoo-hoo. Spirit Link's South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill. Really never heard of it. The talent is there, having an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities is also there. Perhaps this is a true powerhouse. Spirit Link Divine Pills are merely trash in his eyes. The words were not nice. Everyone worshipped the strong. Yun Winborn refining the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill already became an insurmountable peak. Hence, with Yi Yuan talking about Spirit Link Divine Pill, that was blaspheming the peaks in their hearts. Could peaks be scaled as and when you liked? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I already said, you're just a junior. Don't be conceited and guess the strength of our generation. You're not qualified enough yet." Everyone's faces revealed a strange look. Yi Yuan's demeanor that he was behaving like a senior was really embarrassing. Did this guy really take himself to be an ancestor? Yun Winborn smiled and said, "Is that so? Then Second Sage, please condescend to teach." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed repeatedly at the void. A mysterious and profound array formation gradually formed under his fingertips. The array formation was very profound. Yun Winborn was a titan of alchemy Dao, but he did not quite understand array formations. He only felt that the array formation was very complicated, very profound. But whether or not this array formation could refine medicinal pills, he did not know. Most likely, it could not refine any pill. Refining a medicinal pill like the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill with Formation Dao was simply a joke. Without the enhancement of medicinal cauldron, without exquisite to the pinnacle fire controlling arts, just based on a grand array, you want to refine a divine pill that surpassed peak End Spirit? Nothing more than wishful thinking. The people present all basically had this opinion. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's talent truly astounded them. It was just that the opponent was too strong. In front of an apex existence like Yun Winborn, Yi Yuan's talent was not worth mentioning. No matter how high the talent, there had to be a limit. And this limit was stopped in front of Yun Windborn, this insurmountable mountain. No reason other than just because Yun Windborn represented the peak of alchemy Dao. This time, the array formation that Yi Yuan set up was more complicated than any one time. Toward Yun Windborn, this opponent, Yi Yuan could not find any problem. He was indeed powerful. Through the refinement just now, Yi Yuan even learned many things from him. It was just a pity that the opponent he ran into was him. Yi Yuan, was not a powerhouse pretending to be ancestor level. He was a genuine ancestor level powerhouse. This array formation, Yi Yuan set it up for the greater part of a day. Spirit Link Divine Pills represented the apex of alchemy Dao. So-called Spirit Link actually already touched the source of great Dao. Spirit Link Divine Pills were only a hair's breadth away from Dao Pills. But this hair's breadth was as far as the horizon. There was an incomparably tough yet thin film. You could see through, but you could not touch it. Yun Windborn, this level of powerhouse, was forever blocked outside the door of Dao Pill by this thin film. Unable to refine Dao Pills, they could forever only be disciples. No matter how strong, they were also just mortal level strong. Yi Yuan did not experience late stage and grand completion ancestor realm, these two realms, but he directly reached the source of alchemy Dao. But when he turned his head back to look again, the originally incomparably complicated medicinal pills were also merely thus in front of him. South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was a taboo-like existence in other people's eyes. But in front of him it was merely like this. He could make use of Formation Dao to analyze the medicinal pill bit by bit, then finish refining through Formation Dao according to the prescribed routine. When he sent the spirit medicines into the array formation, the grand array suddenly released a dazzling light. A power of great Dao even stronger than when Yun Windborn refined suddenly descended, pouring into the array formation. Everyone's faces all changed at this instant. Such a powerful aura of Dao. Could it be that he can really refine a Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill? This is impossible. Yun Windborn's expression finally changed drastically. The original indifference was long already replaced by shock. Even though he had 10,000 disbeliefs that Yi Yuan could succeed in refining, logic told him that Yi Yuan really succeeded. Reading his level of realm, how could he not understand what this terrifying aura of Dao meant? Very soon, the array formation dissipated. The medicinal pill condensed. A wave of aura that made people alarmed instantly spread out. Oppressive spiritual energy. I seem to have seen a living thing. Is this a Spirit Link Divine Pill? I seem to have seen the great Dao of heaven and earth. He really succeeded in refining. Just where do his limits lie? Everyone was dumbfounded. Among them, the vast majority were seeing a Spirit Link Divine Pill for the first time. This level of medicinal pill only circulated in the hands of top powerhouses. Even Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses might not have seen them before too. Many people looked toward that medicinal pill. Their eyes were red. Envy. The medicinal effect of a Spirit Link Divine Pill was simply unimaginable. Mu Taixing, what are you still in a daze for? Yi Yuan saw that Mu Taixing was still in a trance. So he reminded Mu Taixing. Mu Taixing's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling one murderous gaze after another landing on his body. A Spirit Link Divine Pill coming into being was no less than a precious treasure coming into being. Furthermore, the effect of the South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill was used for cultivation. Consuming a Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill could practically make Heavenly Emperor powerhouses directly improve by a minor realm. For Heavenly Emperor realm, cultivation was done in units of million years. Heavenly Emperors with slightly poor aptitudes might not be able to break through a minor realm in 10 million years. What raising a minor realm meant could be imagined. Hence, the eyes of many powerhouses present were already red. This medicinal pill naturally would not have any problem being held by Yun Windborn. He himself was a Deva realm superpowerhouse. There also would not be any problem if it was in Yi Yuan's possession. With Yi Yuan's status, at least in this Cloudheart realm, no one would dare to take action. But placed in Mu Cheshin's hands, that was like a 3-year-old kid holding a pile of gold bricks and passing through a busy city. It was true that he was strong, but the experts here were too many. As second sage, this medicinal pill. You'd better keep it for yourself. This Mu doesn't have this fortune, Mu Taixing said with a bitter smile. To say such words, he endured great temptation too. Actually, if he held this medicinal pill, he naturally would not sell it. He would take it himself. But he knew that he could not bring this medicinal pill out. Yi Yuan said coolly, put it away. In a while, you follow me down the mountain. Mu Taixing's entire body trembled, and he said with wild elation, Many thanks, second sage. Many thanks, second sage. The others revealed hints of dread, the blood-red color in their eyes fading significantly. The commotion here must have already startled Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Making a move against Second Sage now, they would be smacked to death with one slap. They naturally would not do this sort of stupid thing. It was just that what a shame. Poo work. In the crowd, when Fong Tianren saw Mu Taixing put away the Spirit Link South Battle Ancient Spirit Pill, he could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood and directly fainting away. Yi Yuan used action to tell him what was called losing the watermelon to pick up a sesame. Weren't you cocky? Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you say that second sage was nothing? Fine then, anger you to death. Looking at the unconscious Fong Tianren, everyone cast pitiful gazes toward him. While at this time Yun Windborn was still in shock and had not recovered to his senses for a long time. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I can go past now, right? Yun Windborn's entire body trembled, and he said involuntarily, How did you do it? Without a trace of source undulation, you actually refined a Spirit Link divine pill. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I already said earlier, you're a junior. It's just that you didn't take it to heart. Finished saying that, Yi Yuan walked around Yun Windborn and continued walking up the mountain. Mu Taixing had a vigilant look, following after like a cat. Yun Windborn was battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath. I was actually defeated at the hands of a little brat. Then what do my efforts all these years count for? Laughable. Truly ridiculous. I even thought that I was standing at the summit below Daopil. I didn't expect that I actually couldn't even beat a child. Ha ha ha. What pinnacle alchemy Dao? What grand completion ancestor realm? I, Yun Windborn, am merely a loser. All of a sudden, Yun Windborn seemed to have gone crazy, his entire person in a state of madness. Everyone's gaze looked toward him one after another and could not help feeling shocked. Yun Windborn previously said that Yi Yuan's Dao heart would fall. He did not expect that it was his Dao heart that would actually crumble. But they could also understand Yun Windborn's feelings. A super powerhouse standing at the top actually lost to a child who just made his world debut. This kind of psychological depression was really not what the average person could bear. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the harder one fell. It was this logic. A powerhouse like Yun Windborn, his psychological development was accumulated bit by bit over 1 trillion years. Their hearts were extremely strong and could be said to be infallible. However, they had been in a high position for too long. In Yun Windborn's heart, those that could compete with him were only those ancestors' #1 disciples. The others were long already not in their sights. Losing to those people did not have much of an impact on him, while the rest were not his match at all too. But who could have thought that 1 trillion years later, a roughly 2,000 years old young man came roaring into existence and carried out a domineering devastation against him with unparalleled talent. Although everyone called him second sage, even though he beat his junior apprentice brothers, he still had strong confidence in himself. After all, he was already standing at the summit of the alchemy peak. But he was defeated. Utterly and thoroughly defeated. His Dao heart was like a crack had fissured apart on an embankment, fissuring wider and wider. Finally, his Dao heart was lost. Windborn, bring your junior apprentice brothers to the Great Hall. The others withdraw. Suddenly, an incomparably illusory voice suddenly landed. Everyone was shocked inwardly. Ancestor Maplegrove gave instructions at this time. Withdrawing just like this? Ancestor Maplegrove is actually not letting us watch anymore. What a shame. Truly a pity. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge ancestor-level powerhouses? This level of pinnacle showdown. It makes people excited to even think about it. Everyone's faces revealed extremely regretful expressions. This level of pinnacle showdown might be hard to come across even in 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. This time, there was finally a chance to see it, but Ancestor Maple Grove actually did not allow people to watch the fight anymore. Yoon Windborn's entire body trembled, bringing his junior apprentice brothers up the mountain in a daze. At this time, Zhao Zishu and 5 people were still in the city. Heavenly Emperor Zijin was being the host and currently inviting them to a meal. Ho-ho! That punk really overestimates his own ability. Who does he think he is to actually dare provoke Ancestor Maple Grove? Zhao Zishuan said disdainfully. Heavenly Emperor Zijin said, "Got to say, Second Sage's strength is really very strong. It's just that, provoking Ancestor-level powerhouses, he's still too young. Counting the time, he should have already lost, right?" Zhu Tianxiang said, "Amen, with my guess, second senior brother probably can't stop him too. Right now, his alchemy battle with eldest senior brother should have already ended." Heavenly Emperor Zijin smiled and said the scout should already be on the way back. He'll be here soon. But at this time, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded in Zhu Tianxiang's ears, making him jump in fright. "Vile spawn, scram back for master." Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly. The wine that reached his mouth splashed all over him. He did not speak, taking a step out, directly going out of Cloudheart City. The others exchanged glances, not knowing what it could mean. The voice at Zhu Tianxiang here was very loud, but the others could not hear it. A person asked, "What's wrong with Brother Zhu?" He left without even saying anything. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically too, figure flashing, disappearing on the spot. Then there was the third, the fourth. Zhao Zishuan's expression changed wildly, and he said with a frown, "What in the world is going on? These guys didn't even say anything. Vile spawn, look what you've done. Why haven't you hurry up and get back to master?" Immediately, at once, right then, a voice similarly exploded in his ears. His expression changed, disappearing from where he was. Heavenly Emperor Zijin and Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Above the Great All, an old man whose hair and beard were all white slowly walked down from a high position. He then arrived before Yi Yuan. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Second Sage, please sit." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and sat down with Yi Yuan as guest and host. The disciples were dumbstruck with astonishment by the old man's action. How exalted was their master's status. Apart from those few old monsters, who could afford to have his elderly self welcome so respectfully. Second Sage has already gained enlightenment on Tao? Ancestor Maple Grove said calmly. The tone seemed to be probing, but actually he had long already ascertained it in his heart. Otherwise, with his status, how could he possibly specially come down and sit down with Yi Yuan as equals? "I have some enlightenment. Is Ancestor Maple Grove going to teach a thing or two?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "No need. Reaching our level of existence, it's best to not easily take action. Firstly, spirit medicines are hard to come by. Secondly, our status is like this." Ancestor Maple Grove directly refused. "If Ancestor is like this, it makes it very hard for this Yi Yuan said helplessly. "Hoo-hoo, this old man knows that Second Sage has other motives. It's just that exchanging moves with that person isn't a wise action. This point you should understand," Ancestor Maple Grove said with a solemn look. "This Yi understands, however. This Yi has nothing to fear," Yi Yuan said with a nod. Ancestor Maple Grove shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Indeed, the newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. Except it probably won't work with this old man here. Not just this old man here, it probably also won't work with those other few people there." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Then it's truly a pity." These two people's conversation felt like it was inside cloud and fog. But the disciples all understood. The amount of information was too great. Firstly, Yi Yuan already reached the level of Tao Pill. Secondly, Yi Yuan was going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Thirdly, Master was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan. No matter which one, it was all information that was like a thunderbolt out of clear sky. Ancestor Maple Grove was not willing to fight with Yi Yuan because no matter win or lose, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, an old monster like him had long already seen things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire. How could he be easily exploited by people? Previously, it was because he did not know Yi Yuan's strength. Now, since he already knew, he was naturally not willing to be the one to take the lead. Lowering his head to Yi Yuan now could be said to be looking on the account of sacred ancestor high priest's face. But once they exchanged blows, winning was ought to be. Furthermore, it could prove that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Dao Pil, helping him achieve his aim. Losing, that would really be a crushing defeat. Yun Windborn and the rest had long already fallen into endless shock and were unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Gaining enlightenment on Dao. What Dao was gained through enlightenment? The few of them were not fools. How could they not guess? Yi Yuan already gained enlightenment on alchemy Dao source and reached the level of Dao Pil. He was the same level of powerhouse as their master already. But how was this possible? This fellow who was the same as a child in their eyes actually already stood at the true summit, reaching the realm of ancestor. This sort of thing they were not willing to believe. They did not believe it at all. Especially Yun Windborn. He had already stood at this intersection for God knows how many years already, and was still at a loss on the direction to take. Only a powerhouse like him could truly understand how difficult it was to take this step. In the past, he took his time, quietly waiting for the arrival of that day. But today, the situation changed drastically. A latecomer who came no idea how many years later than he did. Yet the person actually ran in front of him and sat down with his master to debate on Dao. This blow was simply incomparable. Yi Yuan defeating Zhu Tianxiang they could understand. After all, he was second sage. Yi Yuan defeating Gu Yulong they could also understand. After all, he was second sage. Even Yi Yuan defeating Yun Windborn, they could still understand. After all, he was second sage. But how did he take this step? Dao Pil. That was the realm that all alchemists sought from high to low, but could not attain. The realm that no matter how hard they worked, no matter how they struggled, they could not reach. This ridiculously young child achieved it. Right at this time, someone suddenly burst into the hall. What happened, master? Why are you here? Zhu Tianxiang hurriedly ran in to take a look and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was sitting opposite of his own master, conversing happily. This shock was by no means insignificant. Yi Yuan coming up. Shouldn't he have long been finished off by his senior apprentice brothers? How did he start chatting with his master? Looking over at his senior apprentice brothers there. Each and every one was battered out of their senses, grief-stricken as if bereaved of their parents. That appearance was like they were stricken dumb with amazement by something. Just as Zhu Tianxiang was filled with doubts, he heard Ancestor Maplegrove say in a cold voice, "Vile spawn, look what you've done. Why haven't you come over to kneel and apologize to Second Sage?" Zhu Tianxiang shuddered all over, a look of disbelief as he said, "Master, you're making me kneel down and apologize to this punk? Ascent this bringing down your elderly self's prestige." Zhu Tianxiang's talent was extremely high. Ancestor Maplegrove normally doted on him a lot. Many rules, he would open one eye and close the other. It was really rare to be as stern as today. Ancestor Maplegrove's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Master's words aren't useful anymore? Or is it that you already feel that you can graduate?" Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed wildly. Only then knowing that Master was not joking. He was being serious. Hearing the meaning of his words, if he did not kneel down and apologize, he would likely be expelled. Thud. Zhu Tianxiang knelt down in front of Yi Yuan with a look of unwillingness. "Master, I'm unconvinced." Based on what? Zhu Tianxiang was still unwilling as he said. "Insolence. Second Sage is in existence in the same generation as Master. You're a junior in front of him. Is this kneel wrong? Moreover, you fool, being made use of by people and don't know it, and even want to lead the fire onto Master's head." With this, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain became a joke. "Are you satisfied?" Ancestor Maplegrove said with an angry face. Zhu Tianxiang was still unconvinced, but he heard Yun Windborn say with waned interest, "Little junior brother, don't argue anymore. Second Sage has already comprehended alchemy Dao source and is an ancestor-level powerhouse like Master. This kneel of yours, he can bear it." "What? This is impossible." Zhu Tianxiang's entire body trembled violently. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with horror. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I gave you the chance. Originally, it would have been dropped with an apology. Now, it isn't that simple anymore." Ancestor Maplegrove's expression was very ugly now. Since Yi Yuan was an ancestor-class powerhouse, then it was naturally impossible for this matter to be brushed off so easily. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan brazenly and shamelessly insisted on challenging him, he still had to answer the challenge. At that time, the entire Cloud Summer Mountain would really become a laughingstock. If Zhu Tianxiang apologized, Yi Yuan would have nothing to say. At that time, he naturally would not announce anything to the outside world. With a few sentences, Ancestor Maplegrove could already tell that even though Yi Yuan's edge was extremely sharp, he was not some young and inexperienced hothead. On the contrary, he was even wiser than these disciples of his. Of course, with him reaching this level of realm at a young age, how could he be a fool? Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in space. One figure after another stepped out of the void. Seeing these arrivals, Zhu Tianxiang's expression changed even more. A piece of news that caused a great sensation instantly spread throughout the entire Cloudheart realm. The 5 great ancestors punished their disciples severely and had their eldest disciples hold the line. They kowtowed and apologized to Second Sage's 2 followers. The 5 great holy lands admitted to the outside world that Zhao Zixuan 5 people deliberately set things up to make Second Sage's 2 followers fall into a trap. This kind of action that showed no respect for their elders should be severely punished. This sentence revealed a subtext. The 5 great holy lands changed their stance and admitted that Yi Yuan's second sage position was equivalent to the ancestors. The entire alchemy world exploded. Some said that Yi Yuan brought the 5 great holy lands to their knees by himself, forcing the Give great ancestors to have no choice but to lower their heads. Others said that Yi Yuan defeated Yun Windborn, his strength reaching the peak. The ancestor finally chose to compromise in order to not offend Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was just that both parties did not come out to clarify. Nobody knew what happened inside the Great Hall. Of course, the final result was that Yi Yuan won. Zhao Zixuan 5 people refused to apologize. But the final outcome was kneeling and apologizing. This unexpected turn of events scored full marks. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright 2 people saw Zhao Zixuan kowtow, they were completely stunned. Zhao Zixuan's strength was inferior to his, but in terms of status, Zhao Zixuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. As for Old Drunkard, that went even more without saying. When Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin 3 people heard this news, they were completely stunned too. Before this, they all thought that Yi Yuan was looking for abuse and could not climb to the top of the mountain at all. But who knew that the situation actually took a sudden turn for the worse? The 5 great holy lands yielded collectively. This is impossible. Could it be that that boy really already reached the realm of Dao Pill? Zi Jin's expression changed wildly as he said, Yi Yuan's strength was a tremendous blow to Yun Windborn. How was it not the same to him? People who refined pills, who did not wish to advance to the realm of Dao Pill. As the medicine ancestor's youngest disciple, Zi Jin's strength also reached Deva realm already, and his alchemy Dao reached the late-stage ancestor realm already. Even though it was still separated by a layer of grand completion, his goal was already locked onto Dao Pill. Under the medicine ancestor's command, only eldest disciple Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and second disciple Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reached the realm of Dao Pill. The others were all unable to pierce this layer of windowpane paper. 1 lineage, 3 Dao Pill realms. Therefore, Cloud Heart Realm was the well-deserving number 1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Youngest martial uncle is thinking too much. That punk defeated Yun Windborn after all. His talent is astonishing. The 5 great ancestors must be wary of the Sacred Ancestor High Priest behind him. That's why they would take a step back, Leng Tianqi said. Yeah, Lord Zi Jin also didn't think about it. How difficult is it to pierce this layer of windowpane paper? How heaven-defying are the few lords' talents, but they still fail to break through after so long. Just the likes of him, a brat who's a few thousand years old, how can he possibly break through? Heavenly Emperor Azurefeather said. However, Heavenly Emperor Zi Jin did not think so. He mused for a moment and said, I feel that it's more likely that he broke through to the realm of Dao Pill. When the 2 people heard that, their expressions changed. Zi Jin continued. The importance that Master attaches to him exceeds your imaginations. If he didn't reach the realm of Dao Pil, Master absolutely won't attach such importance to him. Furthermore, the 5 great ancestors are all figures who are incredibly shrewd. If Yi Yuan doesn't have sufficient strength, how could they bow their heads? No matter how honorable and dignified the person is, making their disciples kneel down and apologize, this is a huge scandal. The more Azure Feather 2 people listened, the more alarmed they got. In the end, it already became shock. This conclusion was too shocking. Furthermore, Zijin analyzed with penetrating criticism. They really could not find a reason to refute it. Actually, as long as one had sufficient status, analyzing these was not hard. It was just that they were not willing to believe this fact, that was all. How is this possible? He's still only a kid. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said in shock. Being under the Medicine Ancestor's command, he was all too clear what the realm of Dao Pil meant. Zijin's eyes glimmered, a trace of understanding arose in his heart, and he said with a sigh, I finally know why Master raised such a big rumpus to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Azure Feather and Lung Tianqi 2 people trembled at the same time, and said in disbelief, Could it be because of Yi Yuan? Zijin nodded slowly and said, Master has always been devoted to Dao and has long already not questioned secular affairs. He has also not hosted such a grand alchemy conference for a long time already. But this time, he organized the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference unprecedentedly. Don't you all find it strange? The more Zijin said, the more shocked the 2 people got. Lung Tianqi muttered, The priest temple is Cloudheart Realm's great enemy to begin with. The sacred ancestor high priest is also only a hair's breadth away from the progenitor. Yi Yuan is also a Dao Pil realm powerhouse. Then, thinking about it, Lung Tianqi felt terrified. Cloudheart Realm had 3 Dao Pil realms in one lineage, and it was reputed to be the strongest in the world. But Yi Yuan also reached such a boundary. Then the priest temple would have 2 Dao Pil realm powerhouses. Then the priest temple's influence would also expand significantly. It would even threaten the position of Cloudheart Realm. Zijin suddenly smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that it's more than that. Lung Tianqi said in surprise, What else is there? This kind of situation was already extremely bad. Could it be that there was still something even worse? Zijin's vision was far more so than the 2. His thoughts and opinions were clearly more comprehensive than the 2. Yi Yuan's limelight is so bright. Is it just those 5 ancestors that he's posing a threat to? What about Sacred Ancestor High Priest? What about Master? Yi Yuan comprehended Dao Pil while being so young. Who dares to say that he can't refine a true Dao Pil in the future? As Zijin said, his breathing suddenly became ragged. True Dao Pil? These 3 words seemed to be overwhelmingly heavy. Regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest or the various ancestors, their goal was the true Dao Pil. What the true Dao Pil was, nobody knew either. But that was their lifelong pursuit. Then Sacred Ancestor High Priest clearly knows this. So why does he still let him grow unchecked? Zijin continued. The 2 people were long already shocked until they were staring dumbfoundedly and their mouths agape. They replied mechanically, Why? Zijin said, Because he wants to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to make himself grow. For so many years, he has always wanted to surpass Master. Talking up to here, their minds all shook violently, including Zijin. This consequence was too terrifying. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest surpassed Medicine Ancestor in all aspects, if Yi Yuan gathered more and more momentum, the entire alchemy world's arrangement would be completely overturned. Cloudheart Realm would no longer be the number 1 alchemy holy land. It would be the sacrificial temple. Since time immemorial, how many alchemy path powerhouses have attempted to overturn Cloudheart Realm's position as the overlord? But they did not accomplish it. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his level of astonishing talent was also suppressed by Master until he could not lift his head. But now a brat who was only over 2,000 years old came roaring into existence and completely disrupted the alchemy world's arrangement. Once Zijin's conjectures came true, this consequence would be too terrifying for Cloudheart Realm. And this also explained why Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized the Grand Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, going against convention. His goal was simply Yi Yuan. Master! Master, we're here. TSK. Really didn't expect that I can actually come to the #1 alchemy holy land in this lifetime. When Uni saw Yi Yuan, he bowed respectfully. While Ningxiu was much more cheerful, looking around everywhere, clicking her tongue in wonder. To her, Cloud Heart Realm was a legendary place, could view from a distance but could not play with disrespectfully. But today, she actually walked into Cloud Heart Realm herself and was going to battle in alchemy with the myriad regions heaven chosen. This sort of feeling was like she was dreaming. Such a grand occasion was a tempering opportunity that was extremely hard to come by for any alchemist. Yi Yuan naturally would not forget his disciples. Yun Yi's talent was extremely high. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, he already stepped into Ancestor Realm not long ago. Ningxiu's strength was second only to Yun Yi. Her foundation was even more solid than Yun Yi's. She had already reached Grand Completion Dao Realm too. When Yi Yuan saw the two people, he smiled and said, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time has as many experts as clouds. The two of you mustn't be self-conceited and must study hard." The two people hurriedly answered, "Yes, Master." Arriving at Cloudheart Realm this time, only now did Yi Yuan know that the alchemy world truly had talents lying in concealment. Ignoring other things, the talents of Zhao Zishuan few people were absolutely rarely seen in the world. Their strength made many alchemy powerhouses who were a generation older perspire from embarrassment. Not just them, in the various major holy lands, there was no lack of Ancestor Realm youngsters too. As for the older generation Ancestor Realm powerhouses, that went even more without saying. Even though they were not worth mentioning when compared to Yi Yuan, to Yuni it was definitely an unprecedented experience. Right then, another group of people entered Cloudheart Realm. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see several heavenly emperors slowly walk over. Behind them even followed several familiar people. Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather, as well as those reclusive alchemy ancient families. They all came from the southern border, so it was about time that they arrived. When Empyrean Pilljade saw Yi Yuan and Yuni, he could not help being taken aback. Then his face immediately turned black. Humph! Unfilial child. Yuni had an awkward look and could only keep silent. Yi Yuan also pretended not to hear and went forward to greet Empyrean Flutterfeather, saying with a smile, "Brother Flutterfeather, how have you been?" As for the heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure by the side, Yi Yuan directly ignored him. He had never seen Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure before, but coming together with Flutterfeather, it could only be Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure. Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly awkward as he said, "Younger brother Yi, turns out that you've arrived long ago." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's been a few days. Since Brother Flutterfeather came, why not go to my Feather Mountain to stay? It will also be convenient for you and me to interact." Empyrean Flutterfeather did not speak yet when the Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure besides said unhappily, "No need, we have a place to go. Flutterfeather, let's go." "Master." At this time, Yuni suddenly spoke up. His face was slightly embarrassed. Yi Yuan knew what was going on with one look. This kid was still rather filial and wanted to find a better place for Empyrean Pilljade. It was just that Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when he heard Pilljade say with a cold snort, "No need. This Empyrean hasn't fallen so far to the extent where that I need an unfilial child to give alms." Done talking, he also galloped away at full speed. Along the way, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said with a cold snort, "This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Really think that he can look down on the likes of us after he became whatever second sage." Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun smiled coldly and said, "So what if second sage? In front of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, that level of powerhouse, he's merely a junior. He really treats himself as someone notable? He doesn't know the terror of such powerhouses at all. Would they really pay attention to him, this sort of junior?" Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun was the person that Empyrean Pilljade paid allegiance to. He was an 8-star alchemy god himself. These two people racked their brains before getting a qualification to enter Cloudheart Realm. After all, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Pilljade were both Ancestor Realm powerhouses and barely had the qualifications to enter the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Except, seeing Yi Yuan the moment they entered, it made them feel as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. This brat made them lose out on a huge profit. Look at that brat's cocky appearance. It's like we can't survive in this Cloud Heart city after we leave him, Pilljade said with a sneer. Entering the city, the heavenly emperors naturally did not dare to be unbridled. They played the tyrant in the southern border, but arriving here, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Little brother, we came from the southern border. I wonder if there are any accommodations arranged. Heavenly Emperor Zhuo Yun said respectfully to an Empyrean. That Empyrean had a proud look on his face, completely looking down on these few heavenly emperors. The heavenly emperors that were hard to come across outside. He saw too many every day. The medicine ancestors' lineage had this arrogance. The Empyrean brought everyone to a residence. When the few heavenly emperors saw, their faces immediately became extremely ugly. This residence had fishes and dragons jumbled together and already had too many people staying. What was even more terrible was that heavenly emperors stayed 2 in a room, Empyreans, 6 in a room. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Emperor Zhuoyun or Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, or even Empyrean Pilljade, they all, which one wasn't a mighty figure who commanded a region. When had they lived so shabbily before? Heavenly Emperor Zhuoyun's expression was rather ugly as he said to that Empyrean, "This little brother, can you change rooms for us? The price can be discussed." That Empyrean smiled disdainfully and said, "Those who can enter Cloud Pill Summit, how many do you think lack money? During the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, there are plenty of guys like you that are fishing in muddied waters and are long already overcrowded. Want to stay? Then stay. Not staying? Then get lost." The few people's faces immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Arriving at this Cloud Heart realm, even a measly little Empyrean dared to order them about, not giving the slightest bit of face. Really aggravating people to death. Except, they had the anger but nowhere to vent. If they annihilated this Empyrean with a slap, they would be annihilated by somebody with a slap later on. Helpless, they could only stay temporarily. Their residence was very crammed. It was clearly partitioned out temporarily. Only after arriving here did Heavenly Emperor Zhuoyun they all know their insignificance. The other heavenly emperors were also all squeezed in a small space. The atmosphere foul everywhere, unable to cultivate at all. Right at this moment, a figure slowly walked in, his face radiating awe without being angry. The powerful aura suddenly made everyone become tense. That Empyrean's expression changed and he said respectfully, "Lord Azure Feather." Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and Heavenly Emperor Zhuoyun's faces both changed wildly. Azure Feather's illustrious reputation, it had struck their ears like a thunderclap. The two people hurriedly bowed and said, "Offering greetings to Lord Azure Feather." Azure Feather nodded slightly. Sweeping over everyone's faces, he said coolly, "Who is Flutterfeather? Who is Pilljade?" The two people's hearts turned cold, not knowing what happened, but they still answered. "This lowly one is Flutterfeather. This lowly one is Pilljade," Azure Feather said coolly. "The few of you follow me." The few people did not dare to disobey and could only follow after. Azure Feather brought them to a courtyard and said coolly, "You guys stay here then. Someone will make arrangements for your daily life." The few people exchanged glances, their faces surprised. They did not know why they would suddenly get such superior treatment. One had to know the people coming and going from this place, most of their auras were extremely strong, far above theirs. No need to ask, and they also knew that this place must be a place that only distinguished guests could stay. "Lord Azure Feather, may I be so bold as to ask why suddenly let us stay in such a nice place?" Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said. Azure Feather said coolly, "Since you all are second sage's friends, then you naturally can't live too shabbily." After Azure Feather left, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was still in shock. Lord Azure Feather is a heavenly emperor of Cloud Heart Realm who walks the world. His status is extremely respected, being no less than many Holy Land's ancestors. Yi Yuan's one sentence can actually make him come in person. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure said in surprise. Maybe this is looking on the account of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face, right? The Priest Temple is an alchemy holy land second only to Cloud Heart Realm after all. Heavenly Emperor Zhuoyun said. At this time, a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse passed by and just happened to hear this. He could not help laughing and said, "Sacred ancestor high priest's face? Hoo-hoo, you guys are second sage's poor relatives, right? Whose family did not have a few poor relatives?" Zhuiyun the rest instinctively wanted to get angry, but the strength of this person in front of them was clearly much stronger than them. They could not afford to offend him. They then heard his explanation. He said, "You guys just came. It's also normal to not know. Heh heh." Second sage's name was fought out by himself with real swords and spears. It was not by relying on sacred ancestor high priest's blessings. It's true that Lord Azurefeather's status is revered, but in front of second sage, it's nothing at all. Hiss. The few people drew a breath of cold air, feeling shocked. Azurefeather's status was already in existence far beyond their reach. Yi Yuan's status was actually even higher than his. Just how long had they not met? Yi Yuan was already so formidable? Actually, it was just that their knowledge and experience were shallow. That was all. If Pilljade knew the existence of Dao pills, he would be able to recognize that the Chaos Samsara pill which Yi Yuan refined back then was already sufficient to attain mastery. That Heavenly Emperor powerhouse briefly talked about the commotion that Yi Yuan caused recently, making the few people stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Even the Lord Azurefeather, who was too high to be reached in their eyes, was actually punished by Yi Yuan to kneel just recently. That would have been all right, but he still had to come and do things for Yi Yuan obediently now. One person challenged 5 great holy lands, pressuring until the 5 great holy lands lowered their heads. What breath of spirit was this? They did not even dare to think about it at all. They just entered Cloudheart Realm and did not understand the situation here at all. But only at this time did they know what kind of place Feather Mountain was. Heh, although I don't know what happened on Cloud Summer Mountain right now, many people are all guessing that Yi Yuan's strength already reached the level of an ancestor, and can sit with those top ancestors as equals already. Do you think that he's relying on sacred ancestor high priest? If this emperor was you guys, I'd immediately go before sacred ancestor high priest to grovel and curry favor. If one can obtain 1 or 2 of his rewards, that will really be having a meteoric rise in the future. After that heavenly emperor finished talking, he turned around and left, leaving behind everyone who was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Along with the passing of time, alchemy powerhouses gathered from all directions. Cloudable became more and more lively. In the city, in the streets and alleys, there were alchemy powerhouses battling in alchemy everywhere. Among them, it was naturally Cloudheart City's powerhouses who were a notch better. Medicine Ancestor had the Heavenspan world at his beck and call for countless years, and had long already developed Cloudheart Realm into an extremely powerful alchemy holy land. Experts plentiful as clouds. Even many major alchemy holy lands in the outside world had all kinds of connections with Cloudheart Realm too. Dao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come by in the outside world were as plentiful as oxen hair here. Even Ancestor Realm powerhouses had no shortage of people too. In contrast, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's foundation was too shallow. Yi Yuan brought 2 people to battle in alchemy everywhere every day, exchanging on alchemy Dao. The 2 people benefited a lot. Places that Yi Yuan went, everyone naturally welcomed them heartily. After all, regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it was irrefutable that he defeated Yun Windborn. Just this point, his strength was already not what ordinary alchemy powerhouses could compare to. This level of powerhouse would not come to the city to interact at all. But Yi Yuan could lower his status and mingle with them. He even gave pointers concerning their doubts on alchemy Dao from time to time. He was naturally immensely welcomed by all parties. Furthermore, the alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited also made everyone wholeheartedly convinced. Prior to this, Yi Yuan was extremely overbearing in the way he dealt with affairs, leaving everyone with an extremely cold image. During these few days, everyone felt that not only was Yi Yuan not overbearing, but he was also very amiable and approachable instead. For some time, the 3 of the master and apprentices were very warmly received in the city. Toward this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was still very relieved. Regardless of what the Medicine Ancestor's ultimate goal was, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time had indeed promoted the great development of Alchemy Dao. For this scale of Alchemy Conference, only the Medicine Ancestor had such rallying power. Several months later, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally started. On this day, the streets and alleys were empty. Everyone had gathered in the plaza in the center of Cloudheart City. The alchemy powerhouses who obtained the qualifications to participate were no less than 100,000 people. Among these people, the vast majority came due to the prestige. Everyone understood in their hearts that the final winner of this conference could only be the various major Holy Lands. However, the participants of the various major Holy Lands were mostly third-generation disciples. Second-generation disciple strengths were too strong. Those like Yun Winborn were already powerhouses at the level of MT Tai. It would naturally not be suitable to take part in this kind of conference. Yi Yuan was sitting at the 1,000-foot-high platform, looking down loftily. A middle-aged man dressed in sky-blue long robes slowly walked out and arrived above the high platform. The moment he appeared, there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. Even those ancestors also opened their eyes one after another, looking at the arrival full of dread. The middle-aged man in blue robes opened his mouth and said coolly, "Thank you all for honoring with your visit, arriving at Cloud Heart Realm to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. This emperor is Distant Book, the second disciple under Master's command." Rumble. The crowd exploded all at once. Heavenspan World Distant Book, the alchemy world's peerlessly rare talent, and also the Heavenspan world's legendary figure, heard that he only used 30,000 years and cultivated to Ancestor Realm. Later, he was taken in as a disciple by Medicine Ancestor, cultivating to Grand Completion Ancestor Realm in 100,000 years. 10 million years later, he finally broke through the fetters, reaching the realm of Daopil. Later, he challenged more than 10 ancestors and didn't have a single defeat. Last time, he challenged Sacred Ancestor High Priest and he was defeated. Among all the ancestor-level powerhouses now, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book is the youngest. Yi Yuan did not hear of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book before, but looking from the reactions of others, this person was clearly extremely formidable. He was not in the pugilistic world, but the pugilistic world had his legends. Yi Yuan was currently sizing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book up, but then he discovered that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's gaze was currently looking at him. An astonishing fighting spirit poured into Yi Yuan's body, practically shredding his entire person apart. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart, the power of the chaos world quietly revolving, forcing this fighting intent out of his body. He stared right at Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, the fighting intent in his body similarly rising to the sky. Everyone stared at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding what happened. Regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was clearly quite surprised. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually block his fighting spirit. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he continued faintly, "There is not much to say. The rewards of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time are extremely generous. It's a handwritten book personally written by Master. The champion of the Dao Realm Group and Ancestor Realm Group will each get a copy of it." The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar once more. Personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. It's actually personally written by the Medicine Ancestor. Even if learn a tiny bit of Medicine Ancestor's alchemy Dao, it's also sufficient for us to benefit for our entire lives. During this conference this time, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference really put in the blood capital. This first place, I must get it. For a moment, those alchemy powerhouses were extremely agitated. The Medicine Ancestor's personally written notes directly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The handwritten notes of Alchemy Dao's #1 person was a fatal temptation to all alchemy powerhouses. Even Yi Yuan was also very moved when he heard, handwritten by Medicine Ancestor, these 4 words. To talk about the alchemy path's legend, no one could surpass the Medicine Ancestor in this world. His alchemy Dao experience was absolutely a treasure that all those who refined pills yearned for even in their sleep. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure, whatever rank 8 divine pill, they were all not worth mentioning in front of the Medicine Ancestor's handwritten notes. In the crowd, Yun Yi's gaze revealed a look of fanaticism. "Hee, junior apprentice brother, you're moved," Ning Xiu said with a laugh. Yun Yi did not mind and said smilingly, "Why? Aren't you moved?" Ning Xiu pursed her lips and said with an indifferent look, "Getting it is good. Not getting it is fine as well. I don't feel anything regarding it. Either way, this medicine ancestor's handwritten notes are also not much better than the things Master taught us." Uni nodded and said, "I don't deny this point, but everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Learning from others' strong points and closing the gap is the right way. I think that Master is also moved now, right?" Ning Xiu said with a look of contempt, "You this fellow really becoming more and more like Master." Uni smiled and did not refute it. Yi Yuan taught him far too many things. His respect for Yi Yuan was long already engraved in his bones. However, he similarly also viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong goal and opponent. This was also what Yi Yuan taught him. By the side, a middle-aged man said with a disdainful look, "Hey, truly shameless boasting. 2 juniors talking like the handwritten notes are already yours." This middle-aged man's aura was extremely strong. He was shockingly a heavenly emperor powerhouse, an 8-star alchemy god. Another person said, "Hoo, Master Ping Chuan. Don't get angry. Youngsters making their world debut, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth is understandable." A young man in crimson robe said with a face full of arrogance, "Brat, stop hallucinating that you're the favorite. Medicine ancestors' handwritten notes are our cloud heart realms. No one can bring it away." Their expressions changed, one after another looking toward that youngster in crimson robe. Hearing his meaning, he was actually Cloud Heart Realm's powerhouse. It's so Rie. He's Cloud Heart Realm's young generation's strongest person. I didn't think that even he would come to take part too. A cry of exclamation suddenly came from around. When the others heard this, their expressions changed one after another. The powerhouses taking part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time were too many. The various major Holy Lands elite disciples moved out in succession. And among these Holy Lands, the strongest was undoubtedly Cloud Heart Realm. With this, everyone finally realized that this reward was not easy to get. Uni gave Zhou Rui a glance and did not say anything. The current Uni had long already restrained his sharp edge, and would not fly into a great after with a casual provocation like back then. This was because he had powerful strength as support. The so-called not shaking when you have a jar full of vinegar, and shaking violently if you have a half jar of vinegar. It was this logic. Of course, he was more influenced by Yi Yuan. Just as Ning Xiu said, he was becoming more and more like Yi Yuan. As for his performance, it was naturally being thought of as submission by Zhou Rui. Very soon, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference officially began. Everyone appeared in front of a transmission door. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book said coolly, "What's in front of you all is the Emperor Vast Pagoda's transmission door. After you all enter the transmission door, you'll be randomly assigned to a pocket space in 2s. After the alchemy battle ends, the Emperor Vast Pagoda will automatically determine your victory or loss." Alright, now the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference official begins. The Emperor Vast Pagoda was a very famous heavenly emperor spirit treasure of Cloud Heart Realm, its power being limitless. It was also an essential treasure to host alchemy conferences. In the past, when Cloud Heart Realm organized such grand occasion, they would use it. It was just that an alchemy conference of this scale had not been held for a long time already. Under a word of command, everyone disappeared from the plaza one after another, entering the Emperor Vast Pagoda's space. The originally packed plaza became empty all at once. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A huge light screen appeared above the void. The situation in the Emperor Vast Pagoda was completely revealed in front of everyone. Done with all these, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book took his seat, looked at Yi Yuan and said, "I've long heard of Second Sage's great name. Seeing you today, indeed lives up to your reputation. His powerful fighting spirit earlier, even a 9th firmament heavenly emperor might not necessarily be able to withstand it, but Yi Yuan resolved it in an instant, making it clear at a glance. Even though the outside world's appraisal of Yi Yuan was extremely high, who was he, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book? He was the medicine ancestor's direct lineage disciple, one of the heaven-span world's few supreme powerhouses. He thought that by relying on his powerful fighting spirit, he could instantly shatter Yi Yuan's will. But sadly, he failed. However, he was not disappointed but became even more interested in Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan gave an "oh" nonchalantly and did not express anything. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. This "oh" was packed with the smell of gunpowder. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "I heard that Second Sage's disciples also came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Second Sage is unusually talented and can reach the realm of Daopil within a short 2,000–3,000 years. Wonder if your disciples can survive the first round or not." Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Second Sage was a genius, nobody could refute this. But the time that Second Sage attained his Tao was too short. So how formidable could his disciples be? Even if he taught his disciples day and night, it was also impossible to teach his disciples until they were very formidable. Everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, wanting to see how he would react. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's mindset is really shallow. Don't you understand what's called outstanding disciples come from an accomplished master?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "Oh? How outstanding?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "More outstanding than you." Everyone shushed, this smell of gunpowder was too thick. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book did not care and said smilingly, "This emperor's grand pupil, Zhou Rui, is the #1 person in the young generation. How does Second Sage think your disciple is compared to him?" As they said, a small chunk on the light screen turned black, two figures appeared on the plaza once more. It was none other than precisely Zhou Rui. Turned out that he actually already won. In this short while where they were just talking, a medicinal pill was not even refined completely yet and he actually won already. On the viewing platform, a wave of exclamations came over. Clearly, even the group of ancestors were extremely surprised. His opponent had his head lowered, appearing very dispirited. When Heavenly Emperor Distant Book saw this scene, he looked towards Yi Yuan meaningfully but discovered that Yi Yuan was completely aloof and indifferent. "How is it, Second Sage?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing much. This grand pupil of yours doesn't have the minimal devoutness toward alchemy Tao, nothing to fear." Zhou Rui crushed his opponent in terms of strength, making his opponent directly give up on the competition. The medicinal pill was not yet refined completely at all. This kind of action that was a wanton waste of God's good gifts was looked down on by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book smiled and said, "I command spirit medicines with my Tao. Why is there a need to be devout?" Yi Yuan said, "Myriad lives have spirit. Only if you respect it will it respect you. The strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. My Tao is that the weaklings are used by the strong. So what if strong? So what if weak? Didn't you also walk over step by step from being a weakling? You're better than spirit medicines in that you reincarnated better than them." What a joke! This emperor is extraordinarily talented. Back then, I slaughtered my way out with my strength alone too, becoming the Heavenspan world's legend. How can I be the same as ants? So what? No matter how strong you are, you can't escape this Heavenspan world's cage either. Moreover, in terms of talent, what do you count for in front of this Yi? The two people chimed in one after another, neither able to convince the other. Being able to tread out one's own great Tao, how firm were their minds? How could they be swayed because of a word from others? Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Second Sage, you and I are both heaven's chosen of the present era. Why is there a need to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue? It's still early. So why don't you and I have a match?" Yi Yuan said coolly. This Yi had precisely this intention. All of a sudden, everyone's breathing became ragged. Just as Heavenly Emperor Distant Book said, the two of them were both heaven's chosen in the present era, their strength crushing their peers. Especially Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. He was an existence who had even exchanged blows with Sacred Ancestor High Priest before. While Yi Yuan was also a rising star akin to the noonday sun. Just how his strength was, everyone was extremely curious. These two people's pinnacle showdown was the real highlight of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The two got up, stepped onto the air, and directly arrived above the void. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove had his eyes shut the whole time. At this time, he finally opened both eyes, staring straight at the two people above the void. "Old man, you look at these two people. Who's stronger and who's weaker? Heavenly Emperor Xian said. This old man can't say for sure. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said coolly. Hey, you sly old fox. Still not willing to open your mouth at this point? In this old man's view, Second Sage's spirit is at its height, but he's still young after all. The journey of Daopil relies entirely on the accumulation of years. With yours and my accumulations, if we were to really take action, we might not be inferior to Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Xian said. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said, This old man isn't sure. The moment these words came out, all of the ancestors turned pale from shock. Heavenly Emperor Xian's expression was ugly as he said, Old man, you're not joking, right? This joke isn't funny at all. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said without batting an eyelid, Does this old man have a need to joke with you? Everyone's shock was by no means trivial. Among these ancestors present, the ones who had truly seen Yi Yuan take action was only Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove. But at that time, Yi Yuan clearly did not use his full strength. There was no way to judge how Yi Yuan's strength was at all. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove judged that Yi Yuan's strength was difficult to ascertain through some clues and inklings. He was somewhat unsure. That was why he did not dare to act without careful consideration. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said, If this old had the confidence, I'd have taken action back then. Why would there be a need to endure patiently until today? Everyone turned pale with fright. Thinking about it, it was indeed like so. If Yi Yuan was really just a young and inexperienced fledgling who comprehended a tiny trace of Daopil concept, he did not have a need to forbear like so. After all, disciples kneeling down to apologize, this was not glorious. His face, the ancestor's face, was also lost. All of the ancestors looked up above the void. Two people stood in the air, all set for a showdown. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, How will the two of us approach this? Yi Yuan said coolly, You're the junior, you choose. Heavenly Emperor Dao Ancestor laughed and said, In this world, apart from Master and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, no one else dares to call me, this Emperor, a junior to my face. Second Sage, you're very arrogant. Yi Yuan said coolly, What objections do you have? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book choked. He really could not find a reason to refute it. Second Sage and the Sacred Ancestor were peers, which was also being in the same generation as Medicine Ancestor. He was Medicine Ancestor's disciple, so he was naturally lower. Forget it, not going to argue with you. Since our differences lie with spirit medicines, then let's fight with spirit medicines. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book pointed at the void. A majestic power of wood essence fired into the ground. In a blink, a young spirit medicine broke through the ground. This kind of means made everyone felt it was fantastical as they watched. This was the source of great Tao being able to develop myriad life. The spirit medicine's grade was not high, being just a strain of rank 3 spirit medicine. To powerhouses at the level of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, this kind of spirit medicine was virtually too offensive to the eyes. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Distant Book reach his hand out and beckon. The spirit medicine flew into his hand. Following that, he drew a circle with one hand. The spirit medicine instantly became crushed, turning into fine powder. The power of great Tao suddenly burst forth. Behind Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, a phantom of the sun suddenly rose, unparalleledly domineering. This was Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's great Tao. Reaching this level, their alchemy battles were not like how it used to be, being based on spirit medicines. The so-called Tao pill pointed right at the source of Tao. The brilliance of application depended on one's wit and was no longer bound to pill formulas. A grain of sand, a rock, a blade of grass, a piece of wood, could be refined into pills. Just like Sacred Ancestor High Priest, when he fought with Medicine Ancestor back then, they determined the victor and who was superior with just a game. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book shook lightly. That pile of powder flew toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan pointed at the air. That ball of powder suddenly became still. At the same time, the power of great Tao similarly erupted from his body. An enormous Tai Chi diagram formed behind Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it started to spin slowly. This was Yi Yuan's first time displaying his true strength in front of everyone. everyone instantly became lost in wonder, especially Heavenly Emperor Xian. He originally still felt that Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove was overly cautious, but now, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, nothing to say. This power of great Tao could already completely be on par with him and did not lose to him in the slightest. Back then, if he really took action because of Zhao Zixuan's matter, the outcome might have been very embarrassing. Losing to a rising star like Yi Yuan, who was only 2,000 to 3,000 years old, his old face would really have nowhere to put. Heavenly Emperor Xian secretly thought what a close shave. However, even though Yi Yuan's power of great Tao was strong, it was still too weak in front of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. One had to know Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was an existence that had once defeated the various great ancestors before. In this heavenspan world, there was only the medicine ancestor, sacred ancestor high priest, as well as his eldest senior brother, who could firmly suppress him. The others so far behind that they could only see the dust ahead. Above the void, a huge circular aura field formed with the two people as the center. Focusing one's eyes and looking, this enormous aura field was the embryonic form of a world. It was just that this world was not complete and not balanced either. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly suppressed Yi Yuan significantly, occupying a huge advantage. This kind of situation was like the situation of medicine ancestor overwhelming sacred ancestor high priest back then. The time that Yi Yuan entered the realm of Dao Pill was short after all. Compared to Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, he was still too weak. But Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well and did not have any panicky expression at all. The Tai Chi diagram behind him was still revolving strongly without giving in the slightest bit. The two people coming and going, that stalk of rank 3 spirit medicine gradually became egg-shaped, one end big, the other end small. The larger end was precisely Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's end, while the smaller end was Yi Yuan's. Without a doubt, this battle was already Heavenly Emperor Distant Book occupying the absolute advantage. Ha ha ha, is this your strength, second sage? Truly disappoints me too much. See, everything depends on strength. Your Tao is inferior to my Tao. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book laughed wildly. In this contest, he already established the winner. This was a showdown of Tao. His Tao already completely crushed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan absolutely had no possibilities of turning the tables. On the viewing platform, the ancestors had sympathetic looks on their faces. This kid's myth is finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, Yi Yuan's road to the peak was seriously too miraculous. Not that they could not accept geniuses, but Yi Yuan's genius was a little too frightening. Less than 3,000 years old, achieving Dao Pill realm. This simply subverted everyone's understanding. Even those sons of heavenly emperors, existences who had powerful strength the moment they were born, were also not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Before this, they all felt that Yi Yuan was merely a junior, not worth mentioning at all. But Yi Yuan challenged Cloud Summer Mountain, going all the way to the top from the foot of the mountain. Even the powerful Yun Windborn was defeated at his hands, making everyone's jaws hit the ground. In the end, he even forced Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove to back down. Only then did everyone know that turns out he was already an ancestor-level powerhouse. Now that Yi Yuan was about to lose, everyone let out a long sigh in relief. His myth was finally coming to an end. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove smiled and said, If Yi Yuan defeated even Heavenly Emperor Dao Ancestor, Medicine Ancestor probably can't sit still anymore as well. However, this kid can perform to this extent. It's already shocking enough. Fortunately, this old man knew that you, this old fellow, are cautious and didn't take action back then. Otherwise, it will really be embarrassing. Ancestor Xian said one. A good show is about to come to an end. I wonder if this boy can withstand this kind of blow or not. Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said. This is hard to say. After all, a genius like him has probably never experienced failure before, rising rapidly all the way up to a high position. As the saying went, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. I'm afraid that it's very hard for him to withstand this blow. Heavenly Emperor Xian said. The group of ancestors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's alchemy battle already reached a white-hot stage 2. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book eroded Yi Yuan's territory bit by bit, squeezing him to the limit. Ha ha ha. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Where did that spirit just now go? Didn't you talk until it was well-grounded and reasoned just now? What about now? This is your so-called Tao? What a joke. It's too weak. Crushing a genius like Yi Yuan seemed to be a very delightful thing. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was smug to the extreme. But the Yi Yuan opposite seemed to be cowed by Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's imposing aura and did not say a word at all. It was as if he had already resigned himself to fate. Condense for me. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book suddenly yelled out, drawing a successful conclusion to the alchemy battle this time. An egg-shaped medicinal pill condensed in the air. And the medicinal pill of this shape also showed that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was the victor of this alchemy battle. Hoo-hoo. Finally still lost. Heavenly Emperor Xian said with a meaningful smile. A myth has finally been ended. It's a shame, actually. I was rather looking forward to Second Sage winning. All of a sudden, everyone felt disappointed. Regarding the record of Yi Yuan this myth, everyone's feelings were actually very complicated. On one hand, everyone hoped for Yi Yuan to continuously create legends. On the other hand, everyone was also scared that he was too formidable. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Why? Nothing to say, my second sage? Wasn't your tongue very sharp previously? Didn't you say that this Emperor's Tao isn't worth mentioning? Now why don't you speak?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was unrelenting after gaining momentum, pressing on Yi Yuan with every step. Cloud Heart Realm's alchemy powerhouses were greatly excited, mocking Yi Yuan to the best of their ability. A guy who overestimates his own abilities. Does he really take himself to be some major power? In front of our Cloud Heart Realm, even Sacred Ancestor High Priest is nothing, let alone whatever dog fart second sage. When Lord Distant Book roamed the heaven-span world unhindered, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ha ha ha. Brat, don't be so arrogant as a person. Careful that you slap your own face. Cloud Heart Realm's alchemy powerhouses all viewed themselves as self-important and already reached the level of blind confidence. No matter what you were like, in short, they were number one under the heavens. From the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference started until now, Yi Yuan had been basking in the limelight. They were long already upset. Now, they finally nabbed the chance. In the crowd, Zhou Rui smiled disdainfully and said, "What dog fart second sage? Compared to Grandmaster, you're still far away. Also, you guys, following this dog fart second sage, do you really think that you're remarkable? Today, I'll let you take a look at what's called powerful." Beside him stood Yun Yi and Ning Xiu. Yun Yi looked at Zhou Rui strangely and turned to Ning Xiu and said, "What do you think?" Ning Xiu frowned and said, "I feel that it isn't over yet." Yun Yi nodded and said, "I think so too." Ha ha. Truly ridiculous. The outcome is already decided. Could it be that he can still overturn the heavens? Zhou Rui said with a big laugh. Yun Yi and Ning Xiu talked among themselves and did not have the intention of caring about him at all. Zhou Rui glared hard, almost angered until he vomited blood. Ha ha ha. Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was stunned, instinctively thinking that Yi Yuan could not bear the blow of failure and went mad. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that this genius was crippled. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book could not help laughing as he said, "I even thought that second sage was some remarkable figure. I didn't expect that he was so weak that he crumbled with a single blow." Distant Book, Yao Shu, you were really given a good name, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's brows furrowed and he said, "What do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Distant Book, Yao Shu. Going to lose, Yao Shu. This name of yours is really given beautifully." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was taken aback, only then, aware that Yi Yuan was making fun of his name. However, he really did not think in this aspect before, because he never lost before. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book frowned and said, "If you lost, then you lost. Want to regain some dignity using this kind of method? What a joke. Like this will only show your cowardice even more." Yi Yuan held back his laughter and said with a sneer, "Look at how smug you are. Do you really take it as if you've won?" But Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was indifferent and said disdainfully, "Even a blind man can also tell that this emperor won this alchemy battle, right? Why? Could it be that you can still distort facts?" Many ancestors shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too much of a sore loser. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Why made an exhibition of himself? But right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly extended a finger and said coolly, "Then this Yi will let you take a look at whose Tao is the truth." Done talking, he pointed at the void. A Tai Chi diagram whizzed into that egg with a whoosh. Crack, crack, crack. That egg immediately gave off popping sounds like fried beans. Then the egg gradually became rounded. The aura of Great Tao descended once again. What's going on here? A world that already collapsed actually recovered anew. The few great ancestors suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with shocked faces. The medicinal pill that had originally already had its shape fixed actually burst forth with a terrifying power once again. This surge of power seemed like it rose up from ruins, radiating with youthful vitality anew. This kind of method achieved the same wondrous effect as Heavenly Emperor Distant Book birthing spirit medicines bare-handedly with different means. However, it was no idea how many times more advanced. This was a broken world being bestowed vitality anew. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's entire body trembled, looking at that medicinal pill in a daze. The medicinal pill shattered from the inside, remolded, shattered again, and remolded again. A complete world gradually outlined and formed. Finally, a spherical and transparent medicinal pill was redisplayed in front of the world. Medicinal pill, not some shocking medicinal pill, but a down-to-earth Tao pill that gave off a world power that shocked people to the core. Everyone was shocked, speechless. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Heavenly Emperor Distant Book clearly occupied a tremendous advantage. How can it become like this? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove could not figure it out after racking his brains. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book trembled all over, gaze staring fixed at Yi Yuan, and he said, "Fine means. Indeed a good method. You avoided the sharp edge and didn't confront this emperor head-on, integrating your great Tao into the Tao pill under this emperor's eyes. You planted a seed in the Tao pill. But after everything settled down, it broke through the earth and emerged again. During the battle, you could perform such minute manipulation and have such a brilliant idea. This emperor admires." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's realm was not what others could compare to. When everything erupted, he understood Yi Yuan's method very quickly. It was just that understanding was one thing, but to defeat Yi Yuan? He was already powerless to stop it. With his strength, if he discovered Yi Yuan's means during the alchemy battle, he could naturally crush it effortlessly. But there were no ifs in this world. That moment when he won, he was actually already defeated. Moreover, talking about it was easy, but doing it was difficult to the extreme. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book knew all too clearly that being able to perform such a hair-raising operation under his eyelids, one really could not find a second person in this world. The title of Second Sage was well-deserved. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's words, the group of ancestors was horrified. There was actually still such a play? Just what is this guy's brain made out of? Ancestor Xian said in shock. Heh! This isn't just a matter of brain. If it were you and me, even if we can think of this method, can you hide from Distant Book's eyes and ears? Even if you hid from his eyes and ears, do you have the ability to perform such subtle manipulation? Heavenly Emperor Maplegrove said with a solemn look. Ancestor Xian opened his mouth but did not say anything. He did not know how to follow up. Just as old fart Maplegrove said, he could not do it. Only then did they understand that even if Yi Yuan's comprehension of Tao Pill realm was almost the same as them, they were absolutely not Yi Yuan's match either. This guy was too strong. No one expected that Yi Yuan defeated the strong as the weak, defeating such a powerful Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Cloudheart Realm's powerhouses collectively shut up. Just now, they were screaming the most spiritedly, but who could have thought that in a blink, their faces would be slapped resoundingly? In the crowd, Zhou Rie had a dazed look. Just earlier, he was still mocking Yun E2 people endlessly. That imposing momentum was all too arrogant. But in a twinkle, An astonishing reversal happened to the situation. His grandmaster was defeated. This reversal came too quickly, swift until he could not react in time. As the young generation's #1 person, he was also someone who wanted face. The words that one said were like water that was splashed. So awkward. Zhou Rui could not resist sneaking a glance at the two, but then he discovered that the two people were currently looking at him meaningfully. With a rush, his face instantly turned red. Two people did not answer back sarcastically. It was just that their smiles, the lethality overwhelmed thousands of words. What are you guys smiling at? Using this kind of opportunistic method, what ability does it count as? Zhou Rui turned angry from embarrassment as he said, "Oh." Two people exchanged a glance, deliberately dragged the tone out, making it even more sarcastic. Zhou Rui was greatly embarrassed. If these two had a war of words with me, it was still fine. Yet, this cynical way of speaking that dripped with sarcasm made him virtually go crazy. You guys, humph, just you guys wait and see. Oh. Zhou Rui was utterly defeated. He secretly swore in his heart. As long as he ran into these two fellows, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Distant Book and said with a faint smile, "I know that you're unconvinced in your heart and feel that you definitely won't lose to me if you go again, isn't that so?" Heavenly Emperor Distant Book gave a cold snort and did not speak. In reality, he meant exactly that. It was just that he was embarrassed to open his mouth. Losing was losing. Saying whatever fight again could only lower one's own status. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're stronger than me. This point is irrefutable. This Yi also admits that going again, I absolutely won't be your match. But so what? Your Dao lost to my Dao. Isn't that so? Your Dao is unparalleledly domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. Therefore, it's not that you were careless, but that it's your Dao which destined that you won't notice it, because you won't pay attention to a stalk of measly little spirit medicine, because it's just a tool in your hands, a tool to defeat me. Even if it's created by you, but I can bestow it new life and give it what it wants. How do you know that it wasn't it that helped me to hide from you? A solid dike can collapse because of an ant hole in it, something that you tend to not pay attention to could give you a fatal blow. Timing, geographical, and human conditions, you don't occupy a single one. So how can you beat me?" Yi Yuan's words were loud and clear, trampling Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's pride onto the ground ruthlessly. Nobody could find any fault with his words. Losing means losing. Competing again did not have any meaning at all. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book being strong was just because his accumulations were stronger than Yi Yuan, that was all. But Yi Yuan's Dao indeed surmounted above Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. As long as his accumulations were sufficient, catching up, even surpassing Heavenly Emperor Distant Book in the future, was not something impossible. No, it was for sure. The height of Dao determined the height of achievement. Yi Yuan's Dao was stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Surpassing him in the future was a sure thing. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression flickered incessantly, staring at Yi Yuan fiercely, surging with killing intent. Yi Yuan was destroying his Dao heart. He understood, but he could not stop it. A flaw still showed in his Dao heart. Every person was extremely devout toward their own Dao. But once you had doubts about it, that was the start of one's Dao heart collapse. Everyone held their breath, including the ancestors. Yi Yuan's guts were really too big to actually destroy the #3 person's Dao heart in Cloud Heart Realm so openly and brazenly. But everyone also understood that Yi Yuan doing so had no cause for much criticism. Because the objective of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book making a move was obviously to strike at Yi Yuan's Dao heart. Now that Yi Yuan won, he had no need to show mercy. Be that as it may, this place was Cloud Heart Realm, the Bodhidharma of the medicine ancestor. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, facing the Deva Realm powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, who was surging with killing intent. His expression did not change in the slightest. He was not worried about Heavenly Emperor Distant Book making a move at all, because Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were definitely both paying attention to here currently. Sacred Ancestor High Priest must be secretly delighted right now, so how could he possibly let him prevail? If really forcing Sacred Ancestor High Priest to take action, the entire Cloud Heart Realm would be destroyed. This was not something to joke around with. Just as the atmosphere was extremely tensed, a man in white robes slowly stepped out and arrived beside Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression changed, and he said, "Eldest senior brother." The arrival was precisely the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was not overbearing like Distant Book, saying with a light smile, "Master wants to see you. You withdraw first. There's me here." Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's expression flickered indeterminately and was extremely embarrassed. Senior Apprentice Brother was finding a way out for him here. Even when he, the exalted Heavenly Emperor Distant Book, faced off against Sacred Ancestor High Priest back then and returned in defeat, he had also never been in such an embarrassing situation before. He did not expect that today he was humiliated like so by a junior. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book's heart burned with bitter hatred, but he was also helpless and could only say, "Yes, Junior Apprentice Brother takes my leave." Done talking, he turned around and left. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy looked at Yi Yuan and said with a kindly smile, "Lasting Joy has been unclear all this while why Lord Sacred Ancestor would establish young Friendy as second sage. Upon seeing today, only now am I deeply aware of Lord Sacred Ancestor's keen insight into a person's qualities. Second sage defeating Junior Apprentice Brother. You'll become famous in the Heavenspan world from today onwards." But when Yi Yuan heard, his brows furrowed slightly. This person was very amicable, a faint smile hanging on his face from beginning to end, looking like the Maitreya Buddha, giving people a feeling of relaxing their vigilance. For some reason, Yi Yuan kept feeling that this Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was incomparably deep, and seemed even more difficult to deal with than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. This sentence sounded like a compliment, but it actually concealed a blade in the dark. Not only did it give Cloudheart Realm a way to step down, it even conveniently took a little stab at Yi Yuan. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time was clearly instigated by Cloud Pill Summit first. Earlier, it was also Heavenly Emperor Distant Book provoking continuously. Now, it became him fishing for fame, achieving his fame with a battle with Heavenly Emperor Distant Book as the stepping stone. Furthermore, who Yi Yuan defeated was just Heavenly Emperor Distant Book and was not Cloud Heart Realm. This could only be considered the exchanging of views between powerhouses, and it did not represent the exchange of views between two great factions. These ancestors could not help secretly marveling at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's prowess. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Just winning against a junior. Nothing worth bragging about. Is Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy interested in sparring with this Yi?" Such a deep Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy gave him an unfathomable feeling, and this feeling made him rather excited. Who knew that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy just chuckled and waved his hand and said, "Even Junior Apprentice Brother lost to Second Sage. This Emperor's strength is lacking and doesn't dare to challenge Second Sage. Alright, official matters need to come first." The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference continues. A transmission door appeared once more in front of each person. The second round competition officially began. After a huge storm passed, everyone could not remain calm anymore. Quite a few people were whispering to each other, and the object of the discussion was naturally Second Sage Yi Yuan. The impact that this battle brought was not just a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, but the entire alchemy world. The alchemy world that already did not have ripples for a long time had huge waves surge once more because of Yi Yuan suddenly roaring into existence. Even when Sacred Ancestor High Priest roared into existence back then and challenged Medicine Ancestor, it was also not stronger than the shock caused by Yi Yuan's battle. After all, when Sacred Ancestor High Priest challenged Medicine Ancestor back then, he was already a Deva Realm super powerhouse. He had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. But how old was Yi Yuan? He was merely a young man who was less than 3,000 years old. In front of these ancestors, Yi Yuan was merely a teenage boy. The age could virtually be ignored. Yi Yuan's potential was too great until everyone did not dare imagine. After the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time, the alchemy world structure would completely change. The priest temple's position would close in on to Cloudheart Realm. Later, it might very likely form a situation of existing side by side. Amidst the discussion, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference went round after round. The number of people that got eliminated became more and more. The true young generation's powerhouses also gradually found their way to distinction. Zhou Rui was like his grandmaster, peerlessly domineering. His fights with his opponents had never exceeded 2 hours. Often, after the match had gone on for a while, the opponent would directly abstain and concede defeat. Even though Yunyi and Ningxiu kept on winning in their respective groups, they were far from as breathtaking as Zhou Rui. They appeared much more mediocre in the conference where geniuses gathered. Rather, each and every one of the other Holy Land's geniuses was powerful, crushing their peers, appearing much more outstanding than the two of them. But what everyone found strange was that no matter how strong the genius, the two of them could always defeat their opponents after a bout of hard battle. Coincidentally, Yunyi ran into his great-grandfather Emperor Piljade in one of the matches. In the end, Yunyi firmly suppressed Emperor Piljade and defeated his own great-grandfather. Emperor Piljade's strength was still rather formidable in Ancestor Realm. After he lost to Yunyi, he was unbelievably shocked. He did not expect that in a short 1,000 years' time, Yunyi actually already grew to such a level. One had to know, even though Yunyi was very talented back then, he was merely a little brat in his eyes. But the child back then already surpassed him in all aspects in alchemy strength. 1,000 over years, walking through the road that he walked for millions of years, the shock in his heart could be imagined. Toward Yunyi, he had always been extremely furious in his heart. Because in his view, Yunyi's action was a kind of betrayal. While other people's betrayal would be infuriating, his own great-grandson's betrayal made him feel even more ashamed and furious. But now his heart finally eased up a trace. He suddenly somewhat understood Yunyi's choice. Piljade suddenly felt that he was too short-sighted and was not even as good as his own great-grandson. Compared to such powerful strength, what did his bit of shoestring margin count as? With strength, would one still be scared that there would be no benefits? He was still flopping around in the southern border, that small pool of water, while Yunyi was already standing in the sea of the entire heavenspan world, debating on Tao with Myriad Region's geniuses. The level was already completely different. What shocked and surprised him even more was that Yu Yuan did not conceal his abilities but gave Yunyi his all. One could tell from this point how magnanimous Yi Yuan's heart was. How Yunyi's talent was, Piljade was very clear. He was a genius, but placed in the entire heavenspan world, what did it count for? But it was such a Yunyi who was already taught by Yi Yuan into a peerless expert. What Yi Yuan was formidable in was not just himself. His ability in teaching disciples was similarly hair-raisingly impressive. No one would pay attention to the transformation in his heart. In this place, he was merely a minor character. The competition went on round after round. The shock and transformation in Piljade's heart also became stronger and stronger. Yunyi's path of advancement was not breathtaking, but it was extremely solid. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he reached the finals. And his opponent was precisely Zhou Rui. Only all the way until this moment did everyone suddenly startle awake. Second Sage's two disciples actually both reached the finals. It was not that they were not strong, but it was that the two of them, their sense of existence were truly too weak. Each alchemy battle, they won without the slightest exciting aspect. Coupled with that, the alchemy battles were carried out inside the Emperor Vast Pagoda. There was no directly viewing feeling. Therefore, they appeared much more mediocre compared to the other young powerhouses. Only all the way until Yunyi and Ningxiu both reached the finals did everyone awaken from a dream. It turned out that this Myriad Region Alchemy Conference was actually because of the showdown between Cloudheart Realm and Second Sage in the end. Ningxiu's opponent was similarly a Cloudheart Realm powerhouse. This shock was by no means insignificant. Especially those Holy Land's ancestors, each and every one of them was shocked to the extreme. The master being strong could be understood. After all, Yi Yuan was a rare genius. But why were his disciples also so strong? To say that the heavenspan world's alchemy circle was big, it was not big. Saying that it was small, it was not small either. The young generation's outstanding geniuses, these ancestors could all call their names. The performance of those geniuses also did not let these ancestors down, each and every one of them very outstanding. But only when it reached the finals did the ancestors discover that those geniuses whose names could be called suffered crushing defeats one after another, gotten rid of by Yun-Yi and Ning-Xiu one by one. The process was too plain. No one paid attention to it. It was just like boiling a frog in warm water. When the frog discovered that the water temperature was high, it could no longer jump out. The ancestors felt a chill run down their backs. Their gazes when looking toward Yi Yuan again were like looking at a monster. Each and every one of them was extremely puzzled, not understanding how Yi Yuan did it. Even if Yi Yuan had been teaching his disciples in these close to 3,000 years, it was also impossible to have such a terrifying result, right? After all, teaching apprentices was different from cultivating oneself. The vagueness of Tao could only be understood and not imparted with words. The starting point of the master being high, they could give guidance to disciples from a commanding height. But fully passing on one's Tao to their disciples could not be done at all. Then the problem came. How did Yi Yuan do it? They naturally did not understand that Yi Yuan never talked about whatever fleeting and ephemeral allegory making his disciples go comprehend. His method of teaching apprentices was only one word: practice. Read books 100 times, the meaning could be seen for oneself. Practicing over and over again, practicing foundational skills. The basic skills that others cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes were regarded as a holy scripture in the Pill Tower. In the Pill Tower, as long as the alchemists could be patient and not tire of cultivation, their strength would not be poor. While Yun-Yi and Ning-Xiu were precisely the best among them. Of course, the Pill Tower also did not just practice blindly. The harder they practiced, the more problems they encountered during cultivation as well. Yi Yuan would naturally answer them one by one. All in all, the Pill Tower already established a powerful and comprehensive alchemist nurturing system. But the core of this system was still diligent practice. No one could succeed casually. For Yun-Yi and Ning-Xiu to be able to achieve fame overnight in one battle, the hard work that they put in at the back, it was extremely hard for normal people to imagine. As for their master Yi Yuan, it naturally went even more without saying. Zhou Rui was extremely shocked in his heart. His strength far surpassed his peers and he did not care about who his opponent was at all. But among the opponents in the finals that he imagined, there was absolutely no Yun-Yi. His thoughts were the same as the world, same as his grandmaster. Yi Yuan being formidable did not mean that his disciples were formidable. But the fact was his disciples were too formidable. They were simply duplicates of Yi Yuan. You seem very surprised, Yun-Yi said smilingly. Indeed a little, but whoever the opponent is the same to me. It's just that you and your junior apprentice sister are really shameless, deliberately hiding your strength and making your opponents underestimate you guys, Zhou Rui said. Yun-Yi extended 2 fingers and said with a smile, firstly, senior apprentice sister 9 is my senior apprentice sister, not junior apprentice sister. Secondly, we didn't intentionally hide our strength. Master told us that each alchemist has their strong points and he makes us learn their strong points well. Including you, it's the same too. Zhou Rui laughed loudly when he heard that and said, utter nonsense. The strong reigns supreme. What right does a weakling have to be senior apprentice sister? Also, only the strong are worth learning from. What's there to learn from the weak? In all of the Holy Lands, it was all the strong that reigned supreme. As long as one's strength was strong enough, they could replace them. Ning-Xiu's strength was inferior to Yun-Yi, but she could be the senior apprentice sister? Wasn't this ridiculous? Also, what was worth learning from the weak? Only the strong had shining points on them. So these words sounded like messing around to Zhou Rui. Yun-Yi shrugged and said coolly, as long as you're happy. He knew that others could not accept it. In reality, he himself also could not accept it at first. However, Yi Yuan talked about his experiences in Cloudmarsh City. Only then did Yun-Yi they all know that it was really the case. The weak points of the losers were magnified infinitely, resulting in covering up the strong points. Only by possessing a magnanimous heart could one see the strong points from others and draw it over for their own use. Yi Yuan himself walked over like this. He also taught his disciples how to walk like this. Zhou Rui's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "It doesn't matter. This battle, I want you to suffer a crushing defeat." The finals started very quickly. Zhou Rui's strength was indeed powerful. He was simply a weak version of Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. The moment he came up, he put tremendous pressure on Yun-Yi. But Yun-Yi also finally exhibited his full strength in this fight. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, walking this entire road, Yun-Yi also grew a lot. Facing the powerful Zhou Rui, he did not shrink back at all. The two people battled for 3 days and nights. The quality of Yun-Yi's medicinal pill finally still suppressed Zhou Rui's. While on the other side, Ningxiu also defeated Cloud Heart Realm's other person with a slight advantage. Everyone was shocked. Even though before this, the various holy lands cast covetous eyes towards medicine ancestors' handwritten notes, the various great ancestors were clear in their hearts that it was very hard. Cloud Heart Realm's strength was not just because of a medicine ancestor. The might accumulated over countless years was overwhelming in any generation. Even though Cloud Heart Realm already had not taken action for many years, no one doubted their might. But they lost. Yi Yuan Master and disciples, 3 people overpowered Cloud Heart Realm. Heavenly Emperor Distant Book must be paying attention to this place. He had once boasted in front of Yi Yuan that his grandpupil was the young generation's #1 person. Now, this face was slapped resoundingly. The #1 person lost. Grandmaster lost, grandpupil also lost. No one thought of this conclusion. If Yi Yuan defeating Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was still just his victory alone, then what kind of concept was the 3 of them defeating their opponents at the same time? This was an all-round surpassing others. If the master and disciples 3 people flew together after several years, what had it still got to do with Cloud Heart Realm? These master and disciples 3 people overturned the entire alchemy world's power balance. Too terrifying. Zhou Rui looked like he was battered out of his senses. He was unable to accept this outcome. Before this, he kept thinking about avenging his grandmaster and ruthlessly humiliating Yun-Yi. But who knew that he actually lost? His strength overwhelmed his peers, and he had never found a match among peers. But today he was defeated by a peer. All of his pride was shattered to pieces the moment the furnaces were opened. That's my great-grandson. Did you guys see that? He's called Yun-Yi. That's my great-grandson. My great-grandson won the championship of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. Ha ha! In the crowd, Empyrean Pilljade danced excitedly and started yelling around. Even though Empyrean Pilljade was arrogant, he had never thought that his family's child would actually be standing on the stage of the entire Heavenspan world, and that he would become the Alchemy Path's #1 person. It was not that he did not want to, but with his level he did not dare to think about this step at all. Poverty restricted his imagination. To him, the greatest expectations he had of Yun-Yi was succeeding his position and dominating the southern border. But Yun-Yi's current achievements had already far exceeded what he defined, reaching a level that he could not imagine. Defeating Zhou Rui, the current Yun-Yi was already equivalent to the young generation's #1 person. How did the current Empyrean Pilljade still remember Yun-Yi's betrayal? How did he still remember his resentment and enmity with Yi Yuan? All that was left in his head was just a word: pride. Beside him, Heavenly Emperor Zhuiyun, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, as well as Empyrean Flutterfeather, all had dumbfounded faces. Clearly, they also found it hard to imagine this result. The other people looked at Empyrean Pilljade with strange faces, like they were looking at a fool. Seen before those who claimed kinship, never seen before someone who claimed kinship like this. He won and he's your grandson, where have you been? Only running out to claim kinship now. I'll even say that you're my grandson now. Screw off you. With just your poor and shabby appearance, can you teach such an excellent great-grandson? Nobody believed Empyrean Pilljade at all. The powerhouses on Feather Mountain all had fixed seats. If Yun-Yi was really Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, he should be seated in a very revered place, and not the same as them, standing in this tiny corner. This kind of lie could only make him appear very laughable and ignorant. Empyrean Pilljade's face turned black, immediately having a look of shame on his face. Yeah, if he chose to support Yun-Yi back then the current situation would be completely different. When everyone saw his appearance, they were even more certain that he was boasting. Amidst the huge shock, the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference finally came to an end. A southern domain's small faction called Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma became famous all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy personally gave 2 copies of Medicine Ancestors' handwritten notes to Yun-Yi and Ning-Siu, then carried out a bout of praises with a smile. Yun-Yi was currently more and more like Yi Yuan and naturally remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. While Ning-Siu only had Yi Yuan this master in her eyes. Whatever Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's praise, she did not care at all. Just as everyone thought that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time would end with Cloud Pill Summit's crushing defeat, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy arrived before Yi Yuan. Second Sage, Master invites you up Cloud Heart Mountain to debate on things. Everyone's minds trembled. The Medicine Ancestor was personally moving out. The real highlight was here. The moment these words came out, it was as if the air had solidified. The Medicine Ancestor was already not just the name of a powerhouse. He already became the insignia of Alchemy Dao. He was the ceiling of Alchemy Dao. He was the Dao Ancestor of Alchemy Dao. He was not a Dao Ancestor, but in the hearts of all alchemists, he was a Dao Ancestor. An invincible existence. Even a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest also could not challenge his prestige. But today, Yi Yuan's one lineage, master and disciples, 3 people overpowering Cloudheart Realm, dealt Cloudheart Realm a vicious slap. The Medicine Ancestor finally could not sit still anymore. He was a transcendent existence and rarely showed face in the world. For countless years, only when Sacred Ancestor High Priest went up the mountain back then to seek Dao did he take action one time. Today, for Yi Yuan, he finally made a move once more. One was a rising star, startlingly talented, the best in the present era. One was Alchemy Dao's founder, reigning for countless years, invincible under the heavens. These 2 people's fight would definitely cause a shocking wave. Then, would Yi Yuan accept the Medicine Ancestor's invitation or not? Everyone was waiting to see it. Only to see Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't finally bear to take action?" Hu had to insist on this Yi giving a slap before he's willing to make a move. Why is there a need? Everyone got a shock. Did this guy make light of Medicine Ancestor? Everyone present took pride in being able to meet Medicine Ancestor. Being able to obtain his guidance, they even wanted to prostrate in worship. But Yi Yuan actually did not have the least bit of awe at all. Someone who cultivated the alchemy path actually had no respect for the totem-like Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "Whatever dissatisfaction Second Sage has, you can go and tell Master. Lasting Joy is just acting on orders." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Brother Lasting Joy, this Yi really looks forward to being able to fight with Brother Lasting Joy one day." Lasting Joy smiled and said, "It's a great honor for Lasting Joy to be able to be thought highly of by Second Sage." However, this emperor only gained enlightenment on Dao by chance back then. For so many years, my progress has been very slow and has long already been surpassed by Junior Apprentice Brother. Second Sage defeated Junior Apprentice Brother. This emperor is naturally not a match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lead the way." He would not naively think that Lasting Joy was really inferior to Distant Book. He heard before that this Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and the Medicine Ancestor were existences of the same era and had already lived for no idea how long. To be able to become the Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple and even comprehend Dao Pill Source, how can he possibly be a mediocre person? Seeing this Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. How his strength was, it was hard for Yi Yuan to jump to conclusions rashly. But he had a feeling that even if this Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was not as good as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Yi Yuan reckoned that he was also not far off. At least, he was definitely stronger than Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. But this guy put on an appearance of being very simple and honest, giving you a feeling of defenselessness, his sense of existence being extremely low. This guy was playing the fool, so Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him too. After all, the Medicine Ancestor was the Alchemy Path's superlative. Seeing the Alchemy Path's highest peak was the most important objective of Yi Yuan's trip. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy turned around and said to everyone, "The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference ends here. Master and Second Sage's game, everyone can head to Cloud Heart Mountain to observe. If you're not interested, you can leave." Finished talking, he brought the group of ancestors and left. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said so, but such a grand occasion was hard to come across in tens of millions of years. So how could they miss it? Therefore, everyone rushed toward Cloud Heart Mountain. It thoroughly exploded in the crowd. You guys, between Medicine Ancestor and Second Sage, who do you think will win and who will lose? Look at what you're saying. How ignorant. It's true that Second Sage is formidable, but it was already extremely difficult for him to defeat Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Still want to beat the Medicine Ancestor. Heh. So many years have passed. There's already no one who knows the terror of Medicine Ancestor anymore. He is a summit that can't be scaled. On the path of alchemy Dao, he's the heaven-span mountain. Heh heh. I hope that Second Sage can still grow up after experiencing this battle. This was a showdown without any suspense. The only thing to watch was how terribly Yi Yuan would lose. Back then, after the Sacred Ancestor High Priest lost to Medicine Ancestor, he was in depression for a very long period of time. All the way until later, he founded the Priest Temple and groomed demon race alchemy rare talents. Then now, similar to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, could Yi Yuan experience this unprecedented setback and stand up again? On top of the summit cloud platform, two old men were currently drinking tea leisurely. Fragrance lingered. One of them, a lean old man, had his eyes shut the whole time, looking like he was asleep. The lean old man said in a hoary voice, "Ask not 2 words, have you solved it?" The middle-aged man in blue robes by the side said coolly, "Old thing, after so many years, you're still not willing to let me go?" The lean old man said, "The path of Tao is full of setbacks to begin with. If you can't even clear this hurdle, how will you seek Tao?" The middle-aged man in blue robes had a disdainful look on his face. These 2 words had delayed him far too much time, making him waste his best years. When he came to realize the truth, everything was already too late. Missing the best time for cultivation, people's cultivation speed would become slower and slower. Just like Yi Yuan, his onslaught was currently indeed unstoppable. But once it was delayed, that would be thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of years. Naturally, this could not be blamed on only the Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's own Tao heart also had flaws existing. It was just that it was caught by Medicine Ancestor. These ask not 2 words, I can't solve it, but Yi Yuan he solved it. Otherwise, why would you, this old fellow, have this idea to organize the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? Such an amazing rising star. How can this ancestor not be alarmed? This second sage compared to you, just who is a little stronger? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at the lean old man meaningfully and said, "If you measure him yourself, wouldn't you know?" While talking, several dozen figures landed on the cloud platform. The 2 in the front were precisely Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. When he saw that lean old man, Yi Yuan's gaze never looked away. This old man had his eyes shut all this while, his aura extremely feeble, looking like he was about to pass away at any time. But he did not know why. The person gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was indescribable. All in all, he was powerful, indescribably powerful. Yi Yuan had a strange feeling that this old man before his eyes was not a person, but a medicinal pill that led to great Tao. Even the Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not give Yi Yuan this kind of terrifying feeling too. It was as if this old man was born from medicinal pills. It was as if he was alchemy Tao. The lean old man used a dry voice and said, "Young friend Yi, please sit." Yi Yuan did not decline and sat down beside Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The other ancestors also took their seats one after another. "Young friend Yi, we've met before." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Yes, and ask not." The Medicine Ancestor that time was extremely powerful. His figure full of power and grandeur, as if a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. But Yi Yuan did not expect that the Medicine Ancestor's true self was actually such a thin and emaciated-looking thin old man. Suddenly, not seeing the Medicine Ancestor have any movement either, but his entire person already disappeared on the spot. An incomparably huge chessboard suddenly appeared above the void. The entire Cloudheart realm could see it clearly. The projection of a lean old man appeared on one end of the chessboard. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and was just about to step out, but he heard Sacred Ancestor High Priest suddenly say, "Be careful." Yi Yuan turned around and said smilingly, "Senior Sacred Ancestor seems to be afraid." Wing actually nodded and said, "Yes, this old man thought that I cannot fear him anymore. But meeting once again, this old man is still nervous. Of course, what's more important is that he got stronger. The medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest were clearly not really chatting leisurely. Each and every one of the two of their actions and every word, they were all crossing swords. But sacred ancestor high priest did not occupy any advantage at all. He thought that so many years had passed. His heart knot had already been unknotted. But seeing medicine ancestor again, only then did he discover that his own Tao heart was still unable to face him unperturbed when in front of him. Wing was not worried that Yi Yuan would lose, but worried that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was the same as him with a crack. Yi Yuan's talent was greater than his. He believed that medicine ancestor would be even more ruthless. But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, not scared that he's strong, just scared that he isn't strong. Finished talking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Above the void, Yi Yuan's enormous projection exhibited in front of everyone. Everyone held their breaths. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people actually did not talk nonsense and clash together so straightforwardly. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest with a smile, Lord Sacred Ancestor, the stars change positions but Master's opponent turned into Second Sage, wonder how you feel about it? Wing smiled and said, he's stronger than me. Lasting Joy smiled and said, he isn't stronger than you. Wing said, your master understands it. He's stronger than me. Lasting Joy smiled and said, so that's how it is. It's just that Lord Sacred Ancestor seems to be lacking in confidence. Wing said, he's always unexpected. While the two people crossed swords with words, Yi Yuan already took action. It was only to see him pointing at the void, directly landing his piece. Pa! A crisp sound seemed like a piece landed amidst heaven and earth. The sound of great Tao suffusing the world. An enormous Tai Chi diagram directly occupied a large area. Pa! The medicine ancestor landed a piece and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram directly collapsed. A berserk aura spread out from the chessboard, suffusing the entire cloud heart realm. Strong. A might that made people suffocate. Yi Yuan's Tao could occupy a portion of the chessboard, while medicine ancestor's Tao could spread out of the chessboard. The level was clear at a glance. The eyebrows of the Yi Yuan opposite furrowed heavily, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This was the hardest alchemy battle in his life. Not one of, just one move, and it made him unable to withstand it. The world that he carefully constructed, the medicine ancestor determined the entire world's framework with just a glance, and then he completely occupied this world. The medicine ancestor opposite him and the medicine ancestor inside Ask Not were completely the strength of two different worlds. This was the true strength of the alchemy path's number one person. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month. Yi Yuan's second piece was considered for more than a month. Outside of Cloudheart Mountain, Yun Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, the medicine ancestor is well deserving of being the alchemy path's number one person. I've never seen Master have this kind of expression during an alchemy battle before. Ning Xiu said gloomily. This old man, with one look and I already know he has no good intentions. Yuni sighed and said, this is the world of Tao. It's too profound. To be able to stump Master until like this, no idea just what realm medicine ancestor has reached. Ning Xiu said with an ugly expression, Master wouldn't lose, right? Yuni shook his head and said, this time, I'm afraid that he's really going to lose. However, the most terrifying thing isn't losing. Ning Xiu was taken aback and said, what else is more terrifying than losing? Yuni said with a solemn expression, it's naturally Tao heart. Each person's Tao is different. Whose Tao is correct, whose Tao is wrong will be more distinct in this level of powerhouses struggle. Losing, one might very likely lose their Tao heart. Master One Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. Then ruined his Tao heart later. It's likely hard for his strength to improve anymore in the countless tens of thousands of years after today. Also, there's the Sacred Ancestor High Priest because he lost to Medicine Ancestor back then, and lost his Tao heart. That's why he'd remain at a standstill. Ning Xiu opened her mouth wide, a look of astonishment on her face. She originally felt that this was merely an alchemy battle and that there was nothing dangerous. But now, she could not help worrying about her master. Pa! After thinking hard for more than a month, Yi Yuan finally landed another piece. The Tai Chi diagram appeared once more. The power of great Tao emerged. Pa! The medicine ancestor landed another piece right on the heels of him, shattering Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram once more. Overbearing. Extremely overbearing. The foundation of the world was constructed by Yi Yuan. It should have been led by Yi Yuan in the first place. But the medicine ancestor was too strong. This kind of might made everyone feel asphyxiated. Only Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had a smiling appearance, like looking at a very normal thing. The medicine ancestor already had not taken action for countless years. He already became a totem. Everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. But today, once he took action, it shocked myriad regions. His might was unmatched, overpowering the present era. The rules were set by me. Alchemy Tao was ruled by me. No matter how astonishingly talented you were, no matter how your means were exceedingly formidable in front of this kind of powerful strength, it was all futile. The height that he was standing at was far from what Yi Yuan, this rising star, could hold a candle to. The two people's disparity was too great. The world that Yi Yuan carefully constructed was unbelievably deplorable in front of the medicine ancestor. One look and he saw through the actual situation. Your world was dominated by me. The number one person in the world was this domineering. Second Sage is in danger. After this battle, he'll likely sink thoroughly. Second Sage is incredibly talented. Since time immemorial. I thought that even if he loses, he'll at least lose with dignity too. I didn't expect that he actually lost so miserably. It's too miserable, there's no strength to fight back at all. Even compared to Lord Sacred Ancestor, he's also much worse. I even thought that I could see an astonishing great battle. I didn't expect that it's actually one-sided. It's not interesting anymore. Aside from the shock, the group of powerhouses could not help feeling dull. Yi Yuan's path of mythology was undoubtedly going to stop here. The medicine ancestor was still the medicine ancestor, the alchemy world's heaven-span mountain. Of course, while it was boring, not a single person left. The medicine ancestor taking action. This was a grand event that could only be encountered once every 10 million years. How can it be missed? This kind of great Tao, even if only comprehend a trace, it would also be beneficial for life. Sacred Ancestor High Priest had a solemn look. The shock in his heart was like thunder roaring throughout the 9 heavens. The medicine ancestor got stronger again. Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. If he faced off against the current medicine ancestor, even if he was better than Yi Yuan, he would also not be much better. These tens of millions of years he was still marching on the spot, while the medicine ancestor already took an even firmer step toward Tao Pill. Master, Second Sage almost can't endure anymore. This is simply a rout, GMO said in surprise. It was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan look so strained. Every step was taken with extremely difficulty. Wings smiled bitterly and said, I harmed this kid, GMO said in surprise. Why does Master say this? Wing's expression was complicated as he said, Master always thought that this old man is a narrow-minded man, intentionally suppressing his opponents. But seeing him again today, I discovered that I misunderstood him. The group of disciples was shocked when they heard this, revealing disbelieving looks. Master and medicine ancestor were sworn enemies. This was virtually something that everyone knew in the priest temple. But what did these words now mean? Why does Master say this? GMO asked again. Wing said, This old thing is indeed narrow-minded, but on the path of alchemy. He is indeed a peerless genius that none can rival. The battle with him last time, he indeed ruined my Tao heart. But these few tens of millions of years, he integrated the essence of my Tao into his great Tao. His strength is long already no longer what it used to be. The group of disciples was filled with fear, only then, understanding Sacred Ancestor High Priest's meaning. This alchemy path's number one person became much stronger than back then. This also meant that medicine ancestor took another big step toward the true Tao Pill. The present medicine ancestor already shook Sacred Ancestor High Priest off far behind. Who else was medicine ancestor's match in this world? Only then did everyone present understand that it was not that Yi Yuan was too weak, but that medicine ancestor was too strong. Reaching the medicine ancestor's level of realm, it was almost impossible to make any progress anymore. But who could have thought that he could still learn from other people's strengths and put them to use for himself? The present medicine ancestor already completely shook Sacred Ancestor High Priest off. No one could threaten him anymore. Sacred Ancestor High Priest could not, Yi Yuan, even less so. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said with a grin, Master being the #1 person on the alchemy path isn't just being #1 in strength. His talent is likewise #1 in alchemy. The world all thinks that Master has long been unable to make progress anymore. But actually, he's improving every day. Second Sage's talent is high, perhaps even higher than Master's. It's just a pity that his accumulations are too weak. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was complicated as he said, I harmed this kid. After this battle, his Tao heart, Yi Yuan's will was extremely tough, even far surpassing Ancestor-level powerhouse's will. Wing had a score in his heart about this. It was just that Medicine Ancestor was too strong. His strength already exceeded ordinary people's understanding. Yi Yuan was still too inexperienced after all. One step forward, Yi Yuan struggled to stride forward. Each step that he took, the time used took longer and longer. From 1 month to 2 months, then to 3 months. In a blink, several years passed. Yi Yuan only walked over a dozen steps. However, Yi Yuan's face did not have any anxious look. He was completely immersed in the structure of the world. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was incomparably tyrannical, as if crushing his Tao like a giant mountain. This was completely the disparity between two different power levels. It was Yi Yuan's first time experiencing the ultimate strength of Tao Pill. It also made him have a sense of powerlessness for the first time in alchemy. Over 50 years passed in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan already had not landed a piece in 10 years. Pa! The Yi Yuan who was akin to a withered tree finally landed his piece. Pa! Medicine Ancestor landed a piece right on the heels, ruthlessly crushing Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram without the slightest mercy. Eft! Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood wildly, splattering onto the chessboard. A burst of exclamations came over. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan was defeated. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, both eyes deeply sunken, as if his entire person was drained dry, like a seriously ill person. He's still forcefully holding on. Actually, he could have surrendered long ago. Yi Yuan is too weak. He doesn't have the qualifications to face off against Medicine Ancestor at all. He doesn't have any self-awareness at all. His journey has been too smooth and he has never encountered a setback. Encountering such a huge setback this time, he's naturally unwilling to admit defeat. In their view, Yi Yuan could have conceded defeat long ago. Forcefully hanging on until now was completely keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. Ning Xiu grabbed Yun Yi's clothes, practically about to tear them apart. It was only to see her bite her lip lightly and say, Master, he will be fine, right? Yun Yi's eyes were full of blood traces as he shook his head and said, I don't know. Master, he might really be in danger this time. Why? Why hasn't he given up yet? With Master's talent and strength, he can definitely surpass Medicine Ancestor in the future. Why must he insist on forcefully holding on now? Ning Xiu said in tears. Sigh, maybe Master has his own thoughts. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes became more and more sunken, his person becoming thinner and thinner, his state being poor to the extreme. But he still did not have the thought of giving up. Yi Yuan's piece fell down and he immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. Landed again, vomited again. He landed again and he vomited again. His fleshy body was extremely powerful, but now it was practically at the extent of being at the end of his life. He looked extremely miserable. This alchemy battle was no less than even a paramount great battle. For Yi Yuan, it was too hard. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan and could not help recalling himself back then. How similar was this scene? He sat withered in front of the chessboard previously and sat for several thousand years. Medicine Ancestor's moves aimed straight at the Tao heart, impossible to guard against at all. Yi Yuan's strength was too weak to begin with. Facing the even stronger Medicine Ancestor, he could only be defeated even more thoroughly. Sigh, it's all my fault. This boy is most likely crippled already. Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a gloomy sigh. Actually, even if he did not say, everyone could tell too. This myth ends here. A prodigy that made the world tremble already came to a curtain call here. Young friend, it ends here. Suddenly, Medicine Ancestor's dry voice came from above the void. Pa! A piece landed, the void trembled, and the entire chessboard started shaking violently. Above the chessboard, white light radiated brilliantly. The dazzling light broke right through the firmament, completely drowning out the black pieces. This chessboard world no longer had a way out for the black pieces. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of an ashen look. Clearly, he was already at the end of his rope. His gaze revealed a pondering look, seemingly not understanding the situation before his eyes. It shouldn't be like this, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Young friend, you lost. Medicine Ancestor said coolly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I didn't lose. There must still be a way out. Medicine Ancestor said leisurely. When you took the first step, this ancestor has already seen through 100 steps. Each one of your steps is within this ancestor's calculations. The world that you constructed is operating according to this ancestor's will. Are you still not admitting defeat? This was a showdown but also a genuine fight. Whoever ruled this world of chessboard was the victor. The current Medicine Ancestor was not the Medicine Ancestor in Ask Not. That Medicine Ancestor was merely a wisp of remnant soul. Furthermore, he was suppressed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Yi Yuan could position himself in a leisurely manner. While in this place, his opponent was the real Medicine Ancestor, his might could shatter everything. No matter what means you have, it was not worth mentioning at all in front of absolute strength. This alchemy battle was firmly controlled by Medicine Ancestor from the very beginning. What kind of world Yi Yuan wanted to construct, how to construct, Medicine Ancestor saw it clearly. Therefore, he did not need to think at all. When humans think, God laughs. What it was talking about was this kind of situation. The height that Medicine Ancestor stood at was too high. He was watching this alchemy battle from the perspective of God. No matter how ever-changing you were, how could you escape God's eyes? Yi Yuan, racking his brains to think, was nothing more than a farce in Medicine Ancestor's view. No one can control everything. I can't, you can't even. Heavenly Tao can't either. I will lose, but I absolutely won't lose like this. Yi Yuan used a similarly dry voice to say. A chess game for nearly 100 years. Yi Yuan had been trying to escape Medicine Ancestor's control. Every step he took was made with extreme difficulty. Exchanging moves with a godlike powerhouse, if one played according to the other party's tempo, there was no chance of winning at all. Others all said that he was overestimating his own ability, but did not know how impressive he was to hold out until now. From the very first move Medicine Ancestor made, Yi Yuan understood that the current Medicine Ancestor was definitely no idea how many times stronger than the Medicine Ancestor back then. He had fought with Sacred Ancestor High Priest before. Even though it was just a tiny probing, he could confirm that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was far worse than Medicine Ancestor. He naturally would not feel that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was intentionally cheating him. It could only mean that the Medicine Ancestor made great improvements again in these years. One could say that the current Medicine Ancestor was already infinitely close to the level of Tao Pill, close to being a god. No wonder the first time he laid eyes on Medicine Ancestor, it gave him a ludicrous illusion that the other party was a medicinal pill. But so what? He came in order to witness the highest summit of the alchemy path. Fighting with heaven and endless enjoyment. Fighting with a god. An endless delight. This ancestor has integrated Wing's Tao and already touched the power of law. In this Tao, this ancestor is a god. How can a group of ants fight with a god? Medicine Ancestor said coolly. The group of ancestors had the jitters when they heard it. Touching the power of law, that was the level of Tao ancestors. That level of existence was truly an existence that governed destiny, its power unimaginable. At present, the title of Medicine Ancestor was already in reality as well as in name. Forget about the fact that you're not a god. Even if you're really a god, so what? Yi Yuan's gaze shifted toward the chessboard, then fell into contemplation again. Medicine Ancestor was indifferent, his figure moving, returning above the cloud platform. Hoo-hoo, this kid is as stubborn as you back then. Medicine Ancestor said with a dry laugh. Wing's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Stop pretending, actually. You're very surprised too, right? Or should I say, you're currently secretly happy, because I delivered you a treasure trove." Medicine Ancestor smiled and said, "Ho ho. Looks like you already understand. This ancestor walking until today, what I relied on wasn't suppressing juniors. Your Tao heart falling was just because your Tao heart had flaws. That's right. You delivered a big gift to this ancestor today. The strength of this kid's Tao exceeds my imagination. After this ancestor digests today's battle, I'll definitely be able to comprehend the power of law and attain the true level of Tao Pill." Everyone trembled all over. This news was seriously too shocking. Tao Pill, that was the realm that all alchemists dreamed of. Except no one had ever reached it. After today, Medicine Ancestor was actually able to reach this paramount realm. In the past, everyone said that Medicine Ancestor was half a Tao ancestor. But soon, Medicine Ancestor would become a true Tao ancestor level powerhouse. At this time, everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan again could not help turning into pity. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan's roaring into existence would shake Cloud Heart Realm's foundation and drag the alchemy world into a warring states period. But who knew that Medicine Ancestor used Yi Yuan as a footboard and corroborated his Tao to become a true Tao ancestor? Ho. Congratulations, Medicine Ancestor, for achieving alchemy Tao supremacy. Congratulations. The group of ancestors went forward one after another to congratulate Medicine Ancestor in advance. That moment Medicine Ancestor corroborated his Tao, the entire Heavenspan world would tremble because of it. The status of the Medicine Ancestor at that time would truly be on par with Tao ancestors. And the Tao of medicinal pills would also truly be juxtaposed with martial Tao, becoming a peerless great Tao. This significance was too great. Medicine Ancestor did not reciprocate. He still had his eyes shut, like an ancient well without ripples. Reaching his level of boundary, he had long not felt delighted by external gains and not saddened by personal losses already. Pa! A clear sound suddenly sounded out in the world, suddenly interrupting the felicitations. Everyone turned around and looked, but discovered that Yi Yuan actually stubbornly landed a piece. Hoo, this kid still hasn't given up? Lamentable, pitiable. A genius fell here. Everyone revealed looks of contempt, very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's action of not being able to bear a loss. But right at this moment, Medicine Ancestor's two eyes that had been shut all along suddenly snapped open, staring fixedly at the heaven and earth chessboard erupting with rays of brilliant light. On the chessboard, the original black pieces no longer had a way out. The white pieces occupied the entire territory, exterminating all of the black pieces. This also made clear to all that Medicine Ancestor created the entire chessboard world and that it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. This was a dead end. Yi Yuan had no possibility of fighting back at all. But now, this black piece was like a nail wedging into the boundary of the white pieces. Amidst the world full of white pieces, this black piece appeared so lonely. It looked so fragile, as if a candle flame flickering in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. But looking closely, the place where this black piece stood was just right. The Tai Chi diagram bloomed once more. The Tai Chi diagram this time was even more solid and even more elusive. Yi Yuan forcefully opened up a gap amidst the white pieces. Brilliant. Really too brilliant. This move is simply fabulous. Ha. Old thing, the outcome is still unknown. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's eyes became brighter and brighter. Until the back, he actually clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying to Medicine Ancestor, "The alchemy path powerhouses outside Cloud Heart Mountain were currently very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's endless pestering at this time. Their skill was lacking and could not perceive the brilliance of this move at all. But those ancestor powerhouses were all incredibly shocked. This move was too brilliant, forcefully finding a way out from amidst a death trap. It could be said to be being snatched from the jaws of death. Looking at the entire game, this was the only way out. Yi Yuan making this move, everything looked like as it ought to be. But finding this ray of hope in this death trap was seriously far too difficult. One had to know, even Medicine Ancestor himself did not discover this ray of hope. Hence, after he landed his piece, he left with his hands behind his back. He already determined that he won. Wanting to find this glimmer of hope required an extremely keen perception of Tao, required an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Tao, and required exceedingly terrifying insight. Not one could be missing. Everyone present did not discover this glimmer of hope, but Yi Yuan discovered it. This showed that, in some aspects, Yi Yuan already surpassed everyone present. Medicine Ancestor's expression already explained everything. He really did it. This boy is simply amazing. Taking this step, this battle has become complicated and confusing. Who wins and who loses will be hard to say. This battle, regardless of win or lose, Yi Yuan is the biggest winner. His Tao will surely improve further. The ancestors sighed endlessly in amazement, not stinting with praises toward Yi Yuan. Saying that this move startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep was also not an exaggeration. Yi Yuan's Tao would become even more complete because of this move. Please. Above the void, Yi Yuan used a hoarse voice and said to Medicine Ancestor. While around him, the power of great Tao suddenly became much more vigorous, and his withered physical body became fleshed out anew under the nourishment of the power of great Tao. Medicine Ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed, and he arrived above the void once more. The enormous Medicine Ancestor appeared once again. Below Cloudheart Mountain, a huge commotion stirred. Medicine Ancestor leaving indicated that this game was over. Returning anew meant that this piece forced him to continue. Medicine Ancestor had his face slapped by this piece. The shock that this scene gave everyone could be imagined. It was just that they could not understand what kind of storm this piece could set off. Pa! Medicine Ancestor landed a piece. The great battle was back on. The Tai Chi diagram trembled violently and became much dimmer all of a sudden. But this time it did not extinguish. Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram actually resisted Medicine Ancestor's powerful attack. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, a huge shock was set off once more. What in the world is going on? Why did Second Sage become so stronger all of a sudden? Already reached this stage, could he really carry on competing? My God! Could it be that Second Sage's legend is still continuing high? This alchemy world is going to change heavens. Pa! This time, Yi Yuan's piece was similarly extremely fast. Pa! Medicine Ancestor suppressed once more. The 2 people coming and going, one piece after another, killing until they were locked in a struggle. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, the territory of the black pieces became bigger and bigger. The Tai Chi diagram became more and more stable. That single black piece was like a fire that set the prairie ablaze, igniting the entire heaven and earth chess game. The 2 people unfolded an incomparably intense territory war in the area, fighting until they were locked in a struggle for an inch of ground. Of course, Medicine Ancestor was still Medicine Ancestor. His strength was still unstoppable. But the current Yi Yuan was not without the strength to fight back as before anymore. The ancestors held their breaths, looking at the power of great Tao above the void surging, each and every one incomparably shocked. No one could have expected that the situation would actually develop to this point. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yi Yuan already gained a firm foothold and started snatching territory from Medicine Ancestor. Yi Yuan isn't as overbearing as Medicine Ancestor, but his Tao seems to have a kind of miraculous magical power. His strength is clearly not strong, but he can always defeat the strong as the weak. I also have a feeling that the Tao which that Tai Chi diagram represents seems to be extremely profound and is more in line with heavenly Tao. After Yi Yuan met with life in a desperate situation, it was as if he changed into a different person. Clearly, this battle was tremendously beneficial to Yi Yuan. One piece after another, the 2 people were locked in a struggle. Finally, Yi Yuan's last piece landed. Game end. Gulp. Everyone could not resist swallowing their saliva. There was death-like silence. Yi Yuan actually forced Medicine Ancestor to this point. This, my eyes aren't failing me, right? This reversal is also too terrifying. It's really a big counterattack. Clearly already fell completely. He actually turned it around to such a situation. A pity. Truly a shame. Just a little bit more. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, it all exploded. For the first 100 years, Yi Yuan was suppressed until he could not even raise his head. In the end, in less than 1 month's time, Yi Yuan actually unleashed a storm-like counterattack, forcefully turning the situation around to this point. Above the heaven and earth chessboard, the territory that the black pieces and white pieces occupied were almost exactly the same. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's shocking counterattack was to one's heart's content, giving people an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Those people who looked down on Yi Yuan, ridiculed Yi Yuan, they were now all virtually cheering for Yi Yuan toward the back. Difference of half a point. A difference of half a point. Ha ha ha. This boy. Really? Ha ha ha. Too incredible. It's too shocking. Sacred Ancestor High Priest clapped his hands and laughed loudly, earnestly from ear to ear. Yi Yuan lost by a difference of half a point, but no one felt that he lost. From the defeat at the start to absolute counterattack, killing until he only lost by half a point, Yi Yuan was today's well-deserving victor. Yi Yuan and Medicine Ancestor walked over leisurely, landed on the cloud platform. The current Yi Yuan had long already recovered fully and became even more profound. Even many ancestors felt that they could not quite see through him anymore. This battle, young friend, you really broadened the horizons of the world. Medicine Ancestor opened both eyes and stared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks to Medicine Ancestor for helping me achieve my aim. Letting this Yi take fewer detours. You gave Senior Sacred Ancestor ask not 2 words after fighting with him. Today, why not give this Yi 2 words too?" The short old man opened both eyes and kept sizing Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. "Ha ha. How many years has it been? It's still this old man's first time seeing you, this fellow, open your eyes. Looks like you, this old thing, really got scared," Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a loud laugh. Medicine Ancestor did not have overly strong emotion fluctuations. He just kept looking at Yi Yuan. After a long time, Medicine Ancestor suddenly laughed loudly and said, "This game had let this ancestor find someone of the same Tao. Why not call this game toward Tao? How about it?" Everyone nodded their heads one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Second Sage was too terrifying. After this battle, Yi Yuan shall stand at the summit of the alchemy path along with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and pursue that fleeting and ephemeral Tao pill. In this battle, Yi Yuan counterattacked and lost slightly to Medicine Ancestor with a difference of half a point. He shall become a myth of the alchemy path and shock the world. Someone of the same Tao, it was well-deserved. Toward Tao? Hoo-hoo, rather fitting, but do you really know what Tao is? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Medicine Ancestor's laughter abruptly ceased, and he said with a frown, "What do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You understand." Surprise finally showed on Medicine Ancestor's eternally unchanging face at this time. You touched the power of law. "This is impossible," Medicine Ancestor said. "Whether I touched the power of law or not, I'm not clear, but I definitely saw something that you didn't see. Someone of the same Tao? Perhaps. You're not worthy." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. In this world, how many people wanted to be associated with the Medicine Ancestor but could not? But Yi Yuan said that Medicine Ancestor was not worthy of being associated with him. This sentence was too shocking. Was it Yi Yuan being arrogant? Or did he really see something different? It was not just Medicine Ancestor. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the various ancestors, each person's face revealed an extremely solemn expression. Where Tao was at was where the heart yearned. The people present, as long as they reached the realm of an old ancestor, who did not want to comprehend the true Tao pill. It was just a pity that this step was far too difficult. Even Medicine Ancestor, this kind of amazing talent, expended 1 trillion years and was also unable to reach this step. But this young man in front of him said that he saw this step. How could it not surprise people? Medicine Ancestor's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you want to confuse my Tao heart?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Believing or not is up to you. It's just that I'm not worthy of same Tao." These 2 words. Senior Sacred Ancestor, let's go. The few people were just about to leave when Medicine Ancestor's figure shook and he already blocked in front of them. Not explaining this matter clearly, nobody can think about leaving. Medicine Ancestor said in a solemn voice. The allure of Tao was too strong. Even Medicine Ancestor, this level of existence, was unable to resist this temptation too. It was still all right if Yi Yuan did not speak. With him saying it, it immediately whetted everyone's gluttonous bugs. Especially Medicine Ancestor, this kind of existence. How could he easily let him leave? Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled contemptuously and said, Old thing, I'm not as good as you in alchemy Tao, but in martial Tao, this emperor isn't afraid of you. If you want this Cloud Heart realm to fall apart to pieces, feel free to make a move. In martial Tao, Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor were both Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses, their strength utterly formidable. Once this level of powerhouse made a move, how could Cloud Heart realm withstand it? Medicine Ancestor's face fell and said, If Cloud Heart realm is gone, then it's gone. Can't this ancestor build another one? Today, this kid must stay. For a moment, it became dangerously explosive. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like Medicine Ancestor, this fellow, was really going all out. Right at this time, a few large openings suddenly fissured open above the void. Countless figures poured out of the large mouth. Accurately speaking, they were not humanoid figures, but a dense swath of ferocious-looking monsters. In front of those monsters were a group of powerhouses that were identical to humans. It was just that the aura emitting from their bodies was very different from humans. Yi Yuan's whole body shuddered fiercely, looking at those figures above the void in shock. He was all too familiar with these guys. Divine race and abyss monsters. The divine race came into being so quickly? How did they come into being so quickly? Furthermore, they were suppressed in the abyss world by several great sovereign demons. Why would they appear in the heavenspan world without a sound? Yi Yuan said in shock. The divine race and abyss monsters appearing here were seriously too surprising. Right now, Cloud Heart Realm was already completely surrounded. All of the alchemy path powerhouses became turtles in a jar. This was not a good sign. The one in the lead was a man with yellow hair. The man stood with his hands behind his back with a kind of haughtiness that showed disdain upon the world. He did not deliberately release his pressure, but Yi Yuan felt the exact same aura as Daimeld from him. This person was a progenitor-level powerhouse. Yi Yuan's mind revolved like lightning. With the divine race coming here, they had likely planned for a long time. Hoo-hoo! Everyone's here. How lively! The man with yellow hair stood in the air as he said with a light laugh. It was just that the words were full of contempt. Medicine Ancestor's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Who are you fellow guests? To dare be impudent in my Cloud Heart realm? Are you tired of living? Medicine Ancestor felt an extremely strong threat from the yellow-haired man's body. Therefore, he did not make a move right away to kill the enemy but gave a warning. Clearly, Medicine Ancestor was also not clear about the divine race's origin. The yellow-haired man did not care about Medicine Ancestor's warning at all, but looked toward the Yi Yuan in the crowd. All of Yi Yuan's hair stood on its end, his entire person about to suffocate. This glance was too terrifying. Kid, you tell them who this ancestor is, the yellow-haired man said calmly. Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, uncertain what it meant. Someone immediately asked, Second Sage, you know where these reckless and blind guys are from? Yi Yuan did not answer. He just looked at the yellow-haired man and said in a solemn voice, Which lineage are you from? The yellow-haired man laughed lightly and said, This ancestor is the profound lineage's third ancestor, Origigard. Kid, you're very good. You could forcefully beat 9 Origin that kid down a boundary at the realm of Empyrean. Impressive. This ancestor will only ask once. Are you willing to submit to my divine race? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This yellow-haired man was actually a profound lineage's ancestor. This profound lineage actually appeared in the heavenspan world without a sound. How could he not be shocked? It was just that what he felt even more was fury. It was precisely the profound lineage that forcefully separated him and Yu Mengli. Rumble. A monstrous rage rose from Yi Yuan's body. His 2 eyes were practically wanted to spew fire as he said with a sneer, Submit? Just the likes of your trash races? Heh, divine race. I really don't know how you guys have the face to call yourselves this name. Hand Lear over, otherwise. I'll trample your divine race one day. Origigard did not get angry and said with a faint smile, Divine Daughter is extraordinarily gifted. When she stands before you again, you'll get a big surprise. Just what was going on here? What are they talking about? What divine race? What divine daughter? Completely never heard before. Being long-winded with them for what? A bunch of guys playing tricks, just directly finish them off. They completely did not know about the divine race's strength, each and every one ignorant and fearless, and were about to rush over. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, killing intent billowing to the sky. But Origigard smiled faintly and said, angry? I know that your talent is amazing, you can even jump levels to defeat 9 Origin. It's just that you're still just an ant. In this great world, the ones who really dominate are all us, the top powerhouses. Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned slightly sullen, and he said in a cold voice, who on earth is your esteemed self? If you still don't say it, this ancestor is going to be impolite. Origigard gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, you're the current human race's alchemy path's #1 person? Too weak. Medicine Ancestor narrowed his eyes and said coolly, shamelessly boasting. Does a trash like you even understand what alchemy Dao is? Origigard did not explain either. He just smiled faintly, and then he held his palm up. A crystal-like ball appeared in his palm. When Medicine Ancestor, Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Origigard's move was clearly developing a world with alchemy Dao. It was extremely brilliant. This level of means was absolutely in the same class as Medicine Ancestor, an existence who was not inferior to Medicine Ancestor in the slightest. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was truly incomparably shocked. He did not expect that the divine race actually still had this kind of heaven-defying existence. The others were similarly shocked. They had never heard before that the heavenspan world still had an existence that could rival the Medicine Ancestor. Where did this guy pop out from? Do you guys think whether or not this ancestor understands what alchemy Dao is? Origigard said with a faint smile. Medicine Ancestor had a shocked face as he said, you. Who the hell are you? This ancestor thought that even if the human race's alchemy Dao didn't recover to its peak state, there's at least 70% to 80% strength too. I heard that there's an alchemy conference here. That's why I'd come here to wipe out the alchemy Dao powerhouses. But you guys disappoint this ancestor too much. Your current strength is really too weak compared to the human race's heyday period. Origigard's words carried thick disappointment, clearly feeling that he somewhat made a big fuss over nothing. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, you want to make use of this opportunity and round the human race alchemy powerhouses in one fell swoop, cutting off the human race's reinforcement force. Origigard smiled faintly and said, that's right. You're very clever. During the last Doomsday battle, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses gave us huge problems. If not for those few old fellows, continuously delivering medicinal pills, we wouldn't have failed at all. Hence, this ancestor naturally won't miss this opportunity that only comes once in a blue moon. It's just a shame that looking at it now, this ancestor made too much of a fuss over nothing. Everyone was shocked, becoming speechless. Doomsday battle? What's that? Shamelessly boasting thing. Just the likes of these few guys also want to destroy the world. Reckless and blind thing, bringing a bunch of swarthy-looking monsters and you want to destroy the world? Doomsday battle, this sort of thing, the vast majority of the people present never heard of it before. The name sounded frightening, but without truly experiencing this kind of battle, who would really pay attention to this name? However, some old fellows with very high seniority had clearly heard of this thing before, each and every one of their expressions becoming very ugly. All shut up for me. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, interrupting everyone's discussion, and said in a solemn voice, put away your arrogance. These guys are very strong. Want to get out alive, put away your sectarian views, and everyone work together and be of one mind. Otherwise, not a single one can escape. Towards this, the vast majority of the people were very disdainful. Their arrogance already penetrated deep into the marrow. Why would they care about a bunch of guys that they had never heard of before? Origigard smiled faintly and said, looks like my divine race hasn't come into being for too long already. You humans have already forgotten who is the true master of the heavenspan world. Today, let the heaven-span world tremble. It was only to see him make a gesture, causing the divine race to bring out the abyss monsters, and then they charged over. For a moment, a dense mass charged over, shocking heaven and earth. When the powerhouses who came to take part in the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference saw such a lineup, their faces also could not quite help changing. Just a bunch of monsters. Everyone, attack together and exterminate them, someone shouted in the crowd. This suggestion immediately got everyone's response. For a moment, one terrifying attack after another shot over toward above the void. Above the sky, all kinds of terrifying martial techniques roared over, rumbling noises sounding out all around. Except these attacks were extremely scattered and undisciplined. The commotion seemed big, but actually it did not pose lethality at all. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's strength was infinitely weakened. Moreover, the strength of abyss monsters was far superior to same-rank humans. In this first wave attack, the abyss monsters actually directly resisted it. Furthermore, the losses were not severe. When the human race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. While at this time, the abyss monsters' first wave attack also arrived. One wave of attack after another fired into the crowd neat and tidily and exploded apart. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounds lingered on incessantly. Screams linked up together. This wave of attacks made the human race powerhouses suffer heavy losses. And in this short while, both sides were already fighting in close quarters, clashing together. The moment they clashed, the human race powerhouses discovered that something was wrong. The opponents were too strong. The abyss monsters that they looked down on were all extremely powerful. Furthermore, their skin was coarse and their flesh thick, with their defensive power being extremely strong. It needed 3 or 4 people to join forces to face the enemy before they could barely manage to block it. It was just that way, the human race's manpower became severely inadequate. While the divine race's powerhouses went even more without saying. The moment they entered the battle, it was like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the lethality being extremely great. The name of the divine race was displayed in its entirety at this moment. How could they be so strong? This kind of combat strength is on a completely different level. Is this the divine race? They don't have world power at all. So what they are using is the power of heavenly Tao. The heaven-span world has such a powerful race? Why have I never heard of them before? The human powerhouses were finally shocked. Only at this time did they know that Yi Yuan did not warn them for nothing. In fact, the divine race's might was even greater than Yi Yuan said. At this time, their gazes when looking toward Origin Guard became different. If those ordinary divine race members were already so strong, then what about this progenitor-level powerhouse? The human powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy, going on careful alert one after another. Origin Guard smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you all already understand what's the divine race. My divine race is the race chosen by the heavens, only cultivating heavenly Tao. Before the previous epoch, it had always been our divine race ruling the heaven-span world. Regardless of whether you're human race, demon race, or other races, you were all our slaves. And today we're going to take back all that we lost." Everyone turned greatly pale from fright, all incomparably shocked. The divine race was actually the former ruler. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, many human powerhouses backed out, shuttling into the void, attempting to escape Cloud Heart Realm. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Don't run away. The void must have already been locked." His voice had yet to fade when several dead bodies fell down from the void, looking utterly ghastly. Origin Guard smiled lightly and said, "Don't think about escaping. There are 36,008 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses in the void outside of Cloud Heart Realm, casting the Grand Xingtian Heaven locking art. Even Deva Fourth Blights can forget about escaping here too. Kid, you're really a talent. It's just a shame that you can't be used by us. Yuan Xiao, Yuan Shi, the two of you lead 2 teams of abyss monsters to deal with that brat. Don't think about capturing him. You guys can't capture him. Just directly kill him." Origin Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said coolly. Yuan Xiao and Yuan Shi were 2 middle stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses. The two small squads of abyss monsters that they brought were shockingly middle-stage Heavenly Emperor Realm too. When the human powerhouses saw this lineup, each and every one of them was stunned. These two squads could sweep away any Heavenly Emperor powerhouse already, but they were deployed to deal with the initial stage Heavenly Emperor Yi Yuan. It could be seen from this how highly Origin Guard regarded Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure swaying, suddenly disappearing from where he was. When he appeared again, he already arrived outside Cloudheart Mountain. Amidst the chaotic battle, Yun Yi, Ning Xiu, and the rest were currently being besieged by the abyss monsters. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the ones currently guarding by Yun Yi two people's sides were Empyrean Pilljade and Empyrean Flutterfeather. Especially Empyrean Pilljade, he was covered in blood all over, with his aura being weak. He had already received severe injuries. And beside him, there were still quite a number of peak Empyrean abyss monsters. Of course, Flutterfeather was also not much better than him. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, there were immediately Heavenly Emperor Realm abyss monsters that charged over. He did not hesitate in the slightest, sword intent surging, instantly one-shotting several Heavenly Emperor abyss monsters. More than a dozen streaks of sword energy suddenly descended. Those abyss monsters besieging Yun Yi and the rest were instantly sliced into countless pieces. Whoosh, whoosh. Several medicinal pills flew toward Flutterfeather and Pilljade. When the two saw Yi Yuan, they immediately saw the dawn of hope. Without the least bit of hesitation, they swallowed the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan tossed over. The effects were instantly seen. Suddenly, Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled. The Heavenly Emperor Realm that had blocked him for many years finally loosened at this moment. What Yi Yuan gave him to eat was not the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, it was just an ordinary healing medicinal pill. But this medicinal pill was a Spirit Link divine pill. Empyrean Pilljade knew that he was half a step away from Heavenly Emperor to begin with. Under the catalysis of the Tao accumulations inside the Spirit Link divine pill, he finally broke the fetters and broke through to Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan's fingertips moved, instantly forming a formation protecting Yun Yi and the rest inside the array formation. You guys wait inside the grand array. Don't go anywhere. Yi Yuan dropped these few words coolly while his figure turning around, and he met with the two squads led by Yuan Xiu and Yuan Shi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 1,000 flying swords suddenly appeared, sweeping toward the two squads. These two squads had a total of more than 20 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Furthermore, they were not human race powerhouses, but divine race and abyss monsters. This combat power was significantly stronger than 20 over 4th Firmament Heavenly Emperors. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to World Realm, how much stronger was the power of his sword formation? He maneuvered the sword formation and could actually withstand the attacks of the two squads. It was just a shame that these over 20 people were seriously too strong. Under their teaming up, the sword formation was in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses were all dumbfounded with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked so many divine race members and abyss monsters by himself. Was this guy still human? Previously, they all looked down on the divine race and felt that the abyss monsters were ugly and lowly. But after exchanging blows now, they were deeply aware of these two mighty races' power. One-on-one was simply an extravagant hope. But Yi Yuan jumped realms and blocked so many powerhouses. This was too shocking. While at this time, they also deeply realized why Origin Guard regarded Yi Yuan so highly. This guy was much more monstrous than even the race chosen by heaven, the divine race. Manpower is so tight. Yet Progenitor Origin Guard still let us form two squads to come and kill him. I was still very disdainful about this previously. Now, this Yi Yuan really broadened my horizons, Yuan Xiu said in shock. Really too strong. No wonder after Divine Sun returned, he entered the Megadeth cave without a word. Looks like he was really triggered, Yuan Shi said. Hold steady first. Don't be in a rush to kill him. After the Lord got the opportunity, it won't be late to kill him then, Yuan Xiu said. Yuan Shi nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan making a move shocked everyone. Origin Guard looked in Yi Yuan's direction and clicked his tongue in wonder as he praised, this kid is really strong. I don't know how he cultivates up till now. A mere human actually cultivated to such a realm. This is truly astonishing. If he's given another 5,000 years, I'm afraid that my divine race will have to turtle up inside the abyss world forever. Yi Yuan's combat power made people sigh with admiration. If not for Nine Origin being beaten until that state, Origin would never have believed that the human race actually produced such a monstrous freak. The race chosen by heaven was actually beaten by a human. When Medicine Ancestor saw Yi Yuan's combat strength, his eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. Divine race, is it? Truly a surprising race. This ancestor wants to see how much capability you have. Medicine Ancestor's gaze turned dark and earth-shaking imposing aura surged to the sky. Origin smiled faintly and said, "You alone isn't enough. The two of you attack together." Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two strongest people among the humans present. Both Deva Fourth Blight Supreme powerhouses. Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest exchanged a glance, and actually reached a rare unanimous conclusion. Rumble. Medicine Ancestor pushed a palm out. Heaven and earth instantly changed colors. The incredibly strong source power gushed out of his palm. Cloud Heart Mountain instantly turned to ashes at this moment. The spiritual veins were severed, mountains and rivers shattering. The seemingly played-down palm had the power to destroy heaven and decimate the earth. This was the power of a Deva Fourth Blight Supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Wing also threw a punch out. Space was like glass, countless cracks instantly fissuring apart. The entire Cloud Heart realm started trembling. Horrifying energy undulations scattered everywhere. Anything that came into the slightest contact with it instantly turned to ashes. Great Tao was simple. These two supreme powerhouses did not have any flashy martial technique, but the moment they took action, it obliterated the heaven and destroyed the earth. Cloud Heart Realm was single-handedly founded by Medicine Ancestor. This realm was extremely sturdy. But under the power of such powerhouses, it could not stand up to a single blow at all. The Yi Yuan in the midst of fierce fighting also felt shocked. No wonder it could be called Doomsday Battle. The fight of such powerhouses was simply too terrifying. If a bunch of such powerhouses fought, even the Heavenspan world would also be fought until it broke to pieces. Outside Cloudheart Mountain, powerhouses were fleeing one after another. How could they still care about fighting? Opposite of them, Origin beamed and said, "Not bad, not bad. Alchemy Dao can't make it, but Martial Dao is worth seeing. It's just a shame that who you guys are facing is this ancestor." Done talking, the Dao marks on his body released a breathtaking blue light. A great Dao aura that towered above all life suddenly erupted. This eruption actually suppressed both great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses with his strength alone. "Detonate!" Origin bellowed. The void exploded. A huge amount of energy exploded together with Medicine Ancestor 2 people. Except this explosive force was too strong and actually overshadowed the two great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses. Poo work! Poo work! The two supreme powerhouses tasted sweetness in their throats and actually spewed fresh blood wildly. The divine race's ancestor actually overwhelmed two great Deva Fourth Blights with his power alone. This scene was too shocking. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of all the human powerhouses. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? A Deva Fourth Blight is a sovereign-level powerhouse. Two great sovereigns joining hands are actually not the match of the divine race powerhouse. No wonder they said that the divine race was once the Heavenspan world's ruler. Looking at it now, it isn't fake. This kind of strength is simply appalling. Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses were godlike existences in their hearts, dominating the entire Heavenspan world. However, the appearance of the divine race progenitor completely subverted their understanding. In just this short while, they already believed that the divine race was the race chosen by heaven. Wing spat a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "Old thing, this guy is really strong, let's not hold back anymore and bring out our true ability." Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly. Suddenly, the bones all over his body made clicking sounds. The originally emaciated like a stick and short Medicine Ancestor actually slowly turned into a handsome young man. "Ha ha, you, this old thing, conserved strength and stored up energy, looks like you're still not confident in passing Deva Fifth Blight." Wing smiled brightly. Medicine Ancestor gave him a glance and said coolly, Deva Fifth Blight is a life and death tribulation. How many people are confident in being able to transcend it? Originally, after this battle, this ancestor planned on comprehending Tao afterward and planned to transcend the tribulation. This battle had greatly benefited Yi Yuan, but it was likewise greatly beneficial to Medicine Ancestor. With Medicine Ancestor's talent and strength, gaining enlightenment on Tao was not impossible. Old dog, your turn. Medicine Ancestor looked at Wing and said. Wing laughed loudly, his entire person suddenly became smaller. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Sacred Ancestor High Priest actually turned into a large black dog. The large black dog had shiny fur, 2 large ears drooping down, but the 2 eyes were brimming with radiating vigor, revealing a murderous light. Only then did everyone know that it turns out that Sacred Ancestor High Priest's original body was actually a large black dog. But after transforming, Sacred Ancestor High Priest seemed to be even more aggressive. A Raijin guard's gaze was scorching as he said, turns out that it's the descendant of a dragon dog. No wonder you have such strength. The dragon dog clan back then was in existence on par with the demon race's 8 great sacred lineages. Except they rebelled against the divine race together with the human race, and they were crushed. I didn't expect that there are still remnant spawns existing in this world. Large black dog Wing's entire body trembled and he said in alarm and anger, I was wondering why the dragon dog clan declined until like this. Turns out that it was actually done by your divine race. Then today, just nice. I'll settle this score. After he was done talking, people saw a black light fly through the sky and smash toward Origin Guard. At the same time, Medicine Ancestor also made a move in time, fighting together with Origin Guard. After these 2 people transformed, their strength indeed increased greatly. It was just a pity that a Raijin guard's strength was too strong. The 2 people teaming up still could not do anything to him. The 3 people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, and the void shattered. Within a few rounds, Cloud Heart Mountain in this region of space already completely collapsed. Countless spatial turbulent flows swept inside. The originally pristine and beautiful Cloud Heart Realm with mountains and rivers already turned into an Azura battlefield. Countless Cloud Heart Realm powerhouses perished, their Tao dissipating. But even so, Origin Guard still suppressed the 2 great Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses domineeringly. His strength was clearly a magnitude stronger than the 2. Under the 2 people's transformation, he could still handle the job with skill and ease. There was not just these 3 people's peak battle, there were also many Deva Realm powerhouses among the progenitors present. Their great battle with the divine race similarly fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. But the divine race prepared extremely well for this fight. It could be said that experts were abundant, the numbers were even more than the humans. This great battle was virtually one-sided. The human powerhouses fell one after another. The battle situation was extremely tragic. Yi Yuan's side similarly fought extremely hard. His side could be said to be heavily focused. The experts besieging him were too many. What kind of concepts were these 2 squads? A small team of over 20 people was more than plenty to kill 50 same realm human powerhouses. Yes, it was to kill, not defeat. Killing and defeating were 2 completely different concepts. But it was such 2 squads that were used to deal with Yi Yuan alone. It could be seen how much importance the divine race attached to him. Yi Yuan's sword formation danced seamlessly, it was just that the defensive circle got smaller and smaller. The opponent was seriously too strong, his realm was also too low. Double up. This kid almost can't hold on anymore, Yuan Shou said in great joy. The abyss monsters all became even more berserk. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. No way. This bunch of guys are too strong. If I keep holding back, I'm afraid that the consequences will be hard to predict. Yi Yuan's heart sunk slightly, and time freeze suddenly erupted. Immobilize? At virtually the same time, the limitless god-killing bow was already in his hand. The power of a Tao artifact made the faces of Yuan Shou and the rest change suddenly. Bow arched, sword notched. 20 over streaks of sword light disappeared in a flash, exploding on the bodies of Yuan Shou and the rest. Bang, bang, bang. The intense explosions instantly seriously wounded them. However, Yuan Shou and the rest were too strong. Even though the limitless god-killing bow was strong, it was not enough to kill them. Yi Yuan did not stop, drawing the bow and notching his sword once more. The second attack was released again. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Xiao and the rest did not have time to react and were hit again. Shooting twice, the limitless god-killing bow practically depleted his divine essence empty. A powerful strength naturally consumed a lot. Yi Yuan's current divine essence thickness was comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor. But even so, these two shots almost drained him dry too. However, it was not over yet. These divine race members and abyss monsters could not be disposed of with a few strokes. Yi Yuan pointed at the void repeatedly and actually directly refined a pill in the void. He scoured many spirit medicines from the hidden lineage. Using it to refine rank 8 medicinal pills now was just nice. Yi Yuan did not bluff medicine ancestor. He really glimpsed the power of law in the battle this time. Refining rank 8 divine pills at this time were accomplished with even higher proficiency. Between breaths, a medicinal pill formed. At this critical moment, Yuan Xiao they all would not give Yi Yuan the chance to refine pills at all. However, Yi Yuan directly gave up on the quality of the medicinal pills and simplified many refining techniques. They took shape in virtually a blink of an eye. But even so, the rank 8 medicinal pills that he refined also reached purple spirit divine grade. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill and drew the bow and notched his sword one more time. Intense explosions sounded out once more. He refined again, shot again. Refined again, shot again. But even so, his speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed at which the limitless god-killing bow siphoned his strength too. After more than 10 swords, Yi Yuan's entire person became like a vampire, emaciated like a stick. Of course, Yuan Xiao's 2 squads were virtually completely annihilated. The abyss monsters were completely eradicated. Yuan Xiao and Yuan Shi were seriously injured and on the verge of death. This scene shocked countless powerhouses. Matching the Sword of Source with a Dao artifact, unleashing more than 10 sword moves in a row, jumping realms to kill more than 20 abyss monsters, and seriously injuring divine race members. What kind of combat power is this? Instantly refining rank 8 divine pills. I really don't know what kind of realm he reached to be able to reach this level. Too strong. Too strong. It's just a shame that second sage's strength is too weak. If he had 9th firmament heavenly emperor strength, he might really be able to bring us out. Yi Yuan's combat power did not just shock the humans, it even shocked the divine race powerhouses. The divine race fighting against the humans, the battle had always been fought shorthanded. But Yi Yuan annihilated more than 20 abyss monsters alone and seriously injured divine race members. This combat power was too terrifying. Take his life while he's down. Kill this guy. He's currently completely drained like a lamp without oil. Don't give him the chance to recover. Quickly kill him. The current Yi Yuan was emaciated like a stick, seemingly like a dry corpse, looking alarming to the eyes. Releasing more than 10 sword moves in a row, even if Yi Yuan swallowed quite a few medicinal pills, he was still squeezed dry. Even the flesh and blood of his body was practically sucked dry by the limitless god-killing bow. When many divine race powerhouses saw this scene, they immediately commanded abyss monsters to besiege Yi Yuan. Clearly, this was the optimal time to kill Yi Yuan. For a moment, countless powerhouses charged over toward Yi Yuan. The divine race powerhouses pouring over toward Yi Yuan this side immediately alleviated the pressure on the surrounding human powerhouses. Many human powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief one after another. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already exhausted. He had no way of dealing with these divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters at all currently. But this did not stump him. It was only to see him snap his fingers repeatedly. A powerful protective array formation formed in virtually an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks landed on the array formation, emitting incomparably intense rumbles. The array formation gave off a dazzling light, blocking the attacks from all directions. Yi Yuan's array formation was extremely stable. Even when facing such strong attacks, it was still incredibly stable. But more and more divine race powerhouses poured over toward his side, making the powerful array formation start faltering too. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan built an array formation once more and started refining pills. This time, his speed clearly slowed down significantly, beginning to pursue quality. Those divine race powerhouses attacking the array formation were all very anxious. At this time, the advantage of alchemy path powerhouses was demonstrated. Yi Yuan, this terrifying alchemy path powerhouse, actually directly refined pills on the battlefield to recharge. This way, his ability to fight continuously was seriously too fearsome. Before the alchemy path declined, in the last Doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses clearly unleashed tremendous capabilities, bringing huge problems to the divine race. Therefore, that was why Origin Guard did not scruple to pay a huge price to come to Cloudheart Realm and kill the alchemy path powerhouses here. But the commotion at Yi Yuan this side was seriously too great, drawing more and more divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's Grand Array also started to be in a precarious situation. After all, this was not a one-person battle, but a battle between populations. A super battle implicating tens of millions of people. Everyone, let's go and protect Second Sage. With him around, our survivability will greatly increase. That's right. Second Sage's combat power is extremely shocking, even above the divine race powerhouses. As long as he recovers his strength, our combat power will increase greatly. Everybody attack together. Alleviate Second Sage's pressure. Let him be able to refine pills calmly. The human powerhouses clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. If they allow Yi Yuan to attract the others' attention at this time, after Yi Yuan was defeated, they still could not escape the fate of being killed. Hence, many human powerhouses swarmed over spontaneously, and they faced off against the divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters, alleviating Yi Yuan's pressure. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan sensed something, slowly opening his eyes. There were many human powerhouses around currently defending him tightly. Many people were even directly blown up by divine race powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's countenance also could not help to visibly change because of this. In his impression, human powerhouses were all selfish and did not care about others. He did not expect that today, under a life-and-death situation, they actually took the initiative to come and help him. Sure, it was them doing it for their glimmer of hope. But at this time, them being able to let go of their sectarian views indeed broadened Yi Yuan's horizons. Yi Yuan forcefully reined his mind and devoted his entire mind and body to the pill refinement process. At this time, him refining the medicinal pill at the fastest speed was the greatest repayment to the others. After several hours, a medicinal pill solidified inside the array formation. This was a Dao pill. While at this time, dead bodies were already lying all over the ground around Yi Yuan's array formation. Many human powerhouses perished in order to protect him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed the medicinal pill without the slightest hesitation. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's emaciated body immediately seemed to be filled with air, recovering to its original form very quickly. And his aura also skyrocketed, his cultivation realm directly rising by a lot. After 100 years of accumulation, Cloudheart Realm's powerful spiritual energy, plus the astonishing energy inside this Dao pill, Yi Yuan's realm rose once more. His current realm was already equivalent to Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan walked out of the formation, 1,000 overflying swords danced around him, the killing intent awe-inspiring. You guys have worked hard. Leave the rest to this Yi. You all follow this Yi. This Yi will take you all out. While talking, the sword formation flew out. The places that it passed by reaped the lives of divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters without restraint. With Yi Yuan's current realm coupled with his various powerful means, he looked down completely on middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Yi Yuan took the lead, opening up the way ahead, and the rest of the human powerhouses followed closely behind. With Yi Yuan opening up the path in front, the human powerhouses' pressure fell sharply. After all, even if it was the divine race and abyss fiend race, the powerhouses that could reach late-stage Heavenly Emperor could be counted on one's fingers too. This level of powerhouses, they all had their own opponents and could not divert too many people to deal with Yi Yuan and the people on his side. Furthermore, in this large-scale battle, the vast majority of the martial artists were all people with very low strength. The truly high-level combat power experts were just a minority after all. Origin Guard launching this war, the ones he was truly targeting were still the high-end combat powers like Medicine, Ancestor, and Wing. After all, their threat was much, much greater than Yi Yuan. Targeting Yi Yuan with the extravagant combat power of 2 squads was already thinking extremely highly of him. But very clearly, Origin Guard still underestimated Yi Yuan's combat power. He borrowed the power of a Dao artifact and forcefully killed all of these 2 squads. Right now, the places where Yi Yuan passed through were akin to no man's land. More than 1,000 flying swords were like one sickle after another, reaping lives everywhere. The current Yi Yuan had long hair fluttering while killing people, akin to a killing god descending personally. The powerful divine race and abyss monsters were like lambs awaiting slaughter in front of Yi Yuan. They were unable to withstand the power of his one sword at all. Yi Yuan brought the humans guarding him and plugged into the divine race army like a sharp knife. Very soon, he slaughtered his enemies until the divine race army was in chaos. This guy is simply a killing god. He's too strong. We can't stop him. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This person is invincible. This guy is too strong. We're not a match at all. Quickly go request for the lords to come over. More and more humans gathered around Yi Yuan, following him to break through. In the previous battle, the human powerhouses suffered heavy losses, casualties nearing half. But at present, after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, the situation instantly reversed. Yi Yuan alone was like a fighting machine, steamrolling over all the way. His strength was sufficiently strong and he would not be overly cautious because of the other party's strength. For a moment, the balance of the war actually started leaning toward the humans. 2 armies fighting, the general could often play a decisive factor. A brave general could kill several rounds in the enemy army, directly killing until the other side's camp was in chaos. This point was similarly suitable in large-scale martial artist battles. Clearly, Yi Yuan was such a person. Originally, the divine race had too many of such people, killing in and out of the human camp, akin to a no man's land. But now, the situation suddenly switched. Yi Yuan rushed all the way and was similarly akin to no man's land. The divine race was strong, but Yi Yuan was stronger. Very soon, Yi Yuan brought the human army and directly killed his way through. The divine race army suffered heavy casualties. It was originally a one-sided massacre on the human race by the divine race. But now, it reversed, becoming the human race's one-sided slaughter against the divine race. It was not that the human strength increased, but that the humans now had a pillar. Everyone's cohesion became different from before. A single chopstick was easily snapped, 10 pairs of chopsticks would hold strong. It was this logic. The humans were in a state of disunity previously, each fighting for themselves. There was no way to band together like strands of rope at all. But now all the humans gathered around Yi Yuan, they viewed Yi Yuan as their spiritual leader. Wherever Yi Yuan fought, they would follow suit. Everyone had a clear goal. Therefore, their combat power rose straight up. At this time, the entire Cloud Heart realm was already reduced to rubble. Whatever Feather Mountain, Cloud Heart Mountain, Cloud Summer Mountain, all had long already turned to ashes at this time. The entire Cloud Heart realm, the void shattered. The realm was already reduced to shambles. One had to know the Alchemy Path powerhouses who came to Cloud Heart realm this time. A large majority of them were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. This level of a powerhouse, the moment they made their move, it would be earth-shattering. Let alone that there was still Origin Guard and Medicine Ancestor, this kind of sovereign-level powerhouses. Space shattered bit by bit. The entire Cloud Heart realm gradually collapsed completely. At this time, everyone was already fighting in the dark spatial turbulent flows. In the void, motes of starlight looked just like one bright star after another. These stars were connected in pairs, forming an enormous web completely covering Cloud Heart realm. This was the divine race's grand Xianxia heaven-locking art. Several tens of thousands of divine race powerhouses already completely sealed off this region of space. Everyone was unable to escape this region of starry sky. Yi Yuan did not lead the human army to rashly charge toward this starry web. Instead, he brought the human powerhouses to charge to and fro several times, killing until the divine race powerhouses were in a scattered mess. Even late-stage 8 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm powerhouses did not dare to easily clash head-on too. Hence, more and more human powerhouses joined in, The human army was like a rolling snowball, growing larger the more it rode. Many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also joined in, becoming the core power of this team. The powerhouses around Yi Yuan got more and more, and their cultivation realms got higher and higher. No matter how high their realms were, how strong their strength was, after joining, they would spontaneously take Yi Yuan as the center. A batch of late-stage Heavenly Emperor super powerhouses gathered around Yi Yuan. They followed Yi Yuan and charged everywhere, mowing down all resistance. Very soon, the Divine Race army was completely defeated. They fled in all directions, escaping in the direction of the starry web. Beside Yi Yuan, GMO said, Lord Second Sage, the crux of the problem still lies on the starry web. The Divine Race's strength is too strong. After those supreme powerhouses recover, we're still turtles in a jar. During the chaotic battle, GMO also saw the army led by Yi Yuan. Hence, he immediately joined in. When he saw that Yi Yuan was the leader of this army, he also got a big shock. One had to know Yi Yuan was besieged by 2 middle-stage Heavenly Emperor squads previously. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, but under the besieging of such scale of powerhouses, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But who knew that not only did Yi Yuan not die, his strength improved even further instead. What was even more terrifying was that he actually led the human powerhouses and forcefully slaughtered out a bloody path. However, the crisis on hand had not been resolved yet. They were merely just ant-like existences in front of Origin Guard. Once the Divine Race's Deva Realm powerhouses triumphed all round, they would still be turtles in a jar. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, This grand Xingtian heaven-locking art gained the essence of spatial law and is cast by several tens of thousands of 8 marks Heavenly Dao Realm powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. To crack this spell, one must find the weak point of this technique. Otherwise, there's no way to crack it at all. GMO was shocked and said, Second Sage is proficient in spatial law. Even you can't crack it too? Yi Yuan said, This spell already touched the source power of spatial law. More than 30,000 powerhouses each performed their own function, forming an extremely powerful ensemble. With my current spatial law attainments, it's simply impossible to crack it. When everyone heard this sentence, each and every one of their faces could not help turning ashen. Among so many human powerhouses, Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments were the highest. Even he could not do anything. Then the current situation could only be waiting for death. Could it be that we can only wait for death? GMO said absent-mindedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll go and challenge this spell, do what you can and leave the rest to heaven. GMO's expression turned somber and he said, Second Sage, go ahead. Leave here to us. Unless I die otherwise, I absolutely won't let people come and disturb you. When the Heavenly Emperors heard that, they echoed one after another. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, took a step out, and sprinted straight towards the starry web. Arriving above the starry skin, a surge of powerful enchantment force pounced overhead on. Yi Yuan felt that this region of space was akin to a steel plate, unable to penetrate at all. Above the void, extremely powerful fluctuations even faintly exuded, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above, possibly dealing him a fatal blow at any time. Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law and was deeply aware of spatial law's prowess. It could attack when advancing, it could defend when retreating. It was extremely sharp when on offense, strong as iron when defending. Those few Heavenly Emperor powerhouses previously were garroted by the powerful spatial force. They could not even fight back. Another one that came to die. Love to see the despairing faces of these humans the most. Under the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, there's absolutely no one who survives. These humans probably don't know that the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is our true trump card. When the group of Divine Race powerhouses saw Yi Yuan come over, they could not help revealing gloating expressions. They could not see what was happening inside at all from outside the void. As long as someone wanted to escape out of the void, they would give a fatal blow. Yi Yuan arrived below the starry net. Those Divine Race powerhouses were just about to launch an attack when Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. The position where he stopped was just right, the place that just happened to be out of reach of those Divine Race powerhouses. The divine race powerhouses were angered until they were almost stifled to the point of internal injuries. Yi Yuan stopped there, gazed upon the starry web, and carefully sized up the distance, feeling the spatial undulation of the starry web. Before long, he suddenly took a step out, entering the attack range of the divine race powerhouses. Suddenly, stars sparkled. Countless streams of flowing light scattered down like a meteor shower, landing where Yi Yuan was standing. Bang, bang, bang. After countless explosions, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly returned to where he was. All of the attacks failed. How is this possible? He actually escaped. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art can easily annihilate even Deva realm powerhouses. He actually escaped. Who is this kid? How can he grasp such formidable spatial law? When the divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them stared dumbfoundedly, disbelieving faces. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was a spatial spell that a progenitor of the divine race created. Its power was unparalleled. With 36,000 people casting the spell at the same time, it could produce a catalyzing effect, pushing the spatial law power to the level of source. One had to know this was one of the supreme laws, spatial law. Reaching the level of source, what kind of horrifying power was that? But this young man in front of them actually dodged it. And at this time, a wisp of fresh blood was left behind at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Even though he avoided all of the attacks, the powerful energy explosion still injured him. Well deserving of being a source-level spell. Indeed, rather interesting. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth smiled faintly, his figure moving, rushing toward the starry web once again. Humph! Reckless and blind thing, you want to pry into the profound mysteries of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art? Then pay with your life as the price. Yuanjin looked at that figure and said with a cold smile. He was one of the 12 hubs of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art and could mobilize the power of 3,000 spaces, attacking the opponent. Of course, he had another identity. He was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. Earlier, Yi Yuan escaped alive from under his hands. This made him feel very ashamed. He also saw through that Yi Yuan was attempting to find the weakness of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, trying to burst out of here. Toward this sort of ridiculous behavior, he naturally scoffed in derision. It was only to see the spells in his hands continue moving. Terrifying Dao marks instantly ignited the space. In an instant, several thousand stars lit up and an even more terrifying spatial attack greeted Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous explosions flickered incessantly in the void, like fireworks going off, beautiful to the extreme. It was just that behind this beauty concealed terrifying murderous intent. Heh, extreme space annihilation. This move is a spatial attack with no dead angles. No matter how formidable your means, you'll die without a doubt too. Yuanjin let out a cold laugh. Ha. Well done, Lord Yuanjun. Lord Yuanjun is well deserving of being one of the 9 elders. Impressive. Lord Yuanjun's Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is really becoming more and more complex. Above the void, the praises of a group of divine race members came over. Killing a human with meager strength was not worth mentioning, but this extreme space annihilation could not be executed casually. Under this move, even Deva realm powerhouses would also turn to ashes. You guys, quickly look. That kid didn't die. He retreated again. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and discovered that Yi Yuan was actually standing in the same place perfectly fine again since no idea when. It was as if nothing had happened. Yuan Zhen's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "This is impossible. Under extreme space annihilation, how can he possibly escape?" No, wait. He didn't avoid it completely, he got injured. He did not see it wrongly. Yi Yuan was really injured. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Extreme space annihilation was too strong. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his abilities and still did not avoid it completely. One had to know this spell was at the level of source. Its power was unimaginable. If not for Yi Yuan being proficient in spatial law, even if a Deva realm powerhouse came, he would also have to die nursing a grievance. It was already extremely impressive for Yi Yuan to be able to escape alive. The current Yi Yuan was very wretched, coughing up blood in his mouth non-stop, already being severely injured. But this clearly did not stump Yi Yuan. He started refining pills to heal his injuries. Except, continuously shooting the limitless god-killing bow previously made him expend a large number of rank 8 spirit medicines. He did not have many spirit medicines left at present. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not cabbages. Each one was extremely precious. If not for Yi Yuan ransacking the hidden lineage, it would have been impossible to obtain so many rank 8 spirit medicines this time too. But even so, he did not have many ranks 8 spirit medicines left on him. After Yi Yuan consumed the rank 8 divine pill and recovered from his injuries, he challenged the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art again. This time he did not charge from Yuanjin here but charged from other hubs. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was seriously wounded again. Feeling the terrifying undulations coming from the void, GMO and the rest palpitated with anxiety and fear. These undulations were too terrifying. If it were them, God knows how many would have died already. Each time Yi Yuan ventured into the starry web, they were extremely worried, fearful that something would happen to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently the hope of all humans. If he died, it would basically sentence them to death. Being infected by Yi Yuan, the human powerhouses all dashed ahead regardless of their safety, desperately resisting the divine race army. Second Sage is dancing on the edge of the blade for us. We must protect him well. Kill, kill, kill. Fight it out with this bunch of monsters. Second Sage said before, he'll definitely bring us out. Even if I die, I also won't let this bunch of monsters charge over. Without Yi Yuan, the divine race army staged a comeback again. It was just that this time it was much more taxing on the humans. Behind them was Yi Yuan. They could not give way. Hence, they could only toughen their scalps and fight to the death. If someone in the front died, the back would continue replacing. Each and every one of them was undaunted and did not fear death, frenziedly resisting the divine race's assault, refusing to take half a step back. The divine race powerhouses were all visibly moved. The combat power of the humans in their eyes was infinitely magnified. They were actually unable to enter. Very soon, the spirit medicines on Yi Yuan were depleted. But he still attacked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art again and again. The injuries on his body got more and more severe, but he kept failing to find a breakthrough point. Haha, conceited and ignorant brat, so what even if you know spatial law? Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art is a source-level spell. No matter how you rack your brain, you can forget about escaping. Wait for death obediently. Yuanjin laughed loudly and said, reckless and blind thing, see how long you can still persist. Lowly human, your fate can only be death. Fool. You're a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was a super spell that was jointly cast by more than 30,000 people. Yi Yuan was equivalent to facing 26 people by himself. What kind of difficulty was that? But he proceeded without hesitation. He attacked the starry web again and again, and the injuries on his body worsened again and again. He was covered in blood all over, his body already reaching its limit. But he was still persevering. Above the starry sky, waves of snickering came over, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But Yi Yuan did not care. He said before to bring these human powerhouses out, then he would definitely bring these people out. Kid, you come and challenge again if you have the capability. Next time, I'll definitely make sure that you don't make it back. Yuanzhen's wild laughter came from above the void. Yi Yuan had already gone to and fro 100 times, but they were not able to kill Yi Yuan all along. This in itself was a disgrace to them. In Yi Yuan's current situation, if he challenged again, he would definitely die without a doubt. Swoosh! Yuanzhen's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. He rushed the starry web once more. A white phantom tore through the starry sky and went straight into the starry web. The white phantom glimmered, like a ghost, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Ha ha ha! Bring it on. This time I'll send you on your way. When Yuanzhen saw Yi Yuan come over once more, he was not angry but was overjoyed instead. Yi Yuan challenged them continuously. Although he got seriously injured, it could still be regarded as that he retreated unscathed. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's approach of rushing looked like he was toying with them. No matter how your floodwaters surged, I remained steadfast and unmoved. The shame of the divine race powerhouses was successfully stirred up by Yi Yuan. One had to know Yi Yuan was facing 36,000 people alone. Yuan Ji, you and I team up to cast hell-suppressing heavenly star. This time, we must eradicate this punk, Yuan Jin said. Another one of the hubs, Yuan Ji, immediately responded, Okay, this brat is too cocky. We must kill him this time. The large-scale spell jointly cast by two great hubs, that was the combined strike of 6,000 people. This level of power was simply terrifying to behold. Below the starry sky, an enormous cage suddenly descended, enveloping Yi Yuan all at once. Then, the entire cage was seen shattering into pieces, and space collapsed. Inside the cage, space shattered, forming one fragment after another, shimmering away like crystals. It was very beautiful. This was also the origin of the hell-suppressing heavenly star. But this scene was endless despair when it landed into the eyes of the human powerhouses. Second stage, a feeling of sorrow spread in the human camp. The terrifying undulation coming from above the void made the human powerhouses quake in their boots. The power of the hell-suppressing heavenly star was likely several times greater than before. Under those attacks previously, Yi Yuan already sustained serious injuries, let alone this time. They saw it clearly. Yi Yuan did not escape that region of space at all, and that he was enveloped tightly by the hell-suppressing heavenly star. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan had no possibility of escaping at all. Ha ha! This time, see if you still don't die. Yuan Zhen's laughter came from above the void. Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to posture? This time, see how you still posture. An ant-like human also dares to provoke the noble divine race. Death isn't regrettable. Yi Yuan's actions were actually merely in order to seek a path of survival. Even so, him assaulting the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art time and again looked more like posturing to the divine race. Killing Yi Yuan now was very satisfying in their view. But right at this time, amidst the luscious hell-suppressing heavenly star, a white figure slowly walked out. All of the divine race immediately shut up. The faces full of mocking smiles turned into shock. This scene was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan was clearly already an arrow at the end of its flight previously. So how could he walk out of the hell-suppressing heavenly star? This question echoed in the minds of all the divine race powerhouses. More importantly, this scene was too pretentious in the view of all the divine race powerhouses. When the human powerhouses saw this scene, they were incomparably roused. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, they had a glimmer of hope. Swoosh! Yi Yuan took another step out and started moving about within the boundary of the starry web once again. The intent of provocation extremely strong. When Yuan Zhen saw this scene, his lungs were about to explode from anger. This time, Yi Yuan's intent of provocation was too obvious. That meaning was like saying, you come and hit me. Come and hit me. Yuan Zhen gnashed his teeth in hatred and shouted angrily, Kill for me! Extreme space annihilation. The void exploded, terrifying energy and heavenly Tao power shook in the void. This time, Yuan Zhen was truly enraged. One terrifying attack after another exploded in the void. The grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's various spells were displayed, sending out astonishing undulations. And inside the void, a white phantom was indeterminate, shuttling back and forth inside. This time, Yi Yuan was not like before, retreating after charging once. Now he kept on swaying in front of the starry web. He shuttled back and forth in front of the various center pivot powerhouses. But no matter how terrifying the attack was, they were unable to touch him. The more Yuan Zhen fought, the more alarmed he got, and he said in fury, Attack together. Can't keep on letting him probe anymore. The other center pivot powerhouses were also extremely alarmed, immediately working in concert with Yuan Zhen. This grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, all of the center pivot powerhouses had their minds connected to know what the others were thinking. Yi Yuan's current actions made them palpitate with anxiety and fear. Hence, they no longer cared about other things and planned on joining hands to cast the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art's strongest move, Grand Spatial Rend Art. The power of this move was extremely horrifying. Once cast, even Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses would need to avoid it. Of course, such a powerful attack also had huge disadvantages. Once this move was executed, everyone's strength would be drawn out too much. Within a short time, the Grand Xianxia heaven-locking art would fall into a period of weakness. Of course, this weakness was relative. The power of over 30,000 people combined together, no matter how weak, would not be that weak. A burst of apocalyptic power oscillated endlessly in the void. The horrifying to the extreme spatial source power rose mightily amidst the spatial turbulent flow. This surge of horrifying power made the expressions of all the human powerhouses change wildly. Too strong. Suffocatingly strong. This power was not even weaker than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest they all. To these heavenly Emperor powerhouses, this burst of power was too terrifying. Lord Second Sage, quickly come back. GMO roared wildly at the void. There was seemingly a pair of large hands continuously tearing at the spatial turbulent flow. Space shattered once more. A massive spatial storm surged up in the darkness. Like a spatial tsunami was stirred. Unbelievably terrifying explosion sounds reverberated throughout the whole world. However, Yi Yuan did not retreat. He was still dashing about amidst the spatial storm like a surfer in a tsunami. However, the tsunami got larger and larger, and increasingly terrifying. Yi Yuan's figure flickered inside, shaking people to the core as they watched. On the other side, Origin Guard sensed something and looked toward the starry web in surprise and said, "This kid is really amazing enough to actually force out the grand spatial rend art." Medicine Ancestor and Wing 2 people were currently already covered in blood all over, their injuries extremely severe. Seeing this scene, the two of their eyes lit up, revealing hopeful looks. Origin Guard looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Put away your unrealistic hopes. Once the grand spatial rend art is executed, the void will be annihilated and everything will return to silence. How can a mere brat like Yi Yuan be able to resist it?" The spatial storm became more and more violent, and increasingly hair-raising. Yi Yuan's figure was gradually engulfed by the tsunami, and never surfaced again. Yuanjian and the rest panted heavily, their complexions pale as they let out a long sigh in relief and said, "This guy is finally dead." On the human side, the hope that just ignited was utterly extinguished by the grand spatial rend art. But right at this time, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. "Everyone, listen to my command. After 3 breaths of time, everyone must use their strongest move and attack the direction that I point at." The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. Everyone did not know when he actually returned to their side, furthermore appearing in the crowd. But hearing what he said, everyone's hearts turned somber, all getting ready. Yi Yuan ignored others and began counting down. 3, 2, 1. Strike. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. A streak of sword light broke through the spatial turbulent flow and pointed at a star in the starry web. The human powerhouses had long already been accumulating power, waiting to release. For a moment, countless attacks cut through the sky, flying straight for that star. Yuan Jin and the rest had not recovered to their senses from Yi Yuan escaping the grand spatial rend art yet when they discovered countless powerful attacks tearing across the air and arriving. And the place where Yi Yuan's sword pointed was precisely the weakest point of the Grand Xianxia heaven-locking art currently. A large-scale spell activated by several tens of thousands of people at the same time, it was impossible to be without flaws. Except, the Grand Xianxia heaven-locking art had always been in continuous operation. The weak spot also drifted from place to place. Coupled with that the spell's power was incredible, it could infinitely weaken the weakness of this spell. Wanting to find this spell's weakness was virtually impossible. But now it was found by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suffered so many attacks and narrowly escaped death. It was for the sake of this moment. It was true that this spell was incredible, but it had one great weakness. It was that it was pieced together. With 36,000 people joining together, the spell's power was incredible and unmatched. To those who did not know spatial law, or with very weak comprehension of spatial law, this spell had no weakness. But Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law. His spatial law had long already reached peak rank 7. Plus, Yi Yuan's array formation already reached the level of source. When he looked at this spell, it was completely different from the rest. Just one look and Yi Yuan saw through that this enormous spell was constructed out of 12 center pivots. Hence, he entered the boundary of one of the center pivots. The place that he entered was actually very ingenious. It was a place out of the reach of other hubs. Hence, he kept testing this spell in order to find the weakness of the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. During this process, Yi Yuan deeply felt this spell's power and profound mysteries. A magnificent spatial world unfolded before him. To Yi Yuan, this array formation seemingly analyzed spatial law piece by piece, revealing to him the profound mysteries of spatial law. Even though he got seriously injured, he glimpsed the profound mystery of spatial law. At the final juncture, Yi Yuan's spatial law successfully broke through to rank 8. Furthermore, he also found its weakness. Quick! Mobilize power to help him defend. Yuan Jin yelled loudly in a panic. However, it was already too late. Having just executed the grand spatial rend art, it already drained a tremendous amount of their strength. There was no way to recover within a short time. Yi Yuan grasped precisely this opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Above the void, the multicolored attacks arrived in an instant, erupting with an incomparably fierce sound. Puff! The divine race powerhouse in that position, having received countless attacks all at once, was directly shocked into spewing out fresh blood wildly. He kicked the bucket, dying until he could not be deader. This star was directly destroyed. While at this time, the human powerhouses could sense that the void which was sealed tightly finally revealed a trace of gap. It was precisely this trace of gap that made all human powerhouses ecstatic. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage is mighty. Second Sage created a miracle by himself. Second Sage is a man of his word. He's really bringing us out. After this battle, we'll revere Second Sage as supreme. For a moment, sentiments were at a high. The human powerhouses were shedding tears of gratitude with regards to the miracle that Yi Yuan created. Many people even cried bitterly. This process from despair to hope made many old things become melancholic and sentimental. Don't be happy too early. It's not over yet. Everyone, continue attacking with me. Right then, Yi Yuan called out again in a clear voice. Swoosh! Another streak of sword light flashed across. This time, everyone's attacks became more orderly. Their power also became a magnitude greater. Countless attacks rumbled towards the starry web again. Another star was extinguished. Again, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, launching fierce attacks towards the starry web over and over again. The stars that were destroyed also got more and more. This starry web became a dream catcher. The sealed space had greater and greater undulations and was already unable to seal space anymore. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan bellowed loudly, everyone, charge over together. These divine race powerhouses were still very formidable. Their combat power was still extremely strong. It was just that, without the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, they were no longer able to trap the human powerhouses anymore. They could kill a portion of the human powerhouses but were unable to make all of them stay. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were adept in spatial law. Wanting to kill them was too hard. This was also the reason why Origin Guard set up this Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, trapping everyone in this manner. The humans could not win, but they could run. The Origin Guard, who was currently in a fierce battle, his expression suddenly changed wildly, a shocked expression on his face. This is impossible. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was actually broken. Origin Guard lost focus and was also seriously injured by Medicine Ancestor 2 people. Medicine Ancestor 2 people sensed the loosening of space, faces revealing wild ecstasy. Not just them, those Deva realm powerhouses similarly had the wild elation of having survived a calamity. Even though their opponent was extremely strong, they could run away now. Forcing Origin Guard back with one move, Medicine Ancestor did not say a word and he directly shuttled into the void with a flash. Wing let loose a torrent of abuse when he saw the situation. You shameless old thing. You have no sense of responsibility at all. Cloud Heart Realm has so many people, yet you don't care about them. Originally, everyone was sealed firmly in this space and had nowhere to retreat, and they could only band up. Now, the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was broken, which also broke the unity of these human powerhouses. Now, they only had one thought, that was to run. Those Deva realms had monstrous strength. They were naturally the first batch to escape. Even Yi Yuan's side also had many powerhouses who chose to escape straight away. The originally united army instantly became scattered and disunited. But those powerhouses that gathered around Yi Yuan since the beginning, all of them did not leave. They still followed Yi Yuan, retreating in an orderly manner. Yi Yuan's injuries were extremely severe, forcefully hanging in there with a breath until now. GMO as well as several experts guarded by his side, and let him consume several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's injuries were already brought under control. In this battle, the humans suffered great losses. The casualties of elite alchemists made up the most part. But the divine race was no better as well. Their losses were similarly tragic. Yi Yuan's several rounds of charging killed large numbers of abyss monsters and divine race members. Except, divine race powerhouses were low in numbers after all. The ones charging in front were mostly abyss monsters. Therefore, even though this battle was tragic, the divine race's losses were not very great. But the fight was not over yet. Although the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was broken, these divine race powerhouses were still pursuing them. Because Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, he also received heavy focus on his side. At the same time, countless powerhouses were chasing him. After Medicine Ancestor fled, Wing was alone and could not do much and was no longer a Origin Guard's match very soon. It was only to see Origin Guard send Wing flying in no time flat. However, he did not chase after. Origin Guard's current rage was already billowing to the sky. The scheme that he carefully designed was actually ruined by a brat. Swoosh! Origin Guard's figure moved, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was bringing along a wave of powerhouses and currently fighting while retreating when suddenly a powerful to the extreme aura arrived from afar. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, and immediately realized that Origin Guard had lost it. There was no time to think too much. Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation and left the team. GMO, bring Yun-Yi they all away. I'll go and lure that old fellow away. Yi Yuan threw behind this sentence and left in a hurry. Sure enough, the moment he left, the two did not say a word and chased right after. But currently, Yi Yuan already comprehended 8th firmament spatial law. His speed of shuttling through the void was quick to the extreme. Origin Guard could not catch up in a short while too. Kid, no matter up in the heavens or down below the earth, this ancestor will tear your corpse to pieces. Origin Guard's voice revealed a bone-piercingly cold intent, exhibiting his current anger. Sensing the powerful aura behind him that got closer and closer, Yi Yuan could not help having the jitters. This Origin Guard was too strong. His speed was swift to the extreme. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended 8th firmament spatial law presently, he was still far inferior to Origin Guard. Seeing the Origin Guard whose momentum was overpoweringly whizzing past, the faces of GMO and the rest were extremely ugly. Not only is Second Sage extremely talented, but his character is also incredibly righteous. He did not hesitate to use himself as bait in order to protect us. Head Medicine Ancestor as the Alchemy Path's #1 person when Second Sage broke the fetters of space, Medicine Ancestor was the first to run. It really makes people feel disappointed. If I can escape this time, this Emperor will only follow Second Sage's lead. It's just, I don't know. This Heavenly Emperor powerhouse said halfway and could not continue anymore. Origin Guard was too strong until he made them feel asphyxiated. Even Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest teaming up was not his match with Yi Yuan's bit of strength. Could he return alive? Facing the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, Yi Yuan created a miracle. But Origin Guard was not the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. He could rival a Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art on his own. The Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art had weaknesses. Yi Yuan could find its weakness, but Origin Guard had no weaknesses. At least at Yi Yuan's level, even if he knew Origin Guard's weakness, he did not have the ability to defeat Origin Guard. The two people, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the void. Origin Guard's speed was unbelievably fast. He moved among the spatial turbulent flows like it was flat ground. Those violent spatial storms did not have any effect on him at all. But within 2 to 4 hours, Origin Guard gradually caught up to Yi Yuan. Heh, see where you can still run to. Ruining this ancestor's plans, prepare to die. Origin Guard gave a cold laugh, a fist punched out with a rumble. Down marks flickered. A horrifying to the extreme power directly split the spatial turbulent flow into two, tearing across the air and arriving. That appearance was like a punch split the sea into two, leaving people tongue-tied. Yi Yuan's hair stood on end, feeling that the entire world was collapsing. The horrifying power surged over toward him from all directions, completely sealing off his space, not giving him any room to escape at all. Origin Guard's punch was in anger and alarm. Anger was due to Yi Yuan ruining his plans, making him fall short of success at the last second. Alarm was due to Yi Yuan's talent being too terrifying. He already overestimated Yi Yuan's talent as much as possible. But in the end, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. The existence who created the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art was not inferior to him. Once the spell was used, it could forcefully contend with Deva Fourth Blight powerhouses. Him being able to launch the ambush this time, his biggest reliance was the grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually cracked this invincible spell? Such talent, if he allowed Yi Yuan to continue growing up unchecked, it would be a devastating blow to the divine race. Hence, he had to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. He realized that compared to this Cloudheart realm's countless alchemy path powerhouses, Yi Yuan's threat was clearly greater. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, there would be no end to future troubles. This punch, Origin Guard did not hold back in the slightest, directly using his strongest strike. He planned on killing Yi Yuan with one punch, so as to end all future troubles. With this Armageddon-like punch being struck over, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to resist all. The force had yet to arrive and Yi Yuan already spewed fresh blood wildly. His entire body was like he was hauled out of bloody waters. This time, he was truly powerless. Origin Guard was not 9 Origin. This punch of his did not give Yi Yuan any chance at all. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan took Origin Guard into the Chaos World, it was also impossible to kill him. Just as Yi Yuan lost all hope, a figure walked out of the void. It was only to see him draw a circle in the void with both hands, directly covering Yi Yuan and himself. Bang, bang, bang. This shield emitted intense tremors. The spatial turbulent flow was directly blown apart. But this seemingly unremarkable shield actually defended against Origin Guard's fatal punch. A middle-aged man in coarse cloth was standing in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was certain that he had not seen this middle-aged man before. But he did not know why this person would come to save him. Origin Guard arrived with a howl. Seeing this middle-aged man, his face had a gloomy look. His certain kill strike was actually blocked by this middle-aged man. His irritation could be imagined. Who are you? To actually dare ruin this ancestor's plans? Origin Guard looked at the middle-aged man and said in a solemn voice. The middle-aged man said coolly, Jian family Jian Yunxin. This middle-aged man was shockingly the son of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the one who saved him at the final juncture would actually be a member of the Jian family. Origin Guard's brows furrowed and he said, Jian family, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. I've long heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets calculated everything happening in this world. Attacking Cloudheart Realm this time, I already request Ancestor to take action, to shield Heaven's secrets. I didn't expect that it was still divined by him. Looks like I underestimated members of the Jian family. Jian Yunxin said coolly, Your esteemed self indeed did it without a trace. But not long ago, Heaven's secrets suddenly had a change, letting Ancestor detect a trace of abnormality. When he said this, Origin Guard and Jian Yunxin's eyes both landed on Yi Yuan. Clearly, this trace of Heaven's secrets change landed on Yi Yuan. Jian Yunxin did not know the inner reason, but Origin Guard understood in his heart. Originally, this plan of his was indeed flawless. Logically speaking, it was impossible for everyone to escape the Grand Xingtian Heaven-locking art. But Yi Yuan broke through right then, cracking the Grand Xingtian Heaven-locking art, shattering this trace of Heaven's secrets. That was how it let Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets detect a trace of abnormality. This could be said to be a trace of coincidence and could also be said to be Origin Guard's mistake. If Yi Yuan was not at Cloudheart Realm, no one would have been able to crack the Grand Xingtian Heaven-locking art at all, including Medicine Ancestor everyone would have to die here. But Yi Yuan happened to be here. He was the greatest variable in this big event, but no one calculated his existence. Once Heaven's secrets moved, it made the outcome of the matter have an unexpected change. Origin Guard was livid with rage and said in a solemn voice, "Truly, considerations will have oversight. I didn't expect that this brat is already strong until the extent that he can influence Heaven's secrets. If I'd long known that it would be like this ancestor would have directly planned to kill off this brat first." Jian Yunxin said coolly, "Saying more words is pointless. Does your esteemed self want a battle or to withdraw? Oh? You seem to be very confident. Then this ancestor will size you up and see how much capability you have then." The divine race were all extremely confident in themselves. Furthermore, after this campaign, he was extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan and naturally not willing to let him leave just like this. Right away, the two people came to blows like lightning. Before that, Jian Yunxian flicked his sleeves and swept Yi Yuan away. It was only to hear a series of explosions came from amidst the spatial turbulent flow. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. This level of battle was even more horrifying than Medicine Ancestor 3 people's battle previously. Yi Yuan was filled with fear. Only now he was aware that Origin Guard was still hiding his strength. The divine race was really powerful until it made people despair. Yi Yuan understood that Origin Guard only suppressed his strength in order to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses. Otherwise, if he used his full strength, the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art would not be able to withstand it at all. That way, whether or not he could eradicate Medicine Ancestor and Wing was hard to say, but wanting to wipe out all of the alchemy path powerhouses, that would have been impossible. At this time, Origin Guard did not have the slightest scruples showing his full strength. It was truly heaven-shocking. But what shocked Yi Yuan even more was that Jian Yunxin's strength was actually not the slightest bit inferior to Origin Guard. These two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open amidst the spatial turbulent flows, being locked in a tangled battle. No idea how long had passed. Jian Yunxin appeared in front of Yi Yuan again, his breathing being slightly chaotic. Clearly, he did not occupy much advantage in this great battle. Of course, Origin Guard withdrew at this point. Clearly, he could not do anything to Jian Yunxin as well. Origin Guard withdrawing, the other divine essence powerhouses naturally no longer stayed behind, and also retreated one after another. This astonishing assault ended here. In this battle, even though the humans cleared the ordeal narrowly, the losses were extremely heavy. The humans lost close to 60% of their elite alchemists. The entire Cloud Heart realm collapsed completely, causing more than half of Medicine Ancestor's disciples to perish. Sacred Ancestor High Priest suffered heavy injuries, and his disciples also had 3 people who died. The various progenitors also sustained casualties. The whereabouts of the alchemy path's number 1 person, Medicine Ancestor, were unknown. The entire alchemy world virtually suffered a devastating blow. Could be said that Origin Guard's plan succeeded by half. After this battle, the world was shocked. A race called the Divine Race rose up from the abyss, and the disaster engulfed the entire Heavenspan world. Very soon, another explosive news broke out. The Divine Race's 8 lineages came out in unison, breaking the 3 abyss seals, and unleashed a horrifying confrontation with the Demon Race's 8 sacred clans. The abyss-suppressing 8 realms returned in a miserable defeat. The powerhouses of the 8 sacred clans that perished were countless, the losses extremely heavy. But later, a little girl's crying suddenly sounded out. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Floodwaters surged massively and the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. It was as if the end had come. In an instant, countless divine race powerhouses and abyss monsters were exterminated before it repelled the divine race's attack. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire Heavenspan world was shocked. One had to know, the 8 sacred clans' foundation was extremely deep. Their strength was an apex existence when placed across the entire Heavenspan world, not just in the demon race. But who knew that they actually could not stand up to a single blow in front of the divine race army? Finally, the abyss-suppressing 8 realms collapsed, turning into rubble. The divine race led the abyss army and officially stepped into the Heavenspan world. The curtains of the doomsday battle officially drew. At the heaven-span world's various places, the divine race emerged like groundhogs. The two worlds' barrier already became riddled, being full of holes. Or one should say that the divine race already utterly grasped the method to pass through the barrier. They came and went as they pleased, causing great harassment to the heaven-span world. At Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan and Jian Yunxin sat facing each other. In this battle, young friend Ye's merits are the greatest, Jian Yunxin said. Why does Senior say this? Yi Yuan said. In this battle, a slight tug in one area will affect the situation on the whole. The divine race has been silent for trillions of years. But this time they prepared for everything. Young friend Yi disrupted heaven's secrets and disrupted the divine race's overall plan. Therefore, I say that your merits are the greatest, Jian Yunxin said solemnly. Once the divine race quietly wiped out all of the alchemy path elites, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. Once they launched a surprise attack and the human race was caught by surprise, the flames of war would burn across the entire heaven-span world very quickly. That way, the losses would be much more terrifying than now. Currently, Guard's plans were ruined and the humans were prepared in advance. The losses had naturally been reduced significantly. Yi Yuan did not claim credit, but he frowned instead and said, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets has calculated everything in the world and grasps heaven's secrets. Moreover, those major powers have long known about the divine race's matters perfectly clear. So why can't they prepare for the divine race's chaos early? Jian Yunxin discerned Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction and could not help laughing as he said, Young friend Yi, you take the divine race too lightly. This emperor knows that your combat strength is unparalleled, but the entire human race only produced you alone. You don't know what kind of terrible price the human race and demon race have paid for the sake of the heaven-span world today. In the last doomsday battle, even though the human race suppressed the divine race in the abyss world, they suffered a great loss in vitality too, 8 to 9 out of 10 top experts dying. Furthermore, in that battle, many Tao teachings went extinct, greatly limiting the human race's development. Even up till today, the human race hasn't fully recovered. Everyone says that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets knows everything, but these people don't know that heaven's secrets are unfathomable. Especially concerning Doomsday Battle, this sort of major event, how could it be calculated accurately? Father has long set about to prepare to deal with today's change. It's just that he also didn't expect that the divine race came into being several thousand years earlier than he had calculated. With this, it disrupted all of his plans. Regarding this level of secrets, Yi Yuan really did not know much. It was just that the divine race was not that impressive in his view. He thought that as long as the humans dealt with it carefully, they would be able to defeat them. It was just that looking at it now, he was too naive. But hearing Jian Yunxin's words, Yi Yuan remembered Guard's words. The human race's former alchemy Tao was extremely glorious. It was just that presently all of it had declined. Even medicine ancestor this strength was likely a rookie when placed in the last epoch too. Looking at it like this, the former human race had indeed reached unprecedented glory. Most likely, powerhouses that had touched the power of Source were far from just one. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan was in the ancient god battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who gave him the bone sword also once said that ancient geniuses were extremely strong. Each and every one of them was incredibly talented. Under the two-phase confirmation, the present human race was really weak to the max. He also gradually believed Jian Yunxin's words at this time. It was not that the human race did not want to respond, but that they were powerless to respond. Then, what about those Tao ancestor powerhouses? Aren't they invincible existences? Could it be that even if they take action, they can't suppress the divine race too? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Jian Yunxin laughed in spite of himself and said, Tao ancestors? That's right. Tao ancestors indeed control the laws in an area. It's just a shame that they are the human race's Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, What does this mean? Jian Yunxin smiled and said, Do you know who shouldered the responsibility of Tao ancestor in the previous epoch? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in shock, Could it be the divine race? Jian Yunxin nodded and said, That's right. It's precisely the divine race. The divine race powerhouses have unparalleled combat power. Coupled with the augmentation of laws, they were virtually invincible existences. Since they were invincible, how did the human race defeat them? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, a look of incomprehension showing on his face. Jian Yunxin smiled slightly and said, "There is no doubt that Dao ancestors are strong, but they have a fatal weakness, and our human race grasped precisely this fatal weakness. That's how we completely defeated them." Got to say, Yi Yuan's curiosity was completely aroused. This was the Heavenspan world's top secret. He could not imagine it at all previously. It turned out that Dao ancestors actually still had weaknesses. What weakness? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Jian Yunxin said, "The law blessing of Dao ancestors is periodic and it is not eternal. Every epoch, the law blessing of Dao ancestors will be taken back by heavenly Dao. And in this period, Dao ancestors will return to their most primitive state, becoming ordinary people. And it's this period that's the weakest period of Dao ancestors. In the last epoch, the human race had been secretly accumulating strength all along, and exploited this weakness of Dao ancestors, dragging them down the horse." Yi Yuan's mind shook wildly when he heard. Only then did he know that Dao ancestors still had such a secret. He had always thought that Dao ancestors were eternal and invincible. He did not expect that they actually still had such a weakness. It was just that an epoch was too long. Hence, in the eyes of people like Immortal, Grove, and Dustless, Dao ancestors' invincibility was eternal. Since that's the case, why don't the present Dao ancestors take action to suppress the divine race? Right now, the human race's Dao ancestors shouldn't have been taken back by heavenly Dao, right? Yi Yuan asked. Speaking of this, Jian Yunxin revealed a trace of disdain and said, "The current Dao ancestors, with the blessing of laws, they are indeed very strong. It's just that you're underestimating the divine race too much. You can imagine, if a cat is blessed by laws and a tiger is blessed by laws, can their strength be the same? The divine race's 8 lineages progenitors were former Dao ancestors. Although the power of law that was blessed on them was taken back by heavenly Dao, they could personally comprehend the power of laws. An epoch of comprehension is no joke. Back then, the human race's top experts almost died out and failed to kill these ancestors too. They could only suppress them. Now, their strength is fully restored. Each person's strength is not beneath Dao ancestor. In contrast, the present human race's Dao ancestors are merely a bunch of people who got hella lucky, obtaining the crystal of law in the Heavenspan battle by chance. That's how they have today's glory." Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard. He did not expect that the strength of the divine race's forefathers was actually strong to such an extent that they did not even fear Dao ancestors too. Furthermore, hearing Jian Yunxin's tone, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret Strength was likely not too far off from Dao ancestor even if he was not as good. His strength might even be on par with Dao ancestors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was indeed the most terrifying existence among the Deva Fifth Blights. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was likely an existence who could have a dialogue with Dao ancestors. But looking at it now, both races' top combat powers were both fearful of each other. Hence, they did not make a move. The divine race was clearly waiting for that moment when heavenly Dao took back the power of law. At that time, the humans would no longer have powerhouses that could compete with the divine race's progenitors anymore. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Daymeld and wondered if he could be the ancestor of one of the divine race's lineages. Hence, he opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Daymeld, Jian Yunxin could not help getting a shock and said, "There's actually still such a thing? Young friendy, you've rendered a huge contribution to the human race. This Daymeld is the second-generation ancestor of the divine race's heaven lineage. Even though his strength isn't as good as a progenitor's, it's also not far away. Back then, the human race expended a tremendous price in order to suppress him. I heard that in order to suppress him, the human race lost many Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses. Once he comes into being, he shall be a major combat power of the divine race." Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked after hearing it. Back then, he felt that those words that Daymeld said were somewhat bragging. Looking at it now, what he said was not false. Daymeld's strength was likely much stronger than Origigard. Alright, better talk about official business then. Even though young Friendia's combat power is unparalleled concerning the Heavenspan world's major matters, you still can't worry about them for now, Jian Yunxin suddenly said. Yi Yuan raised his brows and asked curiously, "Oh, what is Senior looking for me for?" Jian Yunxin said, "Actually, ever since Father attained Tao, he calculated that the human race will have this calamity. Hence, in this epoch, he has been preparing for this catastrophe." When Yi Yuan listened to what Jian Yunxin said, he was filled with deep respect in his heart toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. It turned out that ever since Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets attained Tao, he had been making plans for the human race's future. He spread the Jian family's forces throughout the Heavenspan world. It was actually to recruit talents for the human race. Except, even though the humans won the apocalyptic great battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Countless Tao teachings became extinct. After the human race had been through billions of years of recuperation, they finally recovered some vitality. It was just that, compared to their prime, this kind of human race was still not worth mentioning. The ancient god battlefield that Yi Yuan had gone to before was actually the ruins of the Doomsday Battle. The area that he had gone to back then was merely the tip of the iceberg of the ancient god battlefield. Although that place was a wasteland, there were countless soul treasures hidden. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets expended immeasurable effort, extracting the top 100 human legacies from the ancient god battlefield. Among them, there were 10 legacies that were left behind by the human race's top major powers back then, their power boundless, already reaching the level of law. Apart from this, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets even opened up a small world called Primeval War Realm with a great divine ability. This small world was used to select the most outstanding geniuses of the human race, entering the land of inheritance, and accepting the human race's top legacies. However, the divine races suddenly coming into being disrupted all of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arrangement, making these geniuses have no time to grow up. But to act was always better than not doing anything. It was ultimately better than allowing one to be seized without putting up a fight. Taking advantage of the fact that Tao ancestors still had deterrent power, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had to carry out this plan in advance. Jian Yunxin coming here was in order to invite Yi Yuan to enter the Primeval War Realm and take part in the Battle of Geniuses. Yi Yuan shuddered with fear when he heard it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually extracted 100 inheritances from the ruins of the war. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. However, this was a huge project. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets likely expended a tremendous effort on this. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exhausted himself and racked his brains for the human race. This he has wronged him. Senior, please apologize to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets on this Ye's behalf. Yi Yuan said sincerely. He previously thought that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and many others, these major powerhouses, hurtled up like turtles, each and every one of them being self-centered. That was how the human race fall into such a dangerous situation. Looking at it now, it was him who wronged Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the human race's true hero, being worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. Towards such a person, Yi Yuan had never been stingy with his admiration. A mere apology was naturally nothing. Jian Yunxin waved his hand and said, "Young Friendia's actions and behavior, this emperor has seen it. It's true that Father's actions are worthy of respect, but you overturning the raging tides is similarly worthy of admiration." Jian Yunxin said these words from the bottom of his heart too. Once a Rijingard's scheme succeeded, the consequences would be too ghastly to contemplate. The Battle of Geniuses would begin a year later. Yi Yuan and Jian Yunxin agreed to head to the Primeval War Realm a year later. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had too many things to work on. After the Cloudheart Realm battle, tens of thousands of alchemy path powerhouses gathered at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. In this battle, Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art, saving countless alchemy path powerhouses. What was more respectable was that Yi Yuan drew away the powerful Origin Guard by himself in order to protect these alchemy path powerhouses. This deed had already spread throughout the entire alchemy world. Coupled with Yi Yuan's powerful alchemy path strength, he already became the new alchemy path leader of the Heavenspan world. Even Sacred Ancestor High Priest's prestige was also not as high as Yi Yuan's currently. Not just some itinerant cultivators, even many major factions and major family clans came over one after another too, hoping to join Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. For some time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma had as many powerhouses as clouds. By Tong, this number 1 powerhouse's strength already could not hold down the fort. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan simply invited Sacred Ancestor High Priest to garrison Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. After Sacred Ancestor High Priest recovered from his injuries, he also learned of the severity of the present situation and agreed without hesitation. Putting it another way, this life of his was also saved by Yi Yuan. With his ability, he would not have been able to crack the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art at all. Furthermore, him and Medicine Ancestor teaming up was also not a Raijingard's match at all. Continuing to fight, the two of them could only go down the path of demise. And later, Origingard also rushed to kill Yi Yuan and ignored him because Yi Yuan cracked the Grand Xingtian heaven-locking art. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to salvage the situation alone. He would likely have been killed by Origingard in a few moves. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest could not help feeling somewhat emotional. He provided a lot of conveniences to Yi Yuan these few years, helping him to grow. He did not expect that the one who benefited in the end was him. Hence, when Yi Yuan requested him to come out, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, when he came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma and saw the Pill Tower's magnificence, Sacred Ancestor High Priest had been immersed in unbelievable shock these few days. It turned out that the powerful ones in Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma were not just Yi Yuan, master and apprentices, 3 people. The strength of each alchemist here was much stronger than same-rank alchemists in the outside world. It was also that Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's development time was too short. Otherwise, this place would be the true alchemy path's number 1 holy land. Cloudheart Realm was simply weak to the max compared to this place. Dao Realm powerhouses that were hard to come across in the outside world were like cabbages in this place. Especially the alchemists that were the first batch to join the Pill Tower, their current strength already reached an inconceivable height. For so many years, Sacred Ancestor High Priest only paid attention to Yi Yuan. In his view, only Yi Yuan, this person, was worth him paying attention to. As for the Pill Tower, he thought nothing of it at all. He also never paid attention to it before. An alchemy path holy land that had risen for merely over 1,000 years was simply not worthy of his attention. Not everyone was Yi Yuan. No matter how capable Yi Yuan was at teaching disciples, in 1,000 years' time, the faction that he established also could not be very strong. Not just Sacred Ancestor High Priest, all the alchemy path powerhouses who came to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, each one was in shock. One person being a genius was understandable. A city full of geniuses, this was simply incomprehensible. How many geniuses could a mere imperial city gather? Being able to produce a heaven-defying Yi Yuan, this was already a fortune that was cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But when they really came here, only then did they discover that they were totally wrong. Outrageously wrong. The cultivation method of the alchemy path powerhouses here was completely different from them. They immersed in the comprehension of Tao daily, but the alchemists here did not comprehend on Tao at all. They repeated the simplest and most basic practice day after day, year after year. Even the medicinal pills refined were very basic too. There were none of those seldom seen medicinal pills. These fundamental skills, they simply held them in contempt and they never thought of practicing them before as well. If not for Yi Yuan's 2 disciples being so heaven-defying, if someone said to cultivate like this in front of them, they would definitely have smacked the other person to death with one slap. Wasn't this sort of cultivation method purely a waste of time? But Yi Yuan used facts to tell them that this was the correct way to cultivate. Sai, this old man always thought that you relied on talent to have today's strength. At least, talent accounted for the absolute cause and effect. But didn't expect that you walked until today with such a method. Looking at it now, I was wrong, the world was wrong. Your Tao points directly at the source, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's not necessarily the case. The basic alchemy techniques that the Pill Tower cultivates, I've already improved them many times. Cultivating it now, it's easier to come into contact with the level of Tao. As Yi Yuan's strength continuously grew stronger, his horizons also grew higher and higher. Hence, he continuously improved the basic cultivation methods, making it easier to come into contact with the level of Tao. It was also precisely this kind of improvement that made the Pill Tower's powerhouses became more and more. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a deep glance and said, "Before today, I'm afraid that if you went out and said that you attained Tao by cultivating like this, there's probably no one who would believe it all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that no one would believe, but that they would laugh their heads off." Sacred Ancestor High Priest laughed and said, "Indeed so." Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he said, "Yi Yuan, can this cultivation method be imparted to this old man?" Yi Yuan looked at the other party in slight surprise. He did not expect that a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest could actually let go of his self-esteem and take the initiative to request to cultivate these most basic techniques. This was equivalent to starting over from the top. He could not help laughing as he said, "Senior Sacred Ancestor worries too much. My pill tower doesn't have the idea of hoarding our own belongings. The alchemy path powerhouses who join my pill tower can all undergo this kind of cultivation. It's just that I'm afraid that not many can persevere with it." This kind of cultivation method was extremely dreary. At present, the powerhouses left in the pill tower were all leftovers from great tides washing away the sand. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long time did he say, "Providing education for all without discrimination. This old man examines my own conscience and feels that I'm broad-minded. But compared to you, I'm far inferior." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why does Senior Sacred Ancestor say this? At present, the human race is in imminent danger. An additional alchemy path powerhouse is an additional hope. You also heard what Origin Guard said. For the human race to be able to win in the last Doomsday battle, alchemy path powerhouses made tremendous contributions." Sacred Ancestor High Priest nodded heavily and said, "What you said is right. If there are still any sectarian views at this time, then it's really seeking death. No idea starting from when those alchemy path powerhouses who had once commanded the wind and clouds all put aside their ego and followed the pill tower's powerhouses to do their homework seriously. When they put down the pride of an expert, they suddenly discovered that the pill tower's powerhouses could actually do the basic training so well and so solidly. And when they competed in alchemy with the pill tower's alchemists, they discovered to their amazement that many times, the quality of the medicinal pills that they refined was actually not as good as the pill tower's alchemists. One had to know each and every one of them, they were 7-star alchemy gods. Some were even 8-star alchemy gods. While the pill tower's 7-star alchemy gods were extremely few. Senior Apprentice Brother Yoon, my Cloud Moon Silver Ring pill is always lacking a little. Can you come and help me take a look at what the problem is? Senior Apprentice Brother Yoon, you look at my Purple Smoke Immortal condensing art. What shortcomings are there still? Senior Apprentice Sister Ning Yuzhin's Sway Fire controlling technique has truly reached the acme of perfection. In the Pill Tower, a group of 8-star alchemy gods surrounded Yoon Yi and Ning Siyu, chatting and asking non-stop. Originally, they were all struck with reverence and awe. After all, these alchemy path powerhouses were all big shots who commanded a region. Which 8-star alchemy god was not looked up to by millions in the heaven-span world, an existence that had people cluster around them like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon? But here they were like elementary school students. When they just arrived, they naturally wanted to get Yi Yuan's guidance. But Yi Yuan very naturally threw it over to Yoon Yi and Ning Siyu. Very soon, they shut up collectively. They all, these 8-star alchemy gods, actually could not beat Yi Yuan's disciples. Only then did these big shots discover that Yi Yuan's cultivation method was indeed astonishing. Hence, they put away their pride and studied in depth with Yoon Yi and the rest on a daily basis. But the more they communicated, the more horrified they got. The depth of Yoon Yi and the rest's insights made them perspire from embarrassment. One had to know Yoon Yin's current realm was still low. After his realm came up, he could completely crush them, these big shots. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Several figures walked in. Yoon Yi and the Ning Siyu hurriedly got up and gave a bow to the arrivals. "Master! Lord Sacred Ancestor!" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, "Do you have any gains from communicating with seniors these few days?" The two said benefited a lot. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen. Everyone present is a senior whose name shakes a region. You guys have to be more humble and learn more things from them." The two hurriedly said yes. All the heavenly emperors perspired from embarrassment. Yi Yuan's words were simply face-slapping. These few days, they had long already been brought into submission by senior apprentice brother Yun-E and willingly followed them to cultivate. To talk about learning, it should have been them who were learning. One of the heavenly emperors smiled bitterly and said, "Younger brother Yi, aren't you slapping our faces here? Young friend Yun's realm is just not there yet. Otherwise, what has it got to do with us, these old fellows?" Second sage, these old fellows, really didn't expect that even your disciples are so strong. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, being the #1 alchemy path Holy Land, is true to its name. This heavenly emperor was called Heavenly Emperor Nao Hua, a late-stage 8-star alchemy god. His seniority was extremely high and his influence in the alchemy world was also immense. But these few days he was utterly convinced by the pill tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Nao Hua misunderstood. When this Yi teaches disciples, the first priority is to guard against arrogance and rashness, and to not to be self-conceited. No matter how high their realm, how strong their strength, they also can't underestimate their opponents. Stones from other hills may serve to polish the jade of this one. Learning from other people's strong points and making up our deficiencies are the right way." When everyone heard, they were slightly stunned in their hearts. It turned out that Yi Yuan was not being modest, he was just expounding on a fact. In Yi Yuan's heart, Yun-E was stronger than them. But even if he was strong, he had to put aside his ego too and learn from others. Thinking back now, these few days, Yun-E had also indeed remained indifferent when granted favors or when subjected to humiliation, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Only then did the group of alchemy path powerhouses discover that this heavenly eagle Bodhidharma was truly different from the rest in all aspects. These people, had been in high positions for too long. They were existences above the clouds, each and every one incomparably proud. To make them learn from people weaker than them, it was simply impossible. But now, they discovered that someone who was more outstanding than them was not only more hardworking but also more humble. This kind of humility was not verbal humility, but the modesty of mentality. Only when one was truly modest in mentality could one learn the shining points of others. As for verbal modesty, Yi Yuan completely turned his nose up at it. Him being strong, that was natural and right. This point could also be seen from his words. "Everyone, I've discussed with Senior Sacred Ancestor and decided that starting from next time, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma will start a Tao sermon. It will be started by this Yi. After this Yi leaves, Senior Sacred Ancestor will take over. He has also contacted several progenitor-level powerhouses. They have all agreed. Coming to find everyone today, it's hoping that everyone spreads the news. Anybody, as long as they have interest in alchemy Tao, can all come to Heavenly Eagle to listen to the Tao sermon," Yi Yuan said. The moment the heavenly emperors heard, each and every one of their faces changed greatly. The so-called Tao sermon was to demonstrate and dissect their own Tao little by little and demonstrate it for the people listening to Tao. This was equivalent to saying that the coremost part of one's great Tao would be displayed for the world. People who attained Tao had all blazed a path through all manners of obstacles and experienced countless hardships before they had today's accomplishments. Each person had their own non-transmissible secret. Even if teaching apprentices, they would also hold something back. The so-called teaching disciples would make the master starve to death. It was this logic. Think about it, if your disciples are outstandingly talented and learned all of your things, and climbed on top of your head, what sort of feeling was that? Unless it was someone who was about to pass on, otherwise, who would be willing to do this sort of thing? But Yi Yuan did it. The group of heavenly emperors was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, sucking in a cold breath. How broad-minded did one have to be able to do such a thing? Yi Yuan's action was to teach all life. His merits the greatest. In the history of the heaven-span world, there had never been such a selfish figure who existed. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even made Sacred Ancestor High Priest do it too. The reason why Yi Yuan came to find these heavenly emperors, it was because of their influence in the alchemy world. In reality, he hoped for more people to come and listen to Tao. Without a doubt, the stronger the human race's alchemy path strength was, the stronger their confidence in contending with the divine race. Some inklings of this could be seen from Arijingard's plan. Hoo-hoo! When I heard this news, this old man was already stunned. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan's present alchemy path realm is already not beneath this old man's. Even he isn't stingy, so how can this old man fall behind him? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a laugh. Heavenly Emperor Now Hua's expression turned somber and he said, Second Sage as a human is able to make such an astonishing move. How can Nanhua's meager cultivation base be kept hidden? If you don't look down on me, count Nanhua in. Count me in too. Count me in. The heavenly emperors were infected by Yi Yuan's breadth of mind and agreed one after another. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was indeed majestic. He was like that previously in the Cloudheart realm battle and was also like this now. In contrast, each and every one of them felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Even though their Tao was nothing in front of Yi Yuan, but at this time they clearly could not fall behind others. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, If the human race wins this battle, the world will definitely be everyone's righteousness. Everyone repeatedly said dare not. Now that medicine ancestor was missing, these two in front of them were the alchemy world summit. With their bit of strength, how could they dare show off in front of two great ancestors? The news swept throughout the entire alchemy world very quickly like the wind. Cloudheart Realm's alchemy path powerhouses were all elites among elites. Even those like Empyrean Pilljade had to use connections before they could enter. The height of the threshold could be imagined. And in the entire alchemy world, there were God knows how many alchemy path powerhouses. Yi Yuan made no distinctions in teaching. As long as one was willing to come, they could come. For some time, countless alchemy path powerhouses swarmed toward Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. The stream of people were as many as schools of carps crossing the river, countless alchemy path powerhouses gathering from all directions. On the day of the sermon, the noise and shouting were in great commotion. 1,000,000 alchemy path powerhouses gathered in Heavenly Eagle. It was a grand sight to behold. Of course, this was just a very small part. Even more alchemy path powerhouses were still on the way. Yi Yuan was dressed in ceremonial clothes, sitting suspended on top of an enormous Tai Chi diagram. His eyes were shut closed, resting his mind. An aura of great Tao filled the entire space. That's Second Sage's Tao? Indeed extensive and profound. Just one look and I feel that it's unfathomable. Legends has it that Second Sage is already the alchemy path's #1 person. I didn't expect that he's actually going to spread his Tao to all life. Blessing all ages, truly a saint. Us small fries really have a huge lucky chance this time. To the vast majority of alchemy path powerhouses, they did not know what it was at all. Alchemy was just refining pills. Only a handful of people could enter Tao. But Yi Yuan hosting a sermon and spreading Tao would be a massive lucky chance to these people. Normally, forget about Yi Yuan, even a 7-star alchemy god was also in existence that they could not touch. But today Yi Yuan's actions would benefit the world. Sacred Ancestor High Priest and his disciples, as well as a group of progenitors, were currently shockingly present, listening to Yi Yuan spread Tao. These few days, Wing and Yi Yuan compete in alchemy many times, being equally matched. While he benefited immensely, Yi Yuan's Tao was different from Medicine Ancestor. Medicine Ancestor's Tao was unparalleledly tyrannical and overbearing. Alchemy path powerhouses who had fought against him before, it was hard for their Tao hearts to inevitably lose balance. Wing was a victim of it. Yi Yuan's Tao was even and calm, exhibiting a majestic atmosphere. Debating on Tao with Yi Yuan, Wing unknowingly actually recovered his own Tao heart, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. However, debating on Tao was one thing. That was just some small exchanges. While today Yi Yuan spreading Tao, that was elaborating his Tao teachings. It was the demonstration of the essence of his great Tao. This action absolutely held extraordinary meaning to progenitor level and to those old fellows who had been stuck before Tao pill for countless years. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and started preaching on Tao. My Tao is not another path. Spreading Tao today, it's to open up your Tao hearts. A myriad great Taos. Alchemy Tao is a special path. What is alchemy Tao? One pill, one world. Then today, we'll start with Divine Essence Pill. Following Yi Yuan talking tirelessly, below burst into an uproar. Divine Essence Pill. The alchemy path's #1 powerhouse was actually talking about the divine essence pill. What was the divine essence pill? That was a rank 1 divine pill, the most basic divine pill. This level of medicinal pills, they could refine a large bunch with a wave of a hand. That was a medicinal pill that was given to rookies who just entered deity realm to eat. My pants were already taken off, you're making me look at this? For a moment, dissatisfaction, contempt, spurn, and cursing sounded out all around. High-sounding words. This was simply duping people. Wing's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Quiet! If there are any more noisemakers, die." An astonishing aura instantly covered the whole place. Once a Deva Fourth Blight was enraged, it was not what they could withstand. Immediately, it became quiet. Wing gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan preaching on Tao, this is the fortune of your lifetimes. Listen carefully. Even if you just comprehend a fraction, it's also enough for you all to benefit for life." Even though everyone did not dare to speak up due to sacred ancestor high priest's power, they were still disdainful. Divine essence pill, this sort of thing, what was nice to listen. Toward these commotions, Yi Yuan did not care at all. His time was limited. However much could be comprehended, it could only depend on these people themselves. Although the divine essence pill was shallow, it was the foundation of great Tao. Now that he had climbed to the summit, turning back to look at this kind of medicinal pill again, his opinion was naturally different. The current Yi Yuan could casually refine rank 1 divine pills that were 100 times stronger than the divine essence pill. But why did he start with the divine essence pill? The divine essence pill was a pill formula that had been handed down from ancient times. After countless years of baptism, it was a pill formula that had been tempered endlessly. Even though the medicinal pill was simple, it contained the maxim of great Tao. Gradually, the expression on everyone's face changed. The original disdain, ridicule, conceit, turned into the current shock, admiration, and absorbed in thought. Only now did they know that turns out a tiny little divine essence pill actually contained so many truths. The things that Yi Yuan talked about, they had never thought about them before. He refined a divine essence pill in front of everyone. Each step he analyzed deeply, demonstrating his own Tao little by little. A tiny little Tai Chi diagram formed in the void. Everyone's expressions became incomparably shocked. But among them, someone's shock was greater than the others. This person was Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It turns out that this is his Tao. A tiny little divine essence pill actually hides such a great Tao. Rank 1 divine pills, we already overlooked such pills much. Then what about rank 2 divine pills, rank 5 divine pills, rank 8 divine pills? Many geniuses are all rootless weeds. They seemed powerful but were no use at all despite looking good. But his strength is a strength that has been tempered endlessly. We have been searching for the fleeting and ephemeral Tao, but he has been focusing on every tiny bit. By now, he already became a C. I finally understand what the two races Tao is missing. Of the people present, Wing was closest to Tao. Regarding Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao, his thoughts and feelings were the deepest. Their Tao had indeed built a 100,000-foot building. But their 100,000-foot buildings lacked bricks and tiles. The buildings were full of holes. Such a building, the higher one built, the more dangerous it was. Therefore, his Tao failed in front of Medicine Ancestor, and he also lost himself. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, he was the victor too, because his Tao was too stable. Although the other progenitors did not feel as strongly as Wing, they also benefited a lot. Following that, Yi Yuan gradually developed the entire system of rank 1 divine pills with the divine essence pill as the foundation. Only then did everyone discover that turns out among all the rank 1 divine pills there existed all kinds of connections. The shock in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan provided for them a brand new perspective. This was the perspective of God. They were currently standing at the perspective of God, re-examining rank 1 divine pills, finding everything fresh and new, being filled with wisdom, enlightening the benighted. They were more and more unable to describe their current feelings anymore. What Yi Yuan exhibited for them was a brand new alchemy path cultivation system. If in the past, alchemy Tao relied on inheritances, today, Yi Yuan's alchemy path was the great accomplishment of everyone gathering there. This was a complete, brand new cultivation system that could stand up to scrutiny and could create countless alchemy path powerhouses. Just like that, from rank 1 to rank 2 all the way to rank 8 divine pills. Yi Yuan expounded his cultivation system little by little, spreading his Tao, clearly displaying the sequence of ideas in front of everyone. Many people still thought that it was simple at first, but later they could not understand at all anymore. The further back, the more obscure and difficult it was to understand. The 1-year period arrived in a blink. That moment when Yi Yuan stopped preaching on Tao, the tens of millions of powerhouses present were silent. Wing's gaze was deep and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Today, Yi Yuan will be conferred the status of an ancestor. Ancestor Yi started the paradigm of alchemy Tao, and is a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. Today, he shall be conferred the status of an ancestor. Today, spreading Tao and blessing all ages. If Yi Yuan isn't conferred the status of an ancestor, heaven will not tolerate it." Regarding Yi Yuan being an ancestor, no one had objections. Perhaps those people with meager strength did not understand the meaning of this spreading of Tao. But these progenitors, were deeply aware of its profound impact. Prior to this, regardless of whether it was the human race's or demon race's alchemy Tao, it was all scattered and disorderly. One could say that it was an act of hit or miss. "You comprehend your Tao, I refine my pill." Even Medicine Ancestor was not able to distill it into a mature cultivation system. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did he do it, he even spread his cultivation gains to all life, demonstrating it to everyone. This merit was unprecedented since time immemorial. A year of spreading Tao, the merit led to 1,000 years' contribution. Among these progenitor-level powerhouses, each person's gains were simply immeasurable. As long as they went into close seclusion for some time, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Especially the sacred ancestor high priest, Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up a new door for him. Given time, as long as he digested the Tao that Yi Yuan preached on, he had confidence on surpassing Medicine Ancestor. The tens of millions of alchemy path powerhouses present had tens of thousands who broke through. Some 8-star alchemy gods who had been stuck at peak ancestor realm for many years even faintly showed signs of touching Tao pill. Before long, a large group of alchemy path powerhouses would appear among these people. Yi Yuan glanced downwards and could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. Oh, time. What he lacked the most right now was time. He needed time to grow up. These alchemy path powerhouses also needed time to grow up. But the divine race would not give him this time. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest clasped his hands to the sky and said in a clear voice, "Demon race's priest temple will revere Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao today. The human race's sky billow realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. The human race's 9-rain realm respects Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao." These progenitors' voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. All of the progenitor-level powerhouses actually revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor. After the progenitors, it was peak 8-star alchemy path powerhouses. Purple Sandalwood Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. Enlightened Day Bodhidharma reveres Yi Yuan as the ancestor of alchemy Tao. Each one that opened their mouth was a big shot of the alchemy world. The weight of their words was extremely heavy. With so many supreme powerhouses respecting Yi Yuan, it could be seen that this spreading of Tao already brought the entire alchemy world into submission. Those alchemists with meager strength still did not understand what was going on until now. But so many big shots suddenly respecting Yi Yuan as an ancestor, this matter made them incomparably shocked. My God, what's going on here? So many heavyweights are actually collectively revering Second Sage as an ancestor. Second Sage merely just entered Heavenly Emperor not long. He's actually conferred the status of an ancestor just like this? Furthermore, this still isn't an ordinary conferring as an ancestor. Even Medicine Ancestor didn't have this kind of treatment either. Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor was different from the other progenitors. Powerhouses who were able to become progenitors were at least Deva 3rd and 4th Blight sovereigns too. Even Deva 1st Blight and 2nd Blights did not have the qualifications to be called ancestors too. But Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Emperor not long ago. At present, his strength was only comparable to Heavenly Emperor's second firmament. Yet, he was actually collectively revered as an ancestor by so many sovereigns. It was being commonly revered as an ancestor. This was also to say that all alchemy path powerhouses, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, were a status lower in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this ancestor of alchemy Dao, surmounted above all progenitors. The scene, the vibe of ritual was extremely strong. Powerhouses able to be called progenitors all had their own pride. These progenitors all admitted that Medicine Ancestor was strong, but would not revere him as the ancestor above progenitors. You are strong, that's your business, nothing to do with me. But today, they put aside the pride of a progenitor towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing could be said to be unprecedented since time immemorial. A mere heavenly emperor actually towered above all progenitors. This sort of thing, even thinking about it, felt terrifying. They did not understand, but they knew that these progenitors were not fools. Being able to make these proud progenitors lower their heads, Yi Yuan's spread of Dao definitely held extraordinary significance. Their realms were too low and they were unable to detect the profundities within. But they understood that they had witnessed the arrival of a new era of the alchemy path world. Henceforth, Medicine Ancestor shall become a cloud that passed by, and what replaced him was the ancestor of the alchemy path, Yi Yuan. In the crowd, Piljade sighed despondently and said to the Uni beside him, This old man apologizes to you. Circumstances change with the passing of time. Facts have proved that your choice is right. It's me whose eyesight was too shallow. Cloud Heart Realm's battle under Yi Yuan's protection, Piljade escaped with his life by a fluke. He and Yi Yuan fought for 1,000 years. Only now, when Yi Yuan was conferred the status of an ancestor, did he know what a ridiculous thing that was. Even when Yi Yuan spreading Dao with his realm, he could not fully comprehend it. But he faintly understood that Yi Yuan really did a major thing that shocked heaven and earth. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even this descendant of his, he had also surpassed Piljade all round in alchemy Dao presently. He personally saw those big shots whose fame shook a region, looking humble in front of Uni. This level of existence, he did not even dare to think about it in the past. Uni gave him a glance and said with a smile, "What's great-grandfather say? You raised ear, groomed ear, remembers it in my heart. Ear has never blamed great-grandfather, you don't need to worry about it. Actually, I followed Master just to seek out a higher-level alchemy Dao too. It's just that I also didn't expect that Master could actually walk to this step presently. It's really like a dream." Piljade blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that if not looking on the account of Yunyi's face, Yi Yuan would have long destroyed great imperial capital Piljade. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying great imperial capital Piljade was nothing at all. Heavenly Emperor Zhuoyun probably would not even dare to let out a fart. Above the void, Yi Yuan's expression was calm, remaining indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. Regarding the actions of the group of progenitors, he was indeed a little surprised. But he knew that he could shoulder it. What he was surprised by was that these progenitors would actually let go of their pride and revere him as an ancestor. 100 years of alchemy battle with Medicine Ancestor, Yi Yuan had truly scried the power of law. Even though that trace of power of law was extremely vague, it benefited him endlessly. At that moment, he finally integrated all that he learned and achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. That was how there was today's spreading of Dao. Yi Yuan glanced below and said coolly, "That day, in Cloud Heart Realm, I believe that everyone has some understanding too. The human race's alchemy Dao has declined for a long time already. Even the divine race looks down on it. Since everyone reveres me as an ancestor, then put aside sectarian views and spread what you've learned to all life and let everyone improve together." The divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy Dao. But in the last epoch, those alchemy sovereigns all perished for the human race. Now, even Origin Guard, this fellow, could look down on the human race's alchemy Dao already. As long as the alchemy path rose, it would definitely play a key role in the war between the human and divine, two races. What he lacked was still time. This old man will follow what Ancestor Yi says. After Ancestor Yi leaves, I'll spread the Dao. Sacred Ancestor High Priest clasped his hands and said, "We honor what Ancestor Yi says." We honor what Ancestor Yi says. Regarding what Yi Yuan said, the group of progenitors concurred one after another. Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor shocked the entire alchemy world. There was no idea how many human powerhouses. It was naturally impossible to all come to heavenly eagle Bodhidharma. Concerning Yi Yuan spreading his Tao, there were still some who were disdainful. But when they knew that all of the progenitors, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, actually jointly revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor, their shock could not be any greater. A brat who was still wet behind his ears actually became the alchemy path's common ancestor? No matter how great their influence was, they could not change this fact either. No matter how great their influence was, could it be greater than so many progenitors? The title of Ancestor Yi had already become an established fact. His limelight even overshadowed the medicine ancestor back then. During this period, inside a certain small world, above a quiet lake, a scrawny old man was sitting cross-legged. Streams of immortal chi coiled around him, forming a circular aura field. The circular aura field divided into two, circulating endlessly. That appearance was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram. No matter how the aura field revolved, the surface of the lake was calm from start to end. It could be seen that the old man was not ordinary. Before long, another figure landed on the surface of the lake. He gave a bow toward the old man and said, "Master?" This old man was precisely the medicine ancestor who went missing after the Cloud Heart Realm battle. And the person who just appeared was the eldest disciple who went missing along with him. It was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Medicine ancestor nodded slightly and said coolly, "What events are there at the outside world?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "The divine race army is bearing upon the borders. Yi Yuan is conferred the status of an ancestor." Medicine ancestor smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "A child also dares to conceitedly call himself as an ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said, "It was not that he proclaimed himself as an ancestor, but that all the progenitors exalted him as an ancestor. Now, he's already the common ancestor of the alchemy path." Medicine ancestor's entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. One had to know. He had roamed the heavenspan world unobstructed for countless years, and also did not become the alchemy path's common ancestor. But Yi Yuan did it. Immediately, an extremely complicated emotion welled up in his heart. "Heh, terrific lad. Fine means. However, he's also underestimating this ancestor too much. His Tao has inspired this ancestor greatly. As long as I digest his Tao, this ancestor will definitely be able to reach the true realm of Tao Pill. When this ancestor comes into being anew, I'll make the myriad regions tremble. This ancestor is the common ancestor of the alchemy path." Puff! Right at this time, a hand plunged into his chest. Medicine ancestor's entire body was paralyzed, immediately unable to move. At the same time, he felt his strength flowing away bit by bit. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy with a look of disbelief. In this world, the one that he trusted the most was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. But Lasting Joy struck a vicious blow towards him. He did not understand it. He did not believe it. He felt that it was inconceivable. Why? Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's hand was thrust in Medicine Ancestor's chest, still smiling as he said, "If there's only one person in this world who can achieve Tao Pill, then it can only be me. I served you carefully, it's for the sake of today. Absorbing your Tao, I'll be the real Medicine Ancestor. Go in peace. Everything that you lost, I'll help you take it back." Medicine Ancestor's entire body was unable to move. He only felt that his Tao was slipping away little by little. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. It was as if it was his first day knowing him. This guy could actually absorb his Tao. Medicine Ancestor discovered that he underestimated Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy too much. The anesthetic in Lasting Joy's hands, with his body that was close to Tao, he was actually unable to dispel it. Gradually, Medicine Ancestor's aura grew weaker and weaker. Finally, he turned into a pool of blood. A sovereign of his generation who had commanded the heavenspan world for countless years, a figure almost like a Tao ancestor, actually died in a small world that no one knew just like that. While at this time, the great Tao aura on Lasting Joy's body gradually became thicker. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, "These countless years, I've concealed so bitterly. I devoured other people's Tao nonstop, continuously became stronger, and finally stepped into the realm of Tao Pill. Absorbing this old thing's Tao, I'll be the strongest alchemy path sovereign in this world. Yi Yuan, that brat's Tao must be even more delicious. After I absorb his Tao, I'll be the alchemy path's #1 person since time immemorial. At that time, maybe I can reach Tao Ancestor that level. Who knows? Really looking forward to it." It turned out that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy actually walked an extremely strange path of alchemy Tao. His Tao was to continuously devour other people's Tao. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was a figure from the same era as Medicine Ancestor. His alchemy path talent was ordinary, but he was an eccentric genius-like figure. Following Medicine Ancestor, he had witnessed countless alchemy path geniuses. Hence, he devoured nonstop, continuously becoming stronger. He actually reached the realm of Tao Pill in the end. However, he concealed it extremely well. Even Medicine Ancestor did not detect it either. Medicine Ancestor trusted him immensely instead. Now, he even devoured Medicine Ancestor's Tao, truly becoming the alchemy path's #1 person. Even the current Yi Yuan was inferior to him too. Now, he set his sights on Yi Yuan again. During this period, the Yi Yuan who had just been conferred Ancestor already embarked on the road to the primeval war realm. Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital, the place where Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets stood toweringly. This was an enigmatic figure and also a legendary figure. Of course, he was also a figure who was powerful until it made people despair. Arriving at Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital, Yi Yuan was deeply shocked. The Jian family was too strong. Those walking around everywhere here were all at least true God realm powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor and Empyreans who were hard to come across in the outside world could be seen everywhere here. Only then did Yi Yuan know that it turns out that only those members of the Jian family who were second-rate would be sent out. No wonder everyone says that the Jian family is the heaven-span world's #1 family. This grandeur was indeed not boasted out. Yi Yuan exclaimed, "Hoo-hoo! I've incurred young friend Ye's ridicule." At this time, a figure appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was precisely Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan bowed and said, "Senior." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo! Congratulations to young friend Yi for being conferred the status of an ancestor. Ancestor Yi is already a member of my generation now. You don't need to be so courteous." Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor was a huge thing in the alchemy world. But in the eyes of a powerhouse like Jian Yunxin, it was nothing. Presently, the human race's alchemy path was too weak. Could not provide much help for the doomsday battle at all. What the Jian family thought highly of was still Yi Yuan's unparalleled combat power. Hence, he still addressed Yi Yuan as young friend Yi Yuan. Regarding the matter of being conferred the title ancestor, it was merely just being polite. Yi Yuan was aware in his heart but did not say much. It was a fact that the alchemy path had declined. It was pointless to say any more. Otherwise, how could it be him, this junior's turn, to be called ancestor? However, Yi Yuan had confidence in being able to make the alchemy path regain its glory in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is jesting. Please bring me to the primeval war realm then." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "No rush. Father wants to see you." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, "Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wants to see me?" He thought that he was merely an ordinary genius in the eyes of the Jian family's people. After all, no matter how amazing he was, he should not have been able to enter Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arcane sight. He did not expect that the human race sovereign, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, actually wanted to see him. Jian Yunxin nodded and said, "Father thinks very highly of you. He says that you'll surely make great accomplishments. Young friend Yi, this emperor has followed father for close to 10 billion years. Yet, it's still my first time seeing him value a junior so highly. The battle of geniuses this time. You have to perform well and not let father down." In front of him was an ordinary but hale and hearty old man. Yi Yuan even could not feel the undulation of divine essence in his body. Throwing him into the crowd absolutely would not arouse any attention. He was like air, clearly standing there. But it was as if he did not exist. It was seriously very hard for Yi Yuan to associate this person in front of him to the master whose name shook the world. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Very clearly, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity on the journey of Tao. Yi Yuan was sizing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets up. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also sizing him up at the same time. Little fellow, you seem to be very curious about this old man, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a warm smile. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also smiled and said, Senior is probably the Heavenspan world's most mysterious Deva powerhouse. Isn't it very normal for this junior to be a little curious? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said meaningfully, Hoo, little fellow, you're also very mysterious in my eyes. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words had an implicit meaning. Could it be that he discovered something? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed and said, You don't need to be so nervous. Geniuses who can reach unpredictable aura. Which one doesn't hide massive secrets on them? It's just that you seem to be a little more mysterious compared to them. Hence, this old man is very interested in you. Unpredictable aura? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Back then, Xianxia said that he was of the Emperor surmounting aura. What was this unpredictable aura? The Jian family's cultivation method was very mysterious. Yi Yuan did not know much about it either. Jian Yunxin explained, Our human race's numbers are huge. With father's means, the vast majority of people's fate can be predicted. But heaven's secrets are hard to predict. There will always be some people's fate that's beyond heavenly Tao. These people's fate, even father finds it difficult to predict too. People possessing this kind of destiny have an unpredictable aura. Previously, are Jian family members being unable to discern your destiny with the aura viewing art? It's due to this. Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard that. No wonder the Jian family's members would go blind when they saw him. It turned out that it was actually due to this reason. Heaven's secrets could not be predicted, so how could it be measured with the naked eye? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, Unpredictable children are not within the operation of heavenly Tao. Even heavenly Tao can't grasp their destiny too. Their talent tends to be extremely astonishing, and they are distinguished talents of the current era. Yi Yuan frowned and said, According to what Senior said, there should be many unpredictable children. Our human race has huge numbers. Since there are so many extremely talented people, then our human race should be extremely strong. Why is it so weak now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed deeply and looked straight at Yi Yuan as he said, A destiny that even heavenly Tao isn't able to control. How can heavenly Tao allow it to live in this world? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly understanding something. Unpredictable children were incredibly talented, their destinies being extremely strong. But because of this, they were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. Therefore, heavenly Tao would obliterate these existences in all sorts of ways to ensure the normal operation of heavenly Tao. This way, wouldn't he have to face the sanction of heavenly Tao? Therefore, over the past 10 billion years, the human race's geniuses have been abundant like schools of carps crossing the river. But those who could truly survive are scanty few. Of course, for those able to survive, each person's strength is immensely strong. Since you're an unpredictable child, I believe that you've also experienced it strongly. Your encounters were probably much more perilous than ordinary martial artists. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. Yi Yuan recalled his encounters and thought that it was indeed the case. Walking all the way until today, the dangers that he had experienced were beyond count. Fortunately, he pulled through all of them. Senior didn't come to find me to tell me these, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, Didn't I say just now that you're very mysterious too? During these 100 years, this old man has seen before no idea how many unpredictable children. But those who can have such accomplishments at your age, there is only you alone. Hence, this old man is very curious about you too. Yi Yuan said hesitantly, Does Senior want to use the aura viewing art on me? Hoo. The Jian family member's curiosity is innate. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "But didn't you say that I'm of the unpredictable aura? Will your eyes have any problem?" Yi Yuan asked rather worriedly. Only then did he understand where the Jian family's people's curiosity came from. It turned out that it was all inherited from their forefather. However, he was a little worried about Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Because he was different from the others, he was in possession of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. His power was boundless. Even though he was facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Yi Yuan was also a little worried. But Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Little fellow, you're still the first one who looks down on this old man like this. You have to know, the aura viewing art was created by this old man. Other people can't look at unpredictable aura. So you think this old man is not able to perceive it? Heavenly Tao is ethereal, but one can always discern some inklings." Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Since that's the case, Senior, go ahead and cast the spell then." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, the aura on his body suddenly changing. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, feeling as if he had arrived in another world. This world was the world belonging to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. In this place, he felt like he was stripped bare, all secrets unable to remain hidden. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Was this the strength of the strongest person who could pry into Heavenly Tao? A milky white light surfaced on Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' eyes. This light shone on Yi Yuan's body, seemingly wanting to see through Yi Yuan's secrets. But right at this time, a shocking change suddenly occurred. On a sunny day, a bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky and directly slammed into the space. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly, all the hair on his body standing on end. There was no time to think too much. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly pointed a finger at the sky. An astonishing aura erupted. At this time, the number 1 Heavenly Emperor's strength was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. The expression of Yi Yuan, who was in front of him, similarly changed wildly. He felt as if this finger of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could pierce a hole in the sky. This finger was too strong. Rumble. With a loud bang, space collapsed, and the mansion was directly turned into ruins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, looking toward Yi Yuan with a shocked face, speechless for a long time. The scene earlier was too shocking. He looked at Yi Yuan with the aura viewing art just now, but seemed to have seen an eye. That eye seemed to piece through the unreal, looking at him from some hidden place. Meeting eyes with that eye, he felt like he was going to die. He felt as if he met gazes with Heavenly Tao. How could such a thing happen? Unpredictable children were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. But why did he feel like he was staring at Heavenly Tao? This kind of feeling was too contradictory. And this thunderbolt out of the clear sky was Heavenly Tao's warning. Prying into Heavenly Tao was treason and heresy. Heavenly Tao would naturally send down a warning. It was also that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret strength was fearsome. If it were others, they would have likely been directly smitten into flying ashes. How could he have known that the lesser Heavenspan Mountain on Yi Yuan could be said to be a miniature Heavenly Tao? Him prying into Yi Yuan's secrets was equivalent to peeping at Heavenly Tao. How could this sort of action be tolerated by Heavenly Tao? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret strength was monstrous. Ever since he attained Tao, this sort of situation had never happened before. Today he was really scared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One incomparably powerful aura after another arrived in an instant. The Jian family had many experts. Seeing such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of them was alarmed. Who dares to act wildly in the Jian family? To dare make a move against progenitor? Got tired of living? Alarmed and angry voices came over one after another. But when they arrived here, they could not help having stunned faces. A handsome youth was standing in front of their progenitor. There was no one else. This youth's strength was only Heavenly Emperor realm. But their progenitor who was opposite him was heavily injured until he vomited blood. Could it be that it was this youth who hurt their progenitor? How was this possible? They wanted to berate this youth, but they felt that it was somewhat funny. How could their progenitor possibly be hurt by a Heavenly Emperor? Just as they were stunned, They saw Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wave his hands slightly and say, "It's fine. I'll go back." Everyone exchanged glances, being at a loss on what to do. Xianxia also woke up from the shock and said, "It's fine. I'll go back for now." Only then did everyone leave with puzzled looks. Yi Yuan also had a helpless look and said, "Profound Secrets Heavenly Capital should have many spirit medicines, right? Why not let this Yi refine a medicinal pill for senior to heal your injuries?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, expressing his consent. He naturally knew about the matter of Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor. If anyone in this world could refine pills for him, it would be none other than Yi Yuan. Xianxia sent Yi Yuan to refine the pill and then turned back. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was well deserving of being the #1 Heavenly Emperor. At this time, he already recovered to normal. Seeing Xianxia looking like he wanted to speak, but swallowing his words back, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said coolly, "He's different from the rest." Unpredictable children similarly have the distinction of high and low. But no matter how high they are, they also won't provoke Heavenly Tao's warning. This old man has divined for 1,000,000,000 years and also can't see where the human race's way out lies. Perhaps this slight variable will fall on him for all I know. Xianxin's entire body trembled and he said, "This boy must be hiding a massive secret on him. Why don't Father replace him?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "It's been so many years. Don't you understand it yet? Every single being has its own destiny. That secret with him is a variable. Placed on me, it will become a fixed number. In this battle, the human race will definitely be defeated. If it becomes a fixed factor, then the human race will be ruined in this old man's hands. Putting aside merits and demerits, will the divine race let us, these existences, off?" Xianxia drew a breath of cold air and said in shame, "It was this child who was impulsive, but he's currently too weak. Can he really grow to the extent of influencing the battle situation?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "How can I know? If he can be divined, he wouldn't be an unpredictable child. It's precisely because he's unpredictable that the human race has a chance. Actually, the one who's curious isn't just you. This old man is very curious too." Several days later, Yi Yuan refined a quasi-Dao pill. After Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets consumed it, his injuries immediately improved significantly. Except Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' realm was too high. Yi Yuan's realm was not there yet currently. Hence, the medicinal pills refined could not let him recover fully. But with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ability, what remained was not that serious. With regards to Yi Yuan's alchemy skill, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also lauded over and over again. After the matter, Xianxia brought Yi Yuan into the Primeval War Realm. The Primeval War Realm's entrance was in Profound Secrets' heavenly capital. "All right, I'll send you up to here. After you go in, you'll naturally know what to do," Xianxia said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and entered the small world. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he entered a ball of light. Then a large amount of information entered his mind. It turned out that this Primeval War Realm was actually a world like the Death Cultivation space. This ball of light could perfectly replicate his strength. Of course, this Primeval War Realm was established by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets by expending great efforts. It was naturally God knows how many times more advanced than the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan led the clone. Furthermore, all that this clone acquired in the Primeval War Realm was equivalent to him obtaining it. This was also to say that when the clone cultivated in the Primeval War Realm, the heaven and earth spiritual energy would be transmitted onto the main body. This was equivalent to the main body cultivating. This clone was actually equivalent to Yi Yuan's own body. Furthermore, this clone could revive infinitely. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This clone would enter the Primeval War Realm to fight. In the Primeval War Realm, there were 100 cities. Each city had 10,000 unpredictable children. The unpredictable children fought among each other or went out of the city to hunt all kinds of ferocious beasts. Fighting was not allowed in the city. Outside the city there were hunting grounds. With each fierce beast hunted, one would obtain God of War points. Among unpredictable children, they were ranked based on God of War points. This primeval war realm was actually a virtual battle space. Hiss! 1,000,000 unpredictable children. Furthermore, they are all Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. When Yi Yuan became aware of this information, he could not help feeling shocked. He did not expect that the human, demon, fiend, and various races actually had so many unpredictable children. This was still merely just unpredictable children. The human race's Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are probably numbered in the tens of millions. Yi Yuan discovered that he still underestimated the human race. He used to think that Heavenly Emperors were paramount existences. The numbers must be extremely few. But reaching his present realm, the level that he came into contact with was totally different. Only then did he discover the strength that the human race concealed. The reproduction ability of these few races was too strong. Back then, the few races used human wave tactics and brutishly defeated the divine race to death. If I could not beat you with one progenitor, then 3. If 3 could not beat, then 5. 10. The invincible divine race was suppressed just like that. But thinking carefully, Yi Yuan felt at ease. The heavenspan world was boundless without horizon. The numbers of the few races could simply be calculated in billions of trillions. Even if one Heavenly Emperor appeared among 1,000,000,000 martial artists, the number that accumulated would also be very considerable. However, Heavenly Emperors were easy to obtain, while Devas were hard to ask for. Deva realm powerhouses were truly rare. Those able to transcend the Deva Blight Tribulation were 1 in 1,000,000. The vast majority of Heavenly Emperors all died in the Deva Blight Tribulation. Hence, in the last Doomsday battle, the human race sovereigns virtually all fell. It was a destructive blow to the human race. After understanding the primeval war realm's information, Yi Yuan's consciousness sunk into the light ball. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and his entire person arrived at a prosperous city. Yi Yuan, Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. City location: Cloudade City. God of War points: 0. God of War ranking: 12,532. At this time, some more information appeared in Yi Yuan's head. Very clearly, there were currently a total of 12,532 unpredictable children in this Cloudade City. And his ranking was at the bottom. Another newcomer. Ho-ho. So weak. Just Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This bit of strength also dares to come to the primeval war realm. Reckon that before long, he'll be frightened until he doesn't dare to go out of the city, right? The moment Yi Yuan landed, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Of course, there was more disdain. Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor strength was not worth mentioning in the city. Yi Yuan knew that the primeval war realm had already been open for more than a year. It was equivalent to him falling far behind the rest. Looking at your appearance, you should have just come back from the dead, right? How many times have you died? Sorry about that. It should be how many dozen times. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the few people's faces, his tone full of mockery. These few people's strengths were not very strong. The strongest was also merely Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor, but he was mocking him here. It was really ridiculous. Sure enough, the moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed. Several dozen times was a bit exaggerated, but they had indeed died more than 10 times already. But in such an environment, the mortality rate of weaklings was extremely high. The eyes of one of them, a youth in brocade, turned cold and he said, "Brat, newcomers got to have the awareness of newcomers. Being too arrogant, you'll die very miserably." The youth in brocade was called Yang Ku, the leader of this group of people, a peak Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Their group had just encountered the ambush of an expert outside the city. In the end, their group was annihilated. At this time, this group of people was currently upset. When they saw Yi Yuan, they could not help mocking him a little. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "The moment I entered, you guys have been ridiculing me non-stop. Now you're saying that I'm arrogant. Why has the side of reason been occupied by you?" Xianxia said in a cold voice, "In the primeval war realm, the words of the strong are the side of reason. Brat, if you dare to say this sort of words outside the city, you'd already be a dead man." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Oh, is that so? Then I'll go out of the city right now. Do you guys dare to come? Yangku was stunned. Could this guy be a fool? They were apprehensive and did not dare to make a move inside the city. But leaving the city, they would be able to strike a fatal blow. This kind of thing was very commonly seen outside the city. Outside the city, not only did one have to be on guard against fierce beasts that might appear at any time, they even had to take precautions against humans who pop out from God knows where. Except Yi Yuan was a newcomer. There was no god of war points on him at all. Killing would be in vain too. According to the primeval war realms rules, by killing the opponent, one would be able to obtain 10% to 70% of the god of war points on them. The higher the opponent's ranking, the more god of war points obtained and the fewer conversely. In the beginning, some powerful people would intentionally wait for other people's ranking to get high before hunting them down. But over time, the rankings would also become more and more stable. Challenging people who ranked higher than them was equivalent to giving away their heads. Ha ha ha, are you challenging this emperor? Seen before those who seek death, but never seen before someone like you who's in such a hurry to court death. Just entered and you want to experience the taste of death? Rest assured it's exactly the same as in reality. Xianxia said with a loud laugh. Even though Yi Yuan did not have god of war points on him, Yi Yuan was so arrogant. How could he yield? Moreover, they had just been group annihilated. Finding a rookie to vent was also pretty good. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm eyeing your god of war points. Although it's a bit less, it's better than nothing. The moment the few people heard, they could not help bursting into laughter. When Xianxia heard that, he laughed even harder and said, You, this newcomer, are really interesting. Good, very good. Then let's go outside the city and cross swords. Your Grandpa Yang's god of war points are here. Take it if you have the ability. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly turning around and heading in the direction out of the city. In the city, many martial artists saw that there was a show to watch and could not hold back their curiosity, and also followed after. This newcomer is really interesting. A second firmament heavenly emperor is actually so arrogant, a martial artist said with vicissitudes of emotion. Heh, those able to enter the primeval war realm. Which one isn't an astonishing talent outside? But after arriving here, only then will one know that there's a heaven beyond heaven and that there's always someone better. This kid can probably jump ranks and battle outside. But he likely doesn't know that everyone here can jump ranks and battle. However, there's no use at all. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, the group of unpredictable children was very disdainful. When they just entered, which one did not have their noses pointed at the sky? But along with the passing of time, their confidence was beaten down little by little. Until now, they already learned to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Accidentally offending an expert, that expert would chase after you, killing you all the way until you did not dare to go out of the city. But it was also not absolutely safe in the city, because there was a time limit in the city. Once the time was up, the primeval war realms rules would directly obliterate you. Xianxia's squad had a total of 6 people, 2/3 firmament heavenly emperors, and 4 second firmament heavenly emperors. But even if they were second firmament heavenly emperors, they were peak existences too. They were only a step away from being a 3rd firmament heavenly emperor. Arriving outside the city, they looked at Yi Yuan like a big bad wolf saw a little white rabbit, having playful expressions on their faces. This kid actually really came outside the city. Peng Yang, go and teach this little brother of ours on how to behave in Cloud-Aid City, Xianxia said to his companion. The companion called Peng Yang had a playful look on his face as he said smilingly, Okay, teaching newcomers this sort of thing, I'm most happy to do it. Brat, you must think that you're very amazing, can jump ranks and challenge opponents. But each one of us can jump ranks and battle outside. Therefore, after you die, remember to tuck your tail and... Boom! Peng Yang's words had yet to fade and he was already dead. Yi Yuan suddenly exploded with a punch, his speed unimaginably quick. Everyone did not react yet and Peng Yang already returned to the place of rebirth once more. Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. It was as if he did something very ordinary. While at this time, one gilded inscription text after another entered his body. This was God of War points. Casually killing Peng Yang, Yi Yuan obtained 32 God of War points. Just this bit of God of War points. You guys are so weak, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Peng Yang's ranking was not high, but compared to Yi Yuan it was very high. He obtained 30% of Peng Yang's God of War points, which was also to say that Peng Yang's God of War points was just in the low 100s. Yi Yuan was just speaking his mind, but this was a great insult to Yang Ku and the rest. God of War points being low indicated that their strength was weak. Actually, their God of War points was not considered low either, especially Yang Ku. He could rank close to 10,000. But they had just experienced a group annihilation and lost a lot of God of War points at once. Hence, that was why it appeared little. Yang Ku's gaze was gloomy and he seethed with killing intent as he said, "Brat, you actually didn't follow the rules and sneak attacked Peng Yang." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "A fight means a fight. What's with so much crap? Moreover, isn't this primeval war realm a land of slaughter? Could it be that when killing people we still have to bow to each other first and say hello? Ha ha ha." A wave of guffaws came from all around. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. They also saw that Yi Yuan's realm was too low, so they underestimated him. Otherwise, why would they be long-winded with him? Most likely, the moment they went out of the city, the 6 of them would have attacked together and besieged Yi Yuan. Yang Ku's gaze was cold, and he said in a low voice, "Attack together! Kill him! Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" Yang Ku's patience already reached its limit. He wanted to wreck this guy to death, and let him know the taste of being so overwhelmed with pain to the point where he wished that he was dead. In the primeval war realm, being dead was not scary. What was scary was the process of death. That process was the exact same as the real body, except the reality was quite different from what he imagined. The moment they came to blows, he discovered how strong Yi Yuan's strength was. That was right. These unpredictable children were all astonishingly talented. Their law comprehensions extremely strong. They could indeed jump ranks and do battle. It was just a pity that their strength was still far lacking when compared to same-rank divine race powerhouses. But who was Yi Yuan? Back then his realm was not as good as Divine Sun Xian's, but he was able to crush the other party. Now his realm could be seen as comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor, but the thickness of his divine essence was no idea how many times stronger than a second firmament heavenly emperor. It was not at all inferior when compared to a third firmament heavenly emperor as well. Such strength, even if he did not employ time freeze, this kind of heaven-defying divine ability, it would also be too effortless to deal with Yang Ku and company. Yi Yuan forcefully resisted Yang Ku two people's attacks. One punch each, in virtually a blink of an eye, he blew the other 3 second firmament heavenly emperors up. Perfect 8th transformation golden body was no joke. The heaven-span world's body-refining powerhouses were countless. But a person who could cultivate the fleshy body to perfect rank 8 was one of a kind. Yang Ku two people did not hurt Yi Yuan but shocked themselves until their vital energy was in upheaval. This scared them badly enough. This is your strength to jump ranks and battle? It looks like the ranks that you're jumping isn't enough, Yi Yuan said with rather waned interest. He still thought how formidable these unpredictable sons were. In the end, they were weak to the max. Of course, Yi Yuan could feel that Yang Ku their strength was indeed very strong. With their strength, they could even rival fourth firmament heavenly emperors. But so what? Their so-called jumping ranks were only targeted at the most ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouses, that was all. Those who have fought with Yi Yuan before, which one was not a prodigy among geniuses? Yang Ku's expression was incomparably ugly. They were lecturing Yi Yuan earlier, making him tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Now their face was really slapped burning hot. Run! Yang Ku saw that the situation was bad and turned tail and ran. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's too late." It was only to see him punching a fist out, carrying a series of dragon roars, and tearing through the air. True transient heavenly dragon hand. Boom! Yang Ku two people felt their hearts drop and turned around to resist it. But the power of this punch already exceeded their limits. After resisting it slightly, they were directly decimated. From start to end, it was merely a dozen over breaths of time. By the side, all the unpredictable children were stunned from watching. The people who were somewhat looking down on Yi Yuan previously felt their faces were burning currently. He wiped out a squad in a few breaths of time by himself. How? How can he be so strong? Too scary. His fleshy body is actually able to forcefully contend with the attacks of a third firmament heavenly emperor. Unless he's of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Heaven beyond heaven. There's always someone better. He's the heaven beyond heaven. He's the person who's always better. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly entered the city. Encountering a few people who delivered their heads the moment he came in, Yi Yuan was still in quite a good mood. Annihilating 6 people, his god of war points already rose to 247. His ranking also already rose to rank 11,328, rising more than 1,000 places at once. While at this time Yang Ku and the rest who returned to the rebirth point all had hard-to-conceal depression on their faces. They were annihilated once more. Just returned to Cloud Aid City, they were actually annihilated once more. With this, their losses were huge. Several people's ranks fell crazily. Especially the few second firmament heavenly emperors, it was virtually almost falling to their tails. Damn it, after I died the last time, I expended a Herculean effort before amassing several hundred god of war points. With this, it's all gone. Peng Yang said gloomily. He felt like there was a resentful lump in his chest, making his chest almost explode. Imagine that you were climbing a mountain and finally climbed halfway up the mountain. In the end, your hand slipped and you fell by more than half. Another slip and you fell to the starting point. At this time, whose mood could be good? Yang Ku had a look of lingering fear as he said, "That punk is too strong. I feel like he didn't take out his true strength at all and easily wiped us out. I reckon that his true strength will likely rank within 8,000. Everyone's faces were startled and they said, "It's impossible, right? Within 8,000. That's middle stage first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses already." Yang Ku had a solemn expression as he said, disregarding other things, with just his perfect rank 8 golden body, there's absolutely no issue with being ranked in the top 9,000. If he's still concealing strength, he can absolutely be ranked in the top 8,000. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone smiled bitterly and said, "Why are we so unlucky encountering such a jinx the moment we revived? This guy is simply like a nightmare. I don't want to remember it anymore." Including Yang Ku. Everyone had bitter smiles. It was really a memory that one could not bear to recall. Truly a magical world. The flow of time here is 100 times slower than the outside world. I entered a year late, but actually, 100 years have already passed in this place. With over 100 years' time, I'm afraid that a large group of powerhouses has emerged, right? Yi Yuan discovered that the primeval war realm's flow of time was very slow. It was only 1% of the outside world. If he cultivated in here, it was equivalent to cultivating for 100 years in the outside world. This was simply a cultivation paradise to Yi Yuan. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "If I can comprehend time law and create a space for heavenly eagle Bodhidharma's alchemy path powerhouses to gain enlightenment on Tao, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It's just that I don't know if there's an opportunity to comprehend time law here or not." Presently, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses were a little useless. Human leaders like Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care about the alchemy path's existence at all, because they felt that the alchemy path had declined and would not have much effect on the doomsday battle. But if there were several people who could comprehend the power of law and comprehend the true Tao pill, then the alchemy path would regain its glory anew and make the divine race dread. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was rather excited. But very soon, he became a little dejected again. Time law was too hard to comprehend. It was even harder than spatial law. Although he already entered the door, he had not been able to find a way to improve further all the way until now. Forget it. Better don't think too much. Exchanging for some heavenly emperor spirit treasures and going out to earn god of war points are more realistic. Everyone who entered the primeval war realm came in all on their own. All the treasures on their bodies were unable to be brought in. Want to use treasures in the primeval war realm? One could only make an exchange with god of war points. There was a spirit treasure hall, medicinal pill hall, and so on and so forth in the city. They could all be exchanged for by using god of war points. Hence, God of War points was extremely important in the primeval war realm. Sir, I wonder how I can help you? Yi Yuan entered the spirit treasure hall, and an enchanting woman in red clothes came up to greet him. I need a sword, Yi Yuan said. The woman in red smiled brightly and said, Sir, please follow me. She led Yi Yuan into a place called Sword Pavilion. There were all kinds of swords laid out inside in a dazzling array. The woman in red smiled and said, Sir, there are tens of thousands of swords in all kinds of styles inside the Sword Pavilion. You can choose freely. Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually circled one round, and could not help drawing a cold breath. These swords were so expensive. The roughly 200 God of War points that he had just obtained was barely able to buy 12. More importantly, there were no Empyrean spirit treasures here. Do you guys have Empyrean spirit treasures here? Yi Yuan asked rather embarrassedly. The woman in red's expression turned cold as she said, Empyrean spirit treasure? Sir, are you making fun of this girl? There were still some martial artists buying swords in the Sword Pavilion currently. Hearing these words, they could not help glancing over sideways with mocking faces. Those able to enter the primeval war realm were all heavenly emperor powerhouses. No one would use Empyrean spirit treasures. This guy asked for Empyrean spirit treasures the moment he opened his mouth. He was used to being poor, right? But Yi Yuan asked with a serious look. Not making fun of Mississippi. I'm serious. Either way, the swords here are all made of energy and laws. Since it's able to create heavenly emperor spirit treasures, then it can create Empyrean spirit treasures too, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression did not seem to be fake, the woman in red said with a frown, Can is can. It's just that no one has ever bought Empyrean spirit treasures before. Furthermore, you're using Empyrean spirit treasures to deal with heavenly emperors. Isn't this a joke? By the side, a burly man said mockingly, Haha, Miss Redleaf, can't you tell yet? This kid is clearly a pauper who can't take out God of War points to buy heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a nod, That's right, I just arrived today and can't take out too many God of War points. Therefore, I can only substitute it with Empyrean spirit treasures. Redleaf was enlightened and said, Like this, huh? Then you can go outside the city to hunt down fierce beasts and obtain God of War points. Hunting those lowest grade azure light beasts. The money saved can still be used to buy a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Azure light beasts were one of the lowest level fierce beasts in the primeval war realm. Its strength was relatively weak, but the God of War points obtained from hunting it was also pitifully little. Every 100 azure light beasts killed would only obtain 1 God of War point. However, azure light beasts were actually not as easy to kill as Redleaf said. They appeared in groups and often went together in hundreds or thousands. Furthermore, the so-called weak was just relatively speaking. Even if it was the azure light beast, their strength was significantly stronger than ordinary First Firmament heavenly emperors too. To martial artists who were weaker, wanting to obtain sufficient God of War points was not easy. Haha, Miss Redleaf, let him do what he wants. This kid is just a second Firmament heavenly emperor, wanting to get the God of War points for a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Who knows how many years he'll have to wait until. That burly man mocked once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he glanced at that burly man. Who knew that that burly man glared and threatened? What brat? Not convinced? Keep staring. Do you believe that I will kill you every time I see you? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Very good. I've remembered you. When the burly man heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, Haha, I am really so scared. Did you guys hear that? He's remembered me? Brat. Then you remember my name. Qin Hu. This name will become your nightmare in the primeval war realm. It's over. This kid probably doesn't know who Qin Hu is, right? A young calf doesn't fear the tiger. Qin Hu is a famous demon king. Furthermore, he likes to stir trouble a lot and already killed until many unpredictable children don't dare to go out of the city anymore. He's a 4th Firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. It's said that his ranking already reached the top 8,000. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's unconvinced appearance, each and every one of them could not help secretly shaking their heads. Newcomers should be more low profile, They could not afford to provoke everyone. But Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Qin Hu, MN? I've remembered this name. This period of time, you don't go out of the city anymore. It's very dangerous. Qin Hu's face turned black, and he said with a cold smile, Nice one, punk. Not many people dare to talk to me this way in this Cloud-Aid city yet. In order to reward your bravery, I will make your divine soul tremble. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him anymore and turned to Redleaf and said, Miss has misunderstood. This Yi doesn't want one sword, but 1,012 swords. Additionally, I need 12 heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures. Redleaf had a shocked face and said, You just came today and already have so many God of War points? The others, inclusive of Qin Hu, all had suspicious faces. Clearly, they did not think that Yi Yuan had this strength. Heh, just you brag. You, a newcomer, can have so many God of War points? Qin Hu said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and shrugged as he said to Redleaf, This he isn't bored until the extent where I'll come and make fun of Miss Redleaf. However, I only have 247 God of War points, the remaining 7 God of War points, using it to exchange for 1,000 over Empyrean Spirit treasures should be sufficient, right? Yi Yuan thought so. After all, Empyrean Spirit treasures were worthless in this place, being less than even trash. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one was interested at all. Redleaf's vermilion lips opened wide, unable to close her mouth for a long time. He only arrived at the primeval war realm today, and he actually already obtained 247 God of War points. God of War points were not so easy to get, especially to a martial artist who looked very weak like Yi Yuan. Redleaf said, Sir, you might not know what God of War points means, right? 247 God of War points, to many people, that takes more than 10 years to obtain. She felt that Yi Yuan spending God of War points like this was too wasteful. Simply a prodigal son. Not just her, the other martial artists present also thought so. But Yi Yuan did not dare at all. Taking a look at Qin Hu, he said, It's fine. After spending them, there's still someone who'll come and give me more. In his heart, he already regarded Qin Hu as a cash withdrawal machine. Qin Hu's face turned black, the anger in his heart growing even more. He already made up his mind to make this punk not dare to leave the city again. When Redleaf saw that she could not persuade Yi Yuan, she could only say, All right, since Sir insists on doing so, then the 1,000 over Empyrean Spirit treasures, I'll count it as 5 God of War points then. It's a total of 245 God of War points. Sir, please pay the bill. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Redleaf and arrived in front of a jade plate. He put his palm on it, one gilded rune after another was pulled out of his body, entering the jade plate. His God of War points was instantly only left with 2 pitiful ones. And his ranking also dropped to the last place at once. Seeing that Yi Yuan really paid so much God of War points, everyone could not help having shocked faces. But even more was still feeling that this guy was too prodigal. Other people's 10 years' worth of God of War points, he spent it in one go. Moreover, he bought so many heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures, what was the use? Yi Yuan took the swords and was immediately satisfied. With the sword formation, his strength would be stronger. But he had his own plans. He planned on slowly exchanging these 1,000 over Empyrean Spirit treasures into all heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures. At that time, the power of his sword formation would be extremely terrifying. This was actually very hard to realize outside. After all, the outside world's heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures were very rare. Wanting to collect 1,000 swords was very, very difficult. Killing people and seizing treasures, the sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it yet. But in this primeval war realm, it was very easy to do so. The heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures here were only composed of energy and laws. They could be supplied limitlessly. As for God of War points, he did not care at all. As long as his strength was strong enough, would he still be scared that there was no God of War points? Wasn't there going to be God of War points being delivered right away soon? Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked out of the city. Qin Hu followed him from far away, but he walked very carefully, as if afraid of startling Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan discovered it long ago, but he could not wait for the other party to follow. He lacked God of War points very much right now. If Yi Yuan's plan was known to others, they would definitely scold him for being prodigal. Just take the lowest grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure to calculate it. 1,000 swords needed 10,000 God of War points too. This God of War points was sufficient to rank within 3,000 already. This guy was actually just using it to buy swords. Heh, there's a good show to watch. That newcomer brat offended Qin Hu. Qin Hu is currently planning on going to find him to settle scores. Poor thing. This kid doesn't seem to have detected it yet, that a tail is following behind him. In the crowd, Xianxia's ears moved slightly hearing this news. Especially newcomer brat, these few words. It aroused his curiosity at once. Upon inquiring, there was a prodigal son who spent more than 200 points and bought 1,000 over swords in the Spirit Treasure Hall. The moment Xianxia heard, wasn't this Yi Yuan? This guy. Forget about that, he killed us. He also provoked Qin Hu? Xianxia said in puzzlement. Heh. Qin Hu is a powerhouse ranked within 8,000. That punk is dead for sure this time. Boss. Let's go together to take a look, Peng Yang said excitedly. Go. The brothers' 6 people could not hold back their curiosity and also followed after. After Yi Yuan left the city, he headed towards the wilderness. Before walking very far, a figure blocked his path. It was precisely Qin Hu. Qin Hu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amusement and said, Brat, you really have the guts to really dare leave the city so quickly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, If I don't leave the city, how will you come and give me God of War points? Qin Hu laughed loudly and said, Those who dare to speak to me this way are all already dead men. Punk, before long you'll doubt life. I will kill you until you don't dare to leave the city. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Oh, then what are you still waiting for? Bring it. Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Qin Hu greatly enraged in his heart. He gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly launching forward. A shocking aura suddenly erupted. At the same time, for power of laws added radiance and beauty to each other, reverberating between heaven and earth. A powerhouse who fused for powers of law. Qin Hu, being so arrogant indeed, had his capital to be arrogant. Yi Yuan had seen before countless geniuses but had never met before a genius who fused 4 kinds of laws. Furthermore, the power of laws that Qin Hu fused, their realms were all extremely high, already reaching the level of rank 8. One had to know each additional power of law fused. The difficulty increased exponentially. Fusing 3 kinds could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But Qin Hu fused 4 kinds, this kind of talent was extremely heaven-defying already. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what was called an unpredictable child. With talent like Qin Hu's, jumping ranks to battle was simply as easy as eating and drinking. TSK, really envy Qin Hu's talent. This fellow looks boorish and is unreasonable, but actually he's extremely talented. His sword Dao is fused with wind, fire, and water, 3 kinds of power of law. The power is irresistible. That kid thinks that he's a genius. But how can he know the horror of this primeval war realm? When the group of geniuses saw Qin Hu take action, each and every one of them was incomparably envious. They were all geniuses too, but compared to Qin Hu, they were simply even less than trash. Ha. Punk, do you regret it very much now? However, you already have no chance. When Qin Hu saw the surprised expression on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being very pleased. He appreciated this kind of expression very much. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling when he heard this. He said, Regret? There's no such word in my dictionary. Humph. Reckless and blind brat. Go to hell. Qin Hu roared loudly and raised his sword, rushing over. For a moment, sword energy intermingled with the other 3 kinds of power of laws. His power was irresistible. Golden light shone brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. An astonishing dragon might similarly surge to the sky. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to clash together with Qin Hu. In the wilderness, 2 figures crisscrossed, fighting until the earth shook and mountains swayed. The more Qin Hu fought, the more alarmed he got. Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to fight with him until they were locked in a struggle. He fused 4 kinds of power of laws and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. One had to know even in the primeval war realm he was in existence who jumped ranks to battle. Everyone thought that his ranking was close to rank 8,000, but actually his rank already rose to around 6,900. But he was actually unable to do anything to a second firmament heavenly emperor brat. This kid was actually of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Furthermore, he was of the dragon race. How could he know that Yi Yuan was in existence who obtained divine steel injecting spirit, a candidate for the dragon clan's progenitor? The dragon race was extremely talented, their strength far surpassed same-rank humans in itself. The elites among the dragon race could naturally contend with the human race elites. And Yi Yuan's talent was at the top of the pyramid in the dragon race. Coupled with the formidable strength of rank 8 golden body, fighting to a draw with him was nothing unusual. The geniuses who came to watch the battle were long already dumbfounded with shock from watching. Some people had already seen before Yi Yuan's battle with Xianxia's 6 people and knew about his prowess. But they did not know that Yi Yuan was actually so powerful. Xianxia's 6 people were not on the same level as Qin Hu at all. Even if the 6 of them added up together, it was not even worthy enough to carry shoes for Qin Hu. But Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with him. Just where did this freakish brat pop out from? His strength is actually so strong. He can fight to a draw with Qin Hu. Doesn't that mean that his strength can already rank within 8,000? Hiss. A second firmament heavenly emperor kid actually ranked within 8,000. Simply dare not imagine. In the primeval war realm, jumping ranks and battling was a very indulgent behavior. Because the geniuses here were too many. Very unfortunately, Qin Hu was that extravagant one. But today, the powerful Qin Hu was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. How could these geniuses not be shocked? This was also to say that their so-called geniuses, so-called unpredictable auras, were not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan at all. Qin Hu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Punk, consider me to have erred in judgment. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Suddenly, his figure retreated explosively. At the same time, the sword, wind, fire, water, for kinds of power of laws in his body, started revolving according to some sort of rule. Heaven and earth suddenly became berserk until the maneuvering of his power of laws. Everyone's hearts turned fearful, knowing that Qin Hu was going to release a big move. This move, very few people could force it out of him. But Yi Yuan did it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Heavenly Tao combined spirit sword. A sword stabbed out. Heaven and earth changed colors. The sharpness of this sword was unrivaled. Except a hint of disdain showed on Yi Yuan's face, the dragon might on his body quivering once more. Behind him, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly appeared, being incomparably solid. It was as if it was a true dragon descending upon the world. Heretic dragon dominating space. The spirit of the true dragon overlooked the world from above the firmament, showing disdain over everything in the world. That kind of domineeringness carried the world before him. Taking a step out, the world was shocked. Boom! Hills toppled and the earth quaked. The void trembled. Everyone's countenances changed visibly. These 2 people's strength was really too fearsome. This clashing of major moves was actually evenly matched. Qin Hu's strength was truly formidable, while Yi Yuan's innate divine ability was a top-notch existence even in the Dragon Clan. Yet he actually only fought to a draw with him. The strength of an unpredictable child was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on Qin Hu. However, everyone's shock was due to Yi Yuan. The reason was very simple. Qin Hu was defeated. The second firmament heavenly emperor Yi Yuan fought to a draw with the fourth firmament heavenly emperor Qin Hu. This was enough to shock them. This innate divine ability is really terrifying. In the same rank, who can be his match? This is a spatial attribute innate divine ability that's one of the supreme innate divine abilities. Most likely, it's a top existence in the Dragon Clan too. Qin Hu even said that he was going to kill until this kid would not dare to leave the city. Looking at it now, it's really a joke. Looking at it like this newcomer kid, his strength should be ranked within 8,000 at the lowest too. Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Qin Hu suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. Under the two people's stalemate, it was finally still Qin who was defeated. This kind of confrontation had a tremendous impact force on the martial artists themselves to begin with. It was true that Qin Hu was formidable, but how could he be as strong as Yi Yuan's body? Under the circumstances where their strength difference was not great, body-refining martial artists would almost certainly win. With Yi Yuan gaining momentum in one move, he immediately chased after. He pursued in haste and pummeled fiercely. Qin Hu was seriously injured. So how could he withstand this bout of beating? In a few blows, he was on his dying breath. Everyone could not help feeling alarmed from watching. This kid was really vicious when making his move. But in this place, everyone existed for God of War points. Not being viscous would not do. Hoo-hoo. Thank you for your God of War points. Yi Yuan looked at the half-dead Qin Hu and said with a light smile. Qin Hu said with his dying breath, "Brat, don't run if you have the capability. After I revive, I'll come to find you to settle scores." He lost and was unconvinced. His strength was clearly not weaker than Yi Yuan's, but Yi Yuan relied on the advantage of his body to defeat him. Moreover, with his God of War points, once he died once, the losses would be too great. He could not swallow this insult. Yi Yuan smiled slightly in his heart and was very satisfied with Qin Hu's reaction. As long as he employed the sword formation, annihilating Qin Hu would simply be effortless. Fusing four kinds of power of laws was indeed powerful. But no matter how strong, could it be stronger than the combination of two great source powers? But why did he have to expend his strength and unfold a life-and-death struggle with Qin Hu? He did it in order to make Qin Hu feel unwilling to submit. It was in order to make Qin Hu come out to take revenge. This way, he would be able to continue plundering God of War points. Wasn't he going to kill him until he did not dare to come out? Fine then, I'll kill you until you do not dare to come out. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Qin Hu definitely would not come out alone this time. He would definitely find a helper. At that time, the current Yi Yuan could already predict the scene of God of War points rising rapidly. Okay, I'll wait for you here, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. Finished saying with a bang, he finished Qin Hu off with a punch. One cluster of runes after another entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. So many God of War points? Because Yi Yuan's ranking was only 12,000 plus. But Qin Hu's ranking was around 7,000. This huge difference let Yi Yuan obtain 40% of the other party's God of War points. Right now, Yi Yuan already had 1,480 points on him, and his ranking already rose to rank 8,941 too. Even Yi Yuan himself was also shocked by the points. TSK. Really awesome, Yi Yuan exclaimed, truly becoming a tycoon in an instant. Seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone was incredibly envious in their hearts. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely obtained a significant amount of God of War points. In this primeval war realm, the stronger the opponent killed, the more the God of War points obtained. But during these 100 years' time, the rankings were actually already relatively stable. Wanting to jump several thousand places to kill the opponent in front was simply a fool's talk. But Yi Yuan killed the formidable Qin Hu just like that and snatched so many God of War points like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. However, Yi Yuan was currently meditating calmly on the spot and was actually really waiting for Qin Hu to come out. This made many people extremely surprised. Was this kid a fool? Could it be that he really thought that Qin Hu would fight one-on-one with him? Young man, hurry up and go. Qin Hu has a buddy in the city called Moshi. His strength is even a notch above his. You're only waiting to die by being here. A kind-hearted person came forward to persuade him. Yeah, kid. Don't get too greedy. You waiting for him here is equivalent to waiting for death. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over and he said with a smile, many thanks for everyone's warning, but this he said to wait for him. I won't go back on my word and will wait here for him to come. When everyone saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to advice, they could not help shaking their heads and sighing. This kid was really hopelessly headstrong. It was useless even if he was strong. Being brainless was too scary. Except the Yangku in the crowd was absorbed in thought. I really didn't expect that this kid would be so formidable. However, he's a fool. To actually really wait here for Qin Hu to come back, Peng Yang said. But Yangku frowned and said, Don't you guys find it strange? Everyone was taken back, uncertain what it meant. What's strange about it? This brat and Qin who are about on par. If add in Mo Shi, this kid will be dead for sure. Yeah, his fleshy body is strong. But Qin whose strength isn't weak either. If he doesn't leave now, it's tantamount to seeking death. But Yangke shook his head and said, I heard that he used all the God of War points that he snatched from us to buy swords. Furthermore, he bought over 1,000. But have you guys seen him draw a sword? The vast majority of the people neglected this problem. Not that they deliberately overlooked it, but that the combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them believe in Yi Yuan's strength strongly. They felt that Yi Yuan's strongest trump card should be the perfect rank 8 golden body. Yi Yuan relied on perfect rank 8 and could already defeat the Qin who fused 4 kinds of power of laws. Could be seen how monstrous he was. Then did he still need other means? But Yangke thought of this question. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's sword arts were. But in this primeval war realm, there definitely would not be someone silly enough to spend all the God of War points on them to go and buy something useless. Yangke's followers could not help being stunned, also discovering this issue now. But Yangke smiled strangely and said, I'm somewhat curious now just how strong his sword arts are. An hour later, 2 figures came out of the city with a howl, arriving in no time. These 2 people were precisely Qin Hu and his buddy, Mo Shi. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, blocked off all of Yi Yuan's paths of retreat. Qin Hu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, Punk, you really keep your promises, to actually wait here to die. Ha ha.